Hi all, we'll be starting in 5 minutes. Welcome all. Thank you for waiting. We'll be starting in very few minutes. Sorry for the inconvenience. Check, check. Check, 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 check.
Good morning, all. I extend a warm welcome to everyone attending the World Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Innovation, WCMRI 2020.
Lahat tayo alauna. Ano sigara yung pinakauna? Sunod ako.
Good morning, all. I invite you to I invite you all to the World Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Innovation, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication (IFERP) in association with Karpaga Vinayaga College of Engineering and Technology. This conference will offer researchers, delegates, and scholars an incredible chance to interact with each other and share their experiences and knowledge of technology applications. Institute for Engineering Research and Publication is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional association meant for research development and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge of engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional association and a forum where innovations and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. Our forums and associate constitutes professional leaders and organizations connecting each other with a mission to work as the results of science for defending the earth. IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conferences bring together professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology. Sorry for the inconvenience. There was a slight technical glitch. Thank you.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you
Our incredible IFERP application has been launched and is now available for curious scientific researchers. It is presented as a delightful platform for academic and research breakthroughs, which you can get it right now from the Google Play Store for upcoming conference updates. Our academic partner, Karpaga Vinayaga Educational Group, caters to various disciplines of education like medicine, dentistry, engineering, nursing, and allied health sciences. Karpaga Vinayaga College of Engineering and Technology was established in the year 2001, approved by AICTE, New Delhi, and affiliated with Anna University, Chennai. Karpaga Vinayaga Educational Group campus is away from the hustle and bustle of the city, but in close proximity to the scene. The campus hosts dedicated and well qualified faculty members, well planned lecture halls, computer centers, libraries, laboratories, auditorium, and above all, quality education are provided to cater the needs of the competitive field. WCMRI provides a premier interdisciplinary platform for researchers, practitioners, and educators to present and discuss the most recent innovations, trends, and concerns, as well as practical challenges encountered and solutions adopted in the field of education research, social science, and humanities. I would now like to welcome our eminent keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Dilip Nandekelayar, Professor Dr. Rajkumar Singh, Dr. Jyoti AP. It is time to welcome our guest speaker, Dr. D. Kumuda. Next, I would like to welcome our session chairs, Dr. Christo Anand, Dr. R. Surendran, Dr. Rohit Bansal, Thadli Melaku Chala, Dr. D. Kumuda, Dr. Sanya Khenapum, Dr. M. Shilpa. On behalf of all dignitaries and participants, we are happy to release a World Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Innovation organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, in association with Karpaga Vinayaga College of Engineering and Technology, preceding book. I take immense pleasure in welcoming Dr. D. Kumuda for delivering her guest speech. Dr. D. Kumuda is an associate professor, Department of Biomedical Engineering, Karpaga Vinayaga College of Engineering and Technology, Chengalpattu, Chennai, India. She received a Bachelor of Electronics and Communication Engineering degree from Tyagarajar College of Engineering, Anna University in 2005, and Masters of Computer and Communication from GTEC, Anna University in 2013. She received a PhD from Vellore Institute of Technology in 2019. Her area of research is wireless communication, antenna system, networks, and digital image processing. She is awarded with 3 patents in her name. She has published over 30 technical papers in national and international conferences and journals and has released 4 book chapters. Please, ma'am. Kumuda, ma'am, you can take over now.
I wish and welcome you a very good morning one and all. On behalf of Karpaga Vinayaga College of Engineering and Technology, I wish and welcome you all for the second day World Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Innovation, that is WCMRI 2022. This is Dr. D. Kumuda, Associate Professor in the Department of Biomedical Engineering. So I'm going to present a concept of wireless communications. So wireless communication is used to transfer the informations without any wires, cables, etc. And also this wireless communications used for communicating between two or more devices using a wireless signal. So how the wireless communication is inbuilt with the MIMO antenna for the 5G communications? We need to relate this multiple input, multiple output antennas for 5G wireless communications. So these multiple antennas are used for both the transmitter and receiver, which is used to provide a high data rate communications with the bandwidth efficiency. Actually, it is a large scale wireless communications of this MIMO OFDM antenna, which can produce a higher throughput, and also it improves the quality of services, and also the power consumption is reduced. So in this 4x4 MIMO antennas, we can reduce the more complexity, and it provides a less complexity in the MIMO OFDM systems. And what is the objectives of these paper, that is MIMO antenna for 5G wireless communication, is to develop an antenna resonating at 28 gigahertz for the 5G mobile communication and also 5G mobile applications. So what is the need of 28 gigahertz? Actually, this gigahertz lies between 20 to 30 gigahertz for any MIMO systems. But in this paper, we proposed a compact size mean there in infused CMI, which is called as CMI, that is lies between the 20 gigahertz to 30 gigahertz for the operating. So hence how we can use the 28 gigahertz means what purpose we can use 28 gigahertz, because we can operate from 20 gigahertz to 30 gigahertz. In between this we can select only 28 gigahertz. Why? Because we have more advantages in the 5G wireless communication. And also the frequencies, at these frequencies the attenuations of the air is very low and the data rate is higher. We have a lower latency, that is the delay, and we have a high speed communications for using a future 5G communications networks. So that's what due to the more advantages in the compact size mean infused, we can use a 28 gigahertz. And these are the design flow for the mean infused antenna systems. And we can start with the material selections. What is the material we are going to use, how we are going to divide that materials, in what way we are going to intersect. Then after that the design structure and the equations can be derived. Then after we are going to calculate the performance evolutions of the structure of the materials for performing the antenna systems. And then the software HFSS is used as a software for the simulation of planar antennas, and finally we are going to get the expected output. So what is the software we are using is HFSS. It means high frequency structure simulator. So the disadvantages in this HFSS is easy to use the interface for developing passive RF device models. So what is the proposed system in this MIMO antenna for 5G wireless communication is, so we used CMI as a proposed, which can provide 28 gigahertz. And what is the design of these proposed antenna is, we can use FR4 substrate having 4.4 relative permittivity, and the area can be consumed by using the patch designs of the antenna with 14.55 into 15.68 into 1.6 mm cube. and we need to design with the size, width, the patch, and length, width of all the antennas, which is inbuilt with this CMI. In the CMI, we are going to check all the materials, how we are going to design for that. So first, the thickness of the copper of the material is 0.035 mm we can use, and patch, the radius of the patch is 0.5 mm, 1 mm, 1.25 mm, and the corner of the patches we have 0.88 into 0.5 mm, and what is the ground level of the antenna is 15.68 mm into 4 mm. So the length of the feed line is 9.05 mm, and the width of the feed is 0.5 mm wide. So finally, this, by having these kind of design, we are going to perform the proposed antenna CMI with the resonance at 20.9 gigahertz, 25.5 gigahertz, and 26 gigahertz, and 28.2 gigahertz with a good return loss, because the return loss is very important to design the proposed antenna systems, that is the CMI. And this is a compact size minder infused MIMO antenna. The front view can be seen in this, and the rear view is shown. This is a structure of the designed antenna for the 28 gigahertz. And see here the keywords they have given, and here WS is the width. Feed width can be used for this, and these are the keywords and full form and the dimensions, how much they are using for the structure of the CMI antenna. Then the simulator result for the return loss, how the frequency and the voltage standing wave ratio can be calculated. Both will be depends on the frequency and the return loss. So in return loss, the graph is focused on frequency and VSWR, and in the VSWR the graph is focused on frequency and the return loss. So how the MIMO antenna of 28 gigahertz is used for CMI, and what are the conditions and how it's going to apply in the 5G wireless communications, or it's developed into there is a 4-port MIMO antenna system. It's very important, 4x4, 2x2, which can be taken as 4, and the antenna was operating between 20 gigahertz to 30 gigahertz, exhibiting an impedance bandwidth of about 10 gigahertz. And in this case, we are going to see a single elements exhibited a maximum gain of about 12 dBi with the entire operating frequency gain above 5 dBi. So the voltage standing wave ratio was also less than 2 for the entire operating frequencies, with efficiency above 70% for designing that CMI antenna systems. So this is the rear view of the MIMO design, and here we have a front view of MIMO design. So finally, the return loss and the isolations can be executed by using the HFSS the simulations, that is the software which can be used to get this graph for the CMI MIMO antenna. And here it is the VSWR and gain can be obtained, and ECG, DG, directive gain, and correlations coefficients and efficiency can be executed to present. Thus, in the conclusions, the MIMO antenna, that is CMI MIMO antenna, is designed to operate at 20.9 gigahertz, 25.5 gigahertz, 26.9 gigahertz, and at 28 gigahertz with good return loss, gain, and efficiency. So out of these, the antenna becomes very good candidate for millimeter wave frequency in between 20 to 60 gigahertz we can use, and also it satisfies the MIMO parameters such as envelope correlations coefficients and the diversity gain, which is shown here in the graph, ECG and the DG. And these are the reference which can be used for this paper for MIMO antenna of 5G wireless communications. Hence, the CMI, which is a compact size minder infused system, antenna systems, which is used to design for 28 gigahertz to provide a 70% efficiency and to provide good return loss by using 5G wireless communications, and all about here I approach this MIMO antenna in the 5G specifications, and we can see here of the size and design of the patches and the feed lines which is present for the antenna systems, and it lies the resonance frequency which is lies between 20.9 gigahertz to 28 gigahertz. So once again I welcome you all for the presentation in the conference for the session 3 and 4. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Dilip Nandkioliar, Co-Chancellor at Commonwealth University in Advisory Board Member at QNES Global Certification, Pune, Maharashtra, India, to deliver a keynote speech. An alumnus of Asian Institute of Management, Manila, Philippines, this is Professor Dr. Dilip, a management postgraduate specialized in marketing and strategic planning, and BSc honors in chemistry from University of Rajasthan. He has a doctoral degree from Thapa University, Patiala, India. The topic of his thesis was marketing strategies and business planning among small and medium enterprises in this era of globalization, with special reference to automotive sector. Beginning November 15, 1976, he has had varied hands-on, bottom-up combined professional experience of over 45 years in the field of industry, entrepreneurial venture, consulting, research, training, and teaching. His exposure has been in both domestic and international professional environments, having been a manager at various levels for over 38 years, of which 31 have been at senior or top levels. Dr. Dilip have been deeply involved in career planning and development of his teammates in a variety of cross-functional and multiracial workforce, both within India and abroad, as a key factor in ensuring organization success. It is a great pleasure to have you with us, sir. Please take over.
Thank you, Mobina. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So can I have the screen sharing rights?
Sure, so you can share it.
So I am not so much of a technical person, but it is technology which is changing a lot of things. So I thought I would talk about that. Why is this not becoming full screen? Just a moment. There seems to be something wrong. Just give me 2 minutes.
Sure, sir. Sure. Take your time.
Yeah, is the presentation visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what is happening today? The future of work is transforming itself quite a bit. And I've been deeply interested in this, and over the last maybe 2 years, I've been trying to read papers and also whatever is coming in the news. So I would like to speak about that, just to give you a flavor of what's happening and how people, particularly the engineers, can help this become faster, particularly for developing countries like India. So this is what were the recent development. First, there was something known as remote working, where there were BPOs, there were KPOs, and obviously the IT companies who would work from remote, and then for clients all across the world. So the technology built up that way, which was phone, video, everything. Then came in COVID, and even before that, there was always a element of people working from home. In fact, my son was often found working from home. But with the COVID, this thing actually catalyzed and accelerated to a great extent. And these were the technologies. And just now, the speaker before me, she spoke about 5G coming in and all that. So this is now a whole new world. Obviously, there is this quote and all that. And it is completely up to us to not only survive, but thrive in this, which means we really need to get into a situation where we are going to be better than the best. It is an era where I believe specialization, and for that matter, ultra specialization would actually be the winner. So generalized studies, or the way academics happen, not only in India, but in many parts of the world, that wouldn't probably do. So, because whatever we do in the universities probably is a little dated, and just about everything is available on the net to learn. So we'll have to redefine the way things are going to happen. So what does that mean? That means let us go back to seeing how the industry evolved. So in 1784, which is the year marked for the beginning of industrial revolution, it was basically around steam. I mean, you engineers would obviously know. The next one was around electricity. Then it became around automation, ICTs, etc. But today we are getting into the cyber world, which is Industry 4.0, and already talks for 4.5.0 is already beginning. So as you see, the situation is changing from absolutely hardware based to more a service based, a specialized based, where you need skills to really imagine new ways of doing businesses. In fact, the World Economic Forum, if I were to quote from there, they say by 2025, maybe 40% of the jobs as we see it now will disappear. And that's frightening. But the good news is that maybe 60% more jobs will be created out of understanding and specializing. So an economy where instead of full-time employment, organizations contract independent workers for short-term engagements is called a gig economy. This is what is going to, in my view, take shape. That, according to me, is the future of work, which means more and more specialization and always becoming better than the best. So this is what is the statistics. Of course, it's a little dated, 2018, which is pre-pandemic. Okay. And you can see that almost all countries, and China is leading the chase. India is quite close by, but we are now losing. The latest has it that India is ranked only 7th in this, with Bangladesh breathing down our neck, and surprisingly Pakistan, where is much higher than us. The Southeast Asian countries have to pick up on this if they have to keep running the race. The thing about Industry 4.0 and then moving on to Industry 5.0 is that there is going to be no catch-up. If you have lost the chase, you've missed the bus. So therefore, it is very, very important that not only the academicians, but even the practitioners combine together and build the next generation, which is, what is it called? The Generation Z or whatever, into preparing them for looking at the world of work in a very, very different manner. Okay. And equipping them. We have the experience, we have made our mistakes, and we have learned, and now it is time for us to transfer it to them because they already have joined the workforce, but they are going to run the world. So this is, of course, the big picture, which I won't spend too much time. Here is the work on demand. Now, this is what is happening. You see, in my generation, maybe you may call me the boomers generation, most of us preferred to work in a full-time job. But look at what's happening. The millennials and even more the Generation Z that is now getting into the workforce would rather like the freedom. The reason is they don't want to run the rat race. They want to have a lifestyle of their own. There is a lot of work-life balance that they are going. Most Asian countries, including India, the work-life balance was one of the first casualties of globalization. Not anymore. Okay. Now we have heard of a phenomenon called net nomads. We have heard of course, the gig workers. And now of late, for last maybe 8-10 months, we are hearing about the great resignation, the quiet quit, the quiet firing. And now in India, at least, the biggest and hottest debated thing is moonlighting. All these are pointing to a phenomenon that is now very difficult to stop, or in fact, not going to be stoppable. And that leads all the researchers, scientists, academicians, and practitioners to accept the change first, and then take it forward by equipping our youth with that kind of a mindset. It also means a social change. Anybody who's a freelancer in most countries is not considered very highly. That is a mindset change that will have to come if a nation, any nation, be it India, be it anyone, has to, breast this particular coming tide. Now, this is how it is, students starting out. Then there are these e-preneurs, freepreneurs, infopreneurs, localpreneurs, but I'm wanting to come to this last. The antipreneurs. This is a phenomenon that is growing almost wherever I study, where they don't believe in large organizations. In our generation, or maybe a generation after me, maybe, we talked about joining an MNC, joining a large corporation. That is changing the world over. That is already changed in many, many countries, even in India. So this is what is leading to what is known as gigpreneurs, is a name that I'm trying to coin. I don't know whether it's right or wrong. So let's see if I can display the video. Can you hear this, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mas talaga yung India. Talaga yung
So you can proceed, sir.
Yeah, it is going on.
Sir, are you playing the video?
Yes. It's
okay. It is not playing over here, sir.
Okay, so I'll stop and start again.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Just tell me if it is audible now and visible.
So the video is not playing, but the presentation is on hold. Yeah.
So how do I play the video? I mean, there is something wrong. Anyway, then we will have to make do without the video.
So if you have the video separately, also you can play it, sir. Like you can
Yeah.
share the screen.
Okay. Let me try and do that.
Sure, sir.
Okay, let me try this again. Mubina, I am not able to.
Sir, you can play the video on an external player, and then you can try sharing the screen.
That's what I'm not getting that screen.
Okay, so no problem then. No, it's okay, sir. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not very technology savvy.
That is totally okay, sir. No problem.
Yeah. So what that video spoke is from Adobe, and what I just said. So I just wanted to reinforce that. Let me share the screen otherwise. What's happening? Okay, so this is where we were. Is it visible, the presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So what I was saying is that, I mean, that lady, she is from a company which is facilitating, gig working, and she is being interviewed by 3-4 people, and she was saying how this thing is emerging. So becoming a gig reason, firstly, the job market is in a state of limbo. On one side, the companies are shouting that they have a manpower shortage, and on the other side, there are people who are getting into what is known as the Great Resignation, quiet quit, which is basically they might be working, but they are not really interested, and the output obviously is suffering. And there is now a quiet firing, okay, which is again a situation where quietly people are being eased out from key locations, and then maybe getting the pink slip. And the latest is that there are people to supplement their income because of the economic this thing are getting into what is known as moonlighting, which is it's the jury is out there whether it's ethical to do that or not ethical to do that. But this is a phenomenon that cannot be stopped, according to me. Okay, so this is what it is. The employees are now becoming more comfortable with work from home culture because, using McGregor's theory X and theory Y, the theory Y states that people do want to work and do want to deliver. And COVID kind of proved it when people started working from home, and the trust level between the employer and employee began, to develop. Earlier, it was felt that if employees were allowed to work from home, they might not deliver. But that changed. However, that changed so much that if the employers want them to come back, it's not possible. Particularly the younger generation is resisting it. I know of a very large IT company in US where one particular division had a staff about 500 people, and they wanted them back into the office. And almost 90% of them sent in their papers. They want this flexi hours, and they would like the independence of working from home. So all this is pointing out, and they're not scared. that where would jobs come from, because they are good and they could find contracts. I'll take you back to Bill Gates. They started with IBM, and then Bill Gates discovered that he will not be able to grow if he stuck with IBM, because IBM at that time, even if there were third-party software, they had to sign a contract to say that it is proprietary for IBM only. And then Bill Gates realized that this will limit him, and he went and told them that I want the freedom to sell elsewhere. So Bill Gates actually started gig working of sorts. And then obviously now we know what Microsoft is. So examples have been there in the past. And gig working is something which is not new. Lawyers, doctors, even housemaids, caregivers, these are all gig workers. So now that is infiltrating into now the mainstream industries, such as engineering industries, such as maybe even the marketing, even the finance. So here is what is the this is the thing I have taken from again World Economic Forum, and if you see that by 2030, the first 5 skills that would be sought out is ideally suited for somebody who is an expert, and therefore we would like and to be independent. Being in a corporate world, being in an organization, we all know that there is a rat race to be run, and there is a leg pulling politics that goes on. These experts or these specialists are not interested anymore in getting into that. Okay. So if you look at the first 5 and maybe 1 or 2 down below, the skill requirement is changing, which is fueling what is known as independent working. So what does one need, according to me? First is empathy, feeling and addressing a pain point, which is where even let's say even in marketing or even in let's say engineering, this particular aspect is how you become an expert. Look for a pain point which first begins with you, okay, and then you check it around. Willingness to contribute to the society, and ability to persist, and patience. So when you start as a gig worker, you don't have a reputation, and therefore there is a time which is turbulent. You have to persist with it, and you have to have patience before you can set up a kind of a brand value for yourself. So my thing is that dreams lead to ideas, ideas lead to thoughts, thoughts lead to action, actions lead to achievement, and achievements lead to success. If you look at it, a gig worker is basically a dreamer, and if he does all this, he obviously succeeds. So just to conclude, success is basically a state of mind. I define it. It is what one wants to do, not what one must do. In the corporate world, up to now, it is not that what I want to do, but it is what the organization wants me to do. In fact, there are management theories saying that the organizational interest is higher than the personal interest. That is changing, and therefore, becoming a gigapreneur or whatever I would like to you may question it, is becoming the trend. The work-life balance is becoming more and more important, and once we know that routine jobs are getting to get lost, 40% of them, then the time has come where we need to become experts and really good at it to survive in the world. And the companies are now cutting costs, and therefore they are trying to reduce the workforce, and they are getting into a situation which is called pay-per-use. Okay, so we have heard about the Ubers and the the B&B, Airbnbs and all. That was the beginning, but now it is coming into the corporate world where they would rather get a task force achieve an objective, and disperse. So the world itself is moving into paper use kind of a situation. And if it is so, then there is no other uh, method if you want to have a work engagement than to become a very good gigster. So that is what I have to say. Thank you very much, Mubina and WCMRI, for giving me an opportunity to speak here. And I hope whatever I've said has some meaning. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor, for this wonderful speech. We look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Rajkumar Singh, Chairperson, Center for Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Skill Development of SMS Varanasi in Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow, India, to deliver his keynote speech. Professor Dr. Rajkumar Singh is serving in the School of Management Sciences, Varanasi, which is NAC A-grade accredited self-finance autonomous institution by the UGC. SMS Varanasi is amongst top 50 leading B School of India. Please, sir, welcome.
Hello.
There seemed to be a technical glitch from your side. I think there is a network issue.
Okay. My voice is correct. My voice is correct. Hello. Okay. Thank you. I heard
Yes, sir, you're audible, but there is a break in your voice, network issue.
okay. Okay. So thank you, Movena, for inviting me. And thank you, IFERP World Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Innovation for this conference. Today, I will have a deliberation on the clean technology innovation and what are the startup opportunities. Need of clean technology is and just found that is around 3 kg, 3 kilogram of the toxic material we intake, either by air, by water, through insecticide, pesticides, on an average in a year. And this is creating so many problems for our body, for our other aspects. First, we have to understand the triple bottom line approach, that where the importance of sustainability is. As we all know, the triple P bottom line approach says there should be a proper balance between people, planet, and profit. Our focus has always been there on the profit part. But now, with the commencement of time, it is very important to balance the planet for the sake of people. And that's why the 3R approach of reduce, reuse, and recycle is in base of this entire. The quantity of the waste, this is very, very part of the world. And the non-renewable sources has been focused, and that's why this phenomena of the green technology, this recently car in a news. Although in India there is some technical issues, they're not coming here for the manufacturing. But this is an excellent case of the disruptive innovation where the electric car, it has been made by the Tesla, under the brand Tesla, that will be the future because increasing rise in the petrol and limitation of petrol. Because the time will come when these kind of minerals will not be available. You will have to go for the non-conventional energy sources. But at the same time, there is an issue of development of that kind of innovation ecosystem. For example, if the electric vehicles will come, and it is you all know, real issue is where are the charging stations? How much charging stations will require? And how much will require the electricity. Recently, Tata has that they are also coming in that field and they are going to open 40,000 electric charging stations all over India. This is one aspect. And this has to be separate from the this platforms or other conventional fuels. Another issue is coming that normally if we are in a queue to take the petrol or diesel, normal fuel time is just 2 to 3 minutes, not more than that. Because if it is said that if each has, it would take 5 minutes or 10 minutes. So now all of are easily replaceable, like a gas cylinder in our home. It will take 5 minutes around. So this replacement time will be less. So we have to understand that when such kind of technology we are working, we have to understand the entire ecosystem development. Whether it's green transportation, which is a form of the motors is coming, green lighting is, green architecture is coming. We have to understand that fuels, hydroelectric are there, thermal energy is there. Of the byproduct of the sugar plant, bagasse-based generation of the power plant is there. Biogas from cow dung, it is again a big issue in India. Big houses are working on that part. That for production is the biodiesel is concerned. So these are the things, these are the areas where the future of the non-conventional energy sources are working in that direction. And if you take the Indian So due to some issues, I'm just making my video off because there is some problem with it. Okay, so if you see the Indian market is around 35 billion for clean technology. Recently, it is estimated that the present capacity of 134 gigawatt has to be increased by 220 gigawatt. So this is one of the area where the natural resources has to be built up in that way. And according to the Ministry of Power, the 35.86% of India's installed electricity generation capacity from the renewable sources like solar energy will be there. So these are few of the dimensions, and no doubt, when the market increasing, the foreign investment in the environment, equipment, and services also allowed is also increasing, and this is creating an opportunity for the clean tech startups also. And I would like to take few of the names. For example, Mumbai-based Orion offer this solution to set up and maintain the solar panels for household and business. When the number of solar panels are increasing, there is an issue how to make it clean. Likewise, the Bangalore-based clean tech startup, they are having again an energy sector with innovative zero emission and low cost aluminum air fuel cells. Then Oxy Garden is there, which is having a commercial product Forest. They launched in 2020. It is basically an IoT-enabled garden that purifies and humidifies the indoor air naturally. It removes the viruses, bacteria, dust particles, and harmful chemical pollutants like carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, formaldehyde, and benzene, etc. Like IT Jodhpur-based alumni Neeraj Kumar and Manish Kumar, they have started professional cleaning services of solar panel again. IT Madras student Dikshitwara Prasad, they started a venture Air OK, which is basically a EGAP, means efficient particle arrestor to filter out the major pollutant and gaseous substances. Same thing is there, the Banka Biolu. This is working for the solving the problem of the human waste management, Bhuyantra waste management by the Abhishek Raj. They are working for the nature productions, likewise EcoEase, FA Innovations, Einstein Labs. These are new startups which are coming, and this is a good thing that they all are working in the field of clean technology. So it's a big area, very big area, and gradually the innovations are coming. And one of the engineering college which is associated with this conference, I expect that they will work in this direction. And the real issue is to develop the entrepreneurial mindset because there are some people who are self-startup, some people are self-managers. But the entrepreneur is very important for both of them. And just in the last deliberation, gigapreneurs, this one word was used. You are having opportunity in that area if you are having an entrepreneurial mindset. Only thing is that you need to be keen observer. You need to find out where the problem is and you have to search the solution. Because normally we don't buy a product or a service, we actually buy a solution. So startup don't just give a product or service, they give solution. You have to work in that direction. And whenever any idea comes, just ask 4 questions. Whether what problem you are going to solve, first. And second, whether the solution provided by you to your product or services are giving or solving that problem clearly or not. And third aspect, which is very important, is whether your customer is ready to pay for the solution or not. And fourth, whether the customer will have a repeat buy the solution or not, whether they will recommend it to others or not. So in doing all these things, you have to create the ideas, you have to test the ideas, you have to scale the ideas, you have to renew the ideas, and you have to go through the innovation management, the complete innovation management process by generation of the ideas, by project gestation, by its development, by scale up, and by launching. And apply the entire design innovation process in that part of the clean technology development, where there is a close relationship between the technological feasibility, the business viability, and the human values, usability, and desirability. So if you see the entire design thinking process, you have to empathize, you have to define, you have to ideate, you have to prototype, you have to test, and you have to implement. But for the entrepreneurs, I would like to say one thing, that this is a very important part, that you should have a proper business plan. And I always give a 4-point mantra to my startups, that think big, is start small, grow gradually, and grow globally. You must have a big vision, so think big, but start small to minimize your risk. Risk is there. Risk is an inevitable part of any entrepreneurial venture, but you have to minimize the risk. And take any successful startup, they just started small and grow gradually, because this is a world of VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguities. The things are changing very fast. So you need to take a calculated risk and move gradually and grow globally, because now the entire world is a one market. So thank you very much for having a patience listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Rajkumar Singh, for the speech. Now it is time to move on to the technical session. I would like to invite the session chair, Dr. M. Shilpa, Dr. Rohit Bansal, Tadali Melakuchala. Welcome all. So the presentation timelines is the presentation should be only 8 to 10 minutes. No, kindly please maintain the time limit. So for the first presentation, I would like to welcome Sandra Srikanth to present Assessment of Housing Conditions Using Socio-Economic Status Indicators in Coastal Settlements, a case of Karumukulam Grama Panchayat, Thiruvananthapuram.
Hello, good morning all. So I'll share my screen. I hope the screen is visible.
Yes,
so,
yes, go ahead.
Topic of research is assessment of housing conditions using socio-economic status indicators in coastal settlements. So, myself, Sandra Srikanth, I'm an architect, postgraduate student in planning from College of Engineering, Trivandrum, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. And my co-authors are Anuprashan A.S., Leah Paul, and guided by our guide, Anirudh, Professor Anirudh. So I'll start with the presentation. So our research topic is assessment of housing conditions using socio-economic status indicators in coastal settlements, a case of Karumukulam Grama Panchayat, Thiruvananthapuram. So coming to the abstract of the research, so this paper basically attempts to evaluate the socio-economic status of the inhabitants and its subsequent relationship with the existing housing conditions and quality of life. So a coastal settlement located in the capital city of Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram, India, is chosen for the study. Several researches and reports by global agencies under the United Nations as well as World Health Organization list out a set of socio-economic status indicators on the basis of the impact on housing conditions in a community. So, an expert opinion survey is carried out in order to rank these SCS indicators. And in order to ensure the validity of the survey, complex alpha test is carried out. And based on the results obtained from the survey analysis, it could be inferred that employment and education have the highest impact on the housing quality and conditions. Now, coming into the methodology of the research, the first step that was carried out was to evaluate the various indicators under housing conditions, that is the socio-economic status indicators. So this was done using literature review of several existing research papers. And initially, the SCS indicators were listed down. And later, a method was derived for ranking of these SCS indicators. The method hence chosen was an expert's opinion survey. A compact reliability test was conducted in order to ensure the consistency of the survey questions. And after the survey was conducted among a set of experts, a Likert scale analysis was used to identify highest ranked SES indicators. Then a housing condition analysis was done at a coastal settlement, reconnaissance survey, as well as a household survey was conducted. A correlation was carried out between the identified SES indicators and the existing housing conditions, and a conclusion was arrived at. Now coming to the literature review, a thorough analysis of the various parameters affecting housing conditions was carried out with the help of the existing literature, and from these, the most relevant indicators were chosen for further study, which included the following. That is, 8 indicators were narrowed down: number of residents in a household, household type, highest education, number of household members aged between 18 and having full-time work, employment, age, size of dwelling unit in square meters, and number of rooms in the dwelling unit. After the initial listing of the SES indicators, the next step was to rank these, and for this, an expert opinion survey was conducted. And this table shows the Likert scale analysis that was carried out. Basically, it included the calculation of mean score of the Likert scale in order to rank the SES indicators. So the 8 indicators were ranked based on the survey, and from the mean score calculation, it could be understood that education and status of employment were 2 major factors that had direct correlation with the housing conditions. This was a theoretical analysis. In order to ensure that this is the case, the SES indicators were compared with the housing conditions of the coastal village that was chosen for study. So the coastal village that was chosen for study, Karunkulam, located in the capital city, Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala, state of India. The Karunkulam Panchayat is a fishing village where most of the people practice fishing as a common occupation. Majority of the houses here are pakka houses according to the statistics, although these houses suffer from many issues such as lack of maintenance, poor construction, improper sanitation facilities, overcrowding, and close proximity to open drains. So the map here shows vulnerability mapping of the coastal settlement of Karunkulam, which is basically based on the density of the buildings. So the dark red color shows the highest density of buildings, and the lighter shades show the lesser densities of the buildings. So basically, it shows the building congestion that exists in coastal village and the poor housing conditions, which is mainly caused due to congestion. It's also mapped in the pie chart as shown. Then the next slide, we can see the map of the Karunkulam coastal village, Ward 17, where we can see the very poor housing conditions, the kacha houses. The next slide also shows similar housing conditions with open drains, congested houses, poor living conditions, poor hygiene, open waste disposal, etc., which has also led to severe health issues among the inhabitants. Afterwards, a primary household survey using random sampling method was conducted among the inhabitants of the coastal village in order to establish a correlation between the identified SES indicators and whether these have a direct relation with the housing conditions and the poor quality of life that the coastal settlement was facing. Therefore, as a result of the random sample household survey that was conducted, it could be understood that educational qualifications were very poor among the inhabitants of the coastal settlement. So, as per the survey that was conducted among 34 households, which was 10% of the total population, the majority of the population or the people had educational qualifications below SSLC, that is secondary education or basic primary education. The next biggest proportion of individuals had a qualification of SSLC alone or only had basic primary education, while few even did not have basic primary education. Only a very small. The next slide shows the results of the primary household survey, which indicates the employment status of the people. As per the survey, around 78.4% of the sample population were involved in the fishery sector in different activities, such as fish auction, drying, selling, and allied activities. Next biggest proportion was employed abroad, and only a very small percentage of the population possessed white-collar jobs in the private sector. A small proportion was involved in daily wage working, which shows that the economic conditions require significant improvement or was extremely poor because most of the people were dependent on informal sector employment, which is fisheries. And in the next slide, we can see the inferences and findings of our research, which show that employment and educational qualifications are key SES indicators with the highest degree of impact on housing conditions and quality of life of residents in the coastal settlements. Socioeconomic factors consider may affect housing conditions, and that the only socioeconomic factors that significantly affect housing conditions are lack of education and high dependence on informal sector employment, in this case, fisheries. Hence, occupation as a positive had a significant correlation with housing circumstances, which was established through the reconnaissance survey and the random sample household survey that was conducted in the coastal village chosen for the study. Poor housing conditions were closely related to and even influenced poverty, which in turn is directly determined by the status of occupation of the residents. Hence, by fostering job opportunities and top-notch education, organized private sector should help small-scale enterprises and institutions in order to enhance the economic and social well-being of the local population and households. Coming to the last slide, that is the conclusion of the research. This paper concludes that employment and education, being the socioeconomic status indicators of housing conditions, are also major driving factors that influence the quality of life of the people. This was proven in the context of a coastal settlement in this research. Hence, these can be concluded as prime SES indicators among the fisher folk population and also key determinants of their housing. Therefore, could be understood that improving the economic status of fisher folk shall subsequently enhance the livability conditions and ensure better habitat for the residents. Economic opportunities overlook the potential.
So can we move on to the next presentation? Ms. Leopold, is your presentation over?
Yes, it was muted, so I had to stop. But yeah,
No problem. You can continue. No problem. You can continue. Okay, thank you, Leah. Now let us, so do you have any questions or can we move on to the next presentation, sir?
Yes, we can move on.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Branky Egbert to present the new construction of Maluku horizontal bamboo flute, 9-finger holes. I think the participant is not available. So can we move on to the next presentation?
Yes, sure.
Yes. So I would like to welcome Negin Bavili to present deterioration of Iran's policies towards Afghan asylum seekers.
Hi. Just a minute. Do you have my voice?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Do you see my my presentation? Share it. Just a minute. Okay. Hi, everybody. I participate in this conference from Turkey, Canada, Turkey, Ankara. My name is Negin Bavili. I finished my PhD in political science and public administration in Ankara University. I worked on policies, how policies have been transformed toward asylum seekers in Afghan asylum seekers in Iran. You know that the case of migration and immigration have been a big issue for this world. Many countries in different parts of the world, in European countries, in US, in different countries, attempt to have different policies toward managing this mass of mobilities that are toward the borders. It's more than 50 years that there is chaos and war in Afghanistan, and there are mass of people in different parts of the in different times during different times, and different countries like Iran are attempting to manage this, and they have administered different policies toward this. In my research, I have surveyed and looked at different areas during after 1979, in which Iranian Revolution happened, and also there was chaos in Afghanistan, war in Afghanistan. USSR USSR troops left Afghanistan, and also Iran was in chaos. Then I looked how these policies toward these Afghan asylum seekers have transformed to give brief description. I can tell that at first, in 1979, they had open door policies. Iranians had open door policies. They gave blue cards, and approximately they had citizenship rights, but every 10 years, during different periods in which Iran's owns economy and political issues got worse, the policies towards asylum seekers and Afghans got stricter and conservative. During these 40 years, different presidents have come to power. Hashemi Rafsanjani, in which he was doing construction, he was attempting to make the country after the Iran-Iraq war. And during this period, Afghans and Afghan workers were so beneficial for country. Then they were used in different parts of the country in construction work. During presidency of Mohammad Khatami, in which after President Hashemi came to power, reformist groups, reformists came to power, and there was opposition toward Afghans that they should be deported to their own country and they shouldn't be given the right to work. The third president was President Ahmadinejad, in which he was telling that he had populistic ideas, he had populist propagandas, and he was promising that he will bring the money of oil to the people. But this wasn't beneficial for Afghan asylum seeker because it restricted direct subsidies which were toward oil, gas, and deprived Afghans from receiving, which was indirect subsidies converted to direct subsidies toward just Iranians, and Afghans were removed from receiving subsidies. After that, President Raisi came to power in recent years. That we can see that all the services that were given to Afghans or were deleted and all removed. In this case, even Iranian citizens which are under sanctions, they have a difficult situation, and life becomes more difficult for Afghan asylum seekers. In my analysis of policies in different areas, I came to the conclusion that these policies have been transformed according to national interests of Iranian, not in accordance of humanitarian rights and according to standards and norms of the human rights. These have been continued with these policies have been arranged according to the national interests of Iranians, not human rights features of Afghans. Thank you for considering my presentation. You can see in my essay, I have talked about the historical background and spheres of influence that Iran has in Afghanistan, policies towards Afghans, and shifts and lack of services during President Rouhani. Thank you for considering my presentation.
Yes, can you hear me? Dr.
Yes,
Rohit
yes.
Bansal this side. You have done a good job. Your presentation is quite good. I have one question. What are the limitations of your study?
As a matter of fact, President Rouhani's presidency haven't finished, and also I hadn't access to do interview face to face with Afghans, maybe less, maybe I'm in an Iranian, maybe point of view of Iranian background interfere to my analysis, but I attempted to consider Afghanian and do more, see and hear more from Afghans than interfering my ideas.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Thank you so much. Moving on to the next presentation, I would like to welcome Brantley Egbert to present on the new construction of Maluku horizontal bamboo flute, 9-finger holes.
Okay, thank you everyone. Could you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, bye. I will share screen. Okay. So my study is about the new construction of Maluku horizontal bamboo flute. Maybe I will play first before I presentate my research. Yeah, that's the sound of the 6 holes fingering for the flute. And here my abstract. The horizontal bamboo flute consists of 1 blowing hole and 6 fingering holes. Is one of the traditional musical instruments in Maluku, which is used to play clearly tones in 1 key, for instance, F scale. So this research with action research method show the new horizontal bamboo flute with 1 blowing holes and 9 fingering holes in the key of F can be used to play 4 keys in 1 flute, namely F scale, G scale, B flat scale, and C scales. This is one of the distinctiveness of the Maluku culture in art of music. For the introduction, flute with 1 blowing hole and 6 fingering holes in the key of F, usually used to play only play 1 keys. So you can see the fingering holes, and the sound is like this. So the limitation of this flute, if we want to play another keys like G scale, B flat scales, or C scales, we have to close or open about half on spatial holes. So the problem is the sound or the tune will not clear if we close or open about half on the spatial holes. So that's why my research tried to construct the new horizontal bamboo flute of Maluku so it can play for 4 keys in clear tones. The method I use for this research is action research, and so there is 3 basic frameworks for the action research, so saying, thinking, and acting. So for the result of my research, here I add 3 holes at the 6 bamboo flute. So I based on the Mark Shepard distance formula, and I add the 3 holes with the presentation of 3 holes. So I add the first for the holes in the bamboo flute, 48%, 63%, and 88% to construct the new Maluku horizontal bamboo flute. And here, the tone of the frequency, I use the digital metronome and tuner, so I can get the frequency of the tone of the flute. And for the every scales, I have made the fingering chart. So when people play, they can play in 4 keys. So this is for the scales, yeah, F scales. So we will start in the F. So this is the 9 fingering holes. So when we play for the we play on F scale, the sound is like this. And when we play on G scale, the sound is like this. And when we play on B flat scale, the sound is like this. And finally, we play on C scales. It sounds like this. So with 9 holes, fingering holes, in one bamboo flute, in horizontal one bamboo flute, we can play 4 keys. And so for my conclusion, one of the traditional musical instruments in Maluku is horizontal bamboo flute in the key of F. So adding 3 holes on the flute make Maluku horizontal bamboo flute has a new construction, become 9 fingering holes, and can be used to play 4 keys in one flute. I think that's all. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for IFERP to running the World Conference.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Dr. Rohit this side.
Yes.
You have done a very good job. Very interesting topic it is. One small question that I want to ask, what is the significance of your research study?
Yeah, I want to innovate bamboo flute because in Maluku, usually we use only 1 flute for 1 keys. And now we can play 1 flute for 4 keys.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sir Rohit.
Thank you, sir. It was very interesting.
Thank you. You're welcome.
So the next presentation, I would like to welcome Aruna Kashnath to present Prediction of delays in invoice payment using machine learning.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm visible and audible enough.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for confirming. Let me share my screen. Just a quick confirmation if you're able to see my screen.
Oh, no, ma'am, you haven't started the screen sharing yet?
Okay, sorry, my bad. Is it fine now?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for confirming. Good morning, everyone. My name is Aruna. I'm from Bangalore, India. And today my topic is predicting delays in invoice payments using machine learning. To give a quick biography about me, I'm Aruna. I'm actually working as a project manager at SAP Labs India Private Limited. And also I'm a student of MBA in Business Analytics from Reva Academy for Corporate Excellence. Along with me, my co-author Rashmi Agarwal is an assistant professor at Reva. And the mentor of my project is Mithun, is Mr. Mithun DJ, who's the senior manager for data science and is working at Reva Academy. In the next 10 minutes, I will be providing a quick intro on accounts receivables, which is the main topic of my research. The problem that is addressed in the study will be discussed, the objectives that needs to be achieved, the modeling techniques, and the conclusion on what has been achieved with this research. As we can see here in the abstract, I would like to quickly talk about accounts receivables because it contributes to the significant portion of total assets and revenue of an organization. It is the funds the supplier receives from the customer for the goods or services delivered and is listed as an asset in the balance sheet. To gain an understanding on AR, it is necessary to recognize the data patterns in order to forecast whether an invoice will be paid on time or will experience a delay. It is extremely important for large organization that deals with various vendors, thousands of vendors, to fulfill their service level agreements with them to avoid the penalties. As we can see, the order to cash process, which is listed here, there are several steps. That is where it's a processing system that starts when the order is placed and covers every step until the delivery of goods or services is completed and the payment process is done. So the step starts from order management when the customer places the order and it ends till reporting to track the performance of data at every step of the O2C process. And the AR process here, which is the accounts receivable, is the one where which focuses on the cash inflow to the organization. So this process, O2C process, seems to be pretty straightforward. However, this has a lot of moving parts, and failure in any one of the steps result in the breakdown of the whole cycle. Any problem in the order to cash process can also directly impact the cash inflow to the organization and also impact the customer experience. So the problem that we are looking at is to detect whether an invoice can be paid on time or will experience a delay, so that if we have a proactive way of establishing this with machine learning and with any supervised modeling solution, we will be able to predict the outcomes of the newly created invoices based on the historical data. So the purpose is to forecast if an invoice will be paid on time or delayed. And this is best done by using a supervised modeling solution for predicting the payment outcome of newly created invoices. Various algorithms have been applied, which I will showcase in the next. The ensemble models such as random forest and extreme gradient boosting algorithms have been applied, and it showcased a higher accuracy. And also we were able to estimate the magnitude of the delay with these algorithms and have been considered for deployment. So the problem statement and objectives are clearly specified, where the collections management team is responsible for collecting payments against open invoices within the organization considered for the study. So one of the critical concepts in collection management is a transaction in a transaction contract is basically the payment term. The payment term is defined as the days provided for an invoice transaction cost being paid from the time an invoice is created to the due date. So this can vary from organization organization to organization, and typically this lasts anything between 30 to 60 days. And the due date is the maximum time when the transaction cost must be paid. And overdue or late invoices is a bill that is late in its payment. That is, the invoice due date is passed. However, the payment has not been made by the customer. So the problem covered in the study focuses on uncertainty whether a newly created invoice will be paid on time or have delays. And if can we estimate the magnitude of delays so that the collection process can optimize to reduce these delays? And it is also extremely important to analyze how the delays can lead to cash traps and in turn decreased cash flow. In order to achieve this, the objectives are pretty clear and threefold. We have a classification, prediction, and cost savings that needs to be obtained. So classification is where, in terms of classification, the invoices will be classified in two buckets, whether the payment is done on time or will have a delay in payment. The prediction here involves the magnitude, estimate the magnitude of delays in terms of weeks, so that the collection management team proactively can work on cash collection, and that can be optimized. And the focus will be only on those customers who are going to delay the payment. As a result, the number of calls to the paying customers can be reduced, and that can result in the cost savings. In this slide, I'm going to quickly talk about the modeling and how we have evaluated different models. The analysis in the study is based on a Fortune 500 companies invoice dataset that provides technology services. The dataset contained over 35,000 invoice transactions, which processes roughly around 1,500 invoice transactions in a month. Out of the invoice data considered, we've seen that 53% of invoices had a positive outcome, meaning that these invoices were paid on time. However, 47% had delays in payment. In terms of the data pre-processing here, several pre-processing techniques such as transformation, sampling, extraction, normalization, feature extraction, imputation, were done to transform the data into a format that is more easily and effectively handled by modeling techniques. This is a binary classification problem to predict whether an invoice will be paid on time or will experience a delay. So the data set considered were split into two categories, that is 75% of training and 25% of the test data. The training data set consists of the paid label with a status as yes or no, indicating whether there is a delay in payment. The testing set is used to evaluate the performance of classifiers. The days paid late is basically to predict the magnitude of delay in payment so that the collection management team can proactively know that if the delay is huge and if the cost involved in that invoice is also high, then we can actually make those calls well before the due date is reached. Evaluation metrics such as accuracy, precision, recall, F1 score, ROC curve, receiver operating characteristic curve for classification were established, and the MAPE error, which is the mean absolute percentage error for the regression models, have been derived. The aim here was to achieve high precision and high recall on invoices paid late, because there was no action needed for invoices which were paid on time. In terms of high precision, that would indicate that most of the invoices labeled as paid late are indeed paid late, and high recall would indicate that the model is able to detect majority of the invoices that are going to be paid late. A confusion matrix was also drawn, and that was able to compare the number of predicted instances with the actual classification. As we can see here in evaluation, there are various modeling techniques that were used, and the accuracy score have also been defined here. The predicted features in the study are paid and the days paid late for an invoice transaction. In summary, boosted trees and random forest classification models had best accuracy and have been considered for deployment. And in order to predict the magnitude of delays, various regression algorithms were considered, and the MLP, which is multi-layer perceptron regressor, were actually provided the best with a mean absolute percentage error of 3%. This is where I would like to showcase how the model was deployed. So the data preparation and the ML model was actually implemented using Python and Flask as the web application development, and this is deployed under Python Anywhere. So this is the link of how the model or the application can be used, and this can be provided to the end users as the end goal here is that the collections team of this particular organization can actually pass the new set of invoices to this data, and that can actually provide two outcomes. One is whether that invoice will be paid on time or delayed, and also can provide the estimate or the magnitude of delay as an output, so that the collection management team can actually look into those where the delays are extremely high and can actually start calling them proactively even before the due date. So I would like to conclude that the objective of the study is solely to predict delays in invoice payments using machine learning supervised models, which analyzes historical data and eliminate delays by proactively follow up, with the customers to ensure that the payments are done on time. A predictive model has been implemented to forecast if a customer will remunerate the pending invoices well within time, so that we can lessen the interference measures on customers, thereby lessening cost along with bettering the customer relationships as well. The focal point was on individual invoices instead of customer level due to the non-availability of data. The organization can save up to 40% of costs by not contacting those customers who will pay on time. This was a classic binary classification problem in terms of categorizing payment as on time or delayed, and the regression for a number of days overview. Both XGBoost and random forest classifiers stood out as outspokenly good performers, and MLP regressor provided a very less MAPE error, which considered it as a good regression model. The model prediction should be used to focus on defaulters instead of reaching out to customers who pays on time. These are some of the papers I referred for my research, and this definitely helped me in providing different viewpoints on different kind of invoice techniques that were used in these papers. Thank you so much for providing me this opportunity. Please feel free to let me know in case of any questions.
Hello, Aruna. Dr. Rohit this side.
Hi, Rohit. Good morning.
You have done a very good job.
Thank
the
you.
topic you have chosen is very good. And you have implemented the statistical tools in a very efficient manner.
Sure.
One small query that I have, since you have done a lot of literature review, taking this topic.
Yeah.
So I would like to ask, is there any research gap between your paper and the papers that you have reviewed to prepare this paper? And if yes, then how will you justify the research gap?
Sure. Thank you so much for your question. Yes, absolutely. A couple of gaps that I would like to mention here. One is in terms of customer, analysis, as I had mentioned, because, I was not able to gather the customer level data, and what I had only was the invoice level data. So I think with the customer level data, the whole focus will also be at the customer, the kind of customers who are actually delivering or making the payment on time. We have the historical data of the customers, the region, the seasonality. So those are some of the factors that is missing, but that I'm considering as my next approach, which I'm going to work with the organization to gather more data, because we have the POC available here. We have the application, which I'm going to share with the organization. And they have also confirmed me that, they're happy to provide me further data for my analysis. I think that is one of the research area that I would definitely like to take it ahead and have more study done on this one.
Nice answer. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. For the next presentation, I would like to welcome Adronoke Justina to present web-based student assessment and evaluation system for measuring education quality.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Good morning. Hello?
Yes, sir,
This
please continue.
Okay, this is Adronoke Justina. Let me share my PowerPoint presentation. Please, just hold on. Sorry. Wow. Sure. I'm sorry, let me just try to get my presentation. Ready. Go. Wow. I'm trying to share my presentation. I'm having challenges there. Wow. Yeah. Trying to link up. I'll join you soon. I'm having some challenges here. Okay. Yeah. I'll join you in the next few minutes. I'm trying
Okay,
to.
sir. Okay,
In the
sir.
meantime, can we start with the next one?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll move on to the next presentation. So I would like to welcome Dr. Garima Srivatsa to present on transforming education, a significant leap from traditional to modern education space. Dr. Garima Srivatsa, are you present? Okay. So let us move on to the next presentation by Chutinan Puthivanit.
Yeah, I'm here.
This
Can you hear me?
presentation, okay, yeah, continue.
Okay, sure. Let me share my screen. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, sir, continue.
Hello everyone. Regarding my study, I am Chutinan Puthivanit from Kasesa University, Bangkok, Thailand. So I would like to present a study of economic values of Thai entrepreneurs across various generations. So in this type of research, I try to explore the different generation gap between baby boomer, generation X, generation Y, and even generation Z, the newcomer, by using the statistical technique multivariate method. We calling it a correspondence analysis. So the content that I would like to present today concerning in comprised with 4 parts, including introduction, literature reviews, especially in the term of the economic values and other aspects, and etc. Some research methodology, and finally result and discussion. So as I mentioned earlier, nowadays we have many types of the generation available, and currently, accordingly to Philip Kohler, we even have generation Alpha, mentioning the children that were born since 2010 onward. And we also have generation Z that were born during the 1995 until 2010. So why I would like to study in this key aspect, as we now facing in the world of the chaos world or VUCA world, as some scholars say it. So in this kind of the globalization, we have to deal with different type of people and different countries. We have so many different aspects in the way of thinking, perception, even in working lifestyle, and etc. So for this research as well, we would like to know that is there any difference in the way that they perceive about the economic value and etc. etc. Based on the literature review, we try to separate into three particular perspectives. The first one concerning about the entrepreneurship and the economic values. We have found out that Generation Z, they are well suited for the entrepreneurship activity because they are feel comfortable with while using any type of the technology. You can see that they are highly technological savvy in any mobile phone application, even online game and etc. when compared to the other generation. And therefore, if they would like to conduct their own business, they will try their best to use their own technology or use some part of the application to conduct their business. Some of them even selling the product online and etc. So this kind of the activity, not necessarily showing the way that they are particularly well with the entrepreneurship, they are also try to demonstrate that they are well adapted to the current economic values according to their country. And the second thing, I try to understand about the generation gaps and economic value. As I mentioned in my first slide, is there any differences in their economic value perception or not? In this research, we will try to ask them some 6 questions and try to see that whether there is any differences and etc. when they thinking about their generation compared to the other generations. The technique that I would like to use, as I mentioned, we call it correspondent analysis. So what is correspondent analysis? It is a multi-rate technique that has been widely acceptable and popular in many business and management field. In fact, you can use so many programs to run this kind of the function, but for me, I fundamentally use the SPS to run this correspondent analysis. Why this particular technique are so useful for this research? Because they will try to compare the complex relationship, especially categorical variable, and see that is there any cluster available, and if there are any cluster available, which one is the nearest to the nested cluster. So this type of the correspondent analysis, it can create like a great visual presentation of the data, and it can combine some interconnection between the different factors. So regarding the research methodology, I use the secondary data from World Value Survey in Web 7, which has been conducted in 2018. We have the sample of Thai people for 1,500 people. However, in order to separate whether they are entrepreneur or not, or they are working in a company or the public sector, etc., we have to look deeper in the demographic profile. And as a result, for the people who regard themselves as the self-employed, so this kind of group of people, we consider them as the entrepreneur from the previous research. And finally, from 1,500 people, we contain 673 people. Regarding the 6th question about the economic values that we asked them, we asked them, for example, like their opinion about the equal income. So if you work harder, you will gain more incentive. Or at the other pole, if you no matter how hard you work, you still get the same income or same salary as the other. Second question, I will ask them about their opinion about the government ownership versus private ownership, which one they are prefer more than the other. The third one, asking about the individual responsibility to be able to live their life, or they would like to live their life according to the government funding. Example like, okay, during the COVID-19, so many housing in Thailand, they asked the support from the government. So we can see about this aspect as well, even though some data, of course, they were conducted just a year prior than the COVID attack. The fourth one, we will be asking them about the degree of the competition in the business, whether that you are baby boomer or Gen Z, which one of them they are agree to the competition in the business or not. The fifth one asking about the work etiquette, and finally asking about the economic and environmental growth, whether they are care more about the economy rather than the environment, or other than love the environment, no matter what how bad their economy will be, and etc. So this is the some figure. I have some six figure based on the result. First of all, like when compared to the equal income and the greater incentive, Gen Z, they are quite different from the other. As you can see that they highly agree that if they work harder, they must have been granting the better or the greater incentive. While the other, like Gen X or Gen Y or baby boomer, they don't really agree with that, especially for the baby boomer. So we can conclude that for the baby boomer, they perceive that no matter how much work that you have done, everyone's supposed to get the fair amount of the income. So this is quite not surprising in the case of Thailand. For the older people, sometimes they don't understand why that the generation Z or even generation Y like me, we don't really work hard. But for the generation baby boomer, they tend to work overtime, even though they don't really get the OT or wage on that overtime working. For the second aspect regarding about the private ownership or the government ownership, for the Gen Z, since they would like to be their own entrepreneur, they prefer to have their own private ownership, rather get the support from the government ownership when compared to baby boomer or Gen X or Gen Z, Gen Y, sorry. Regarding about the government responsibility or personal responsibility to live the life, for the generation C, they tend to move toward to the personal responsibility. They tend to be independent. So no matter what happened to them, they don't really care much. Especially in Thailand, they don't really care much about the government help since they are entrepreneur and can stand on their feet. But when we compare to the other generation, like baby boomer, they are quite much dependent on the government support, especially during the hard time of their life. So this is quite interesting topic. Regarding about the business competition, so this one is quite astonishing result, because at first before I ran the data, I saw that Gen Z supposed to love business competition and love making business, since they are born to be entrepreneur. But however, even though they would like to be the newcomer or new generation of entrepreneur, they consider themselves that competition for the business is harmful, and they don't want to compete with the other. So the business model that are available for the Gen Z, they tend to work together or doing business together rather compete with the other. As you can see, for example, like Elon Musk has bought Twitter, and then GM decided to withdraw from the Twitter support because they don't want to compete with Tesla. So this one, it is the another key aspect that we can see in the contemporary world nowadays as well. For the final two topic, when I asked them whether they would like to work hard for better life, or they thought that connection and luck bring success. So for the generation Z, they think that in order to be successful in the business, they supposed to have so many connections. So working together with different type of people, and altogether they also believe in luck. So it's quite astonishing result regarding in this issue. And finally, when we ask them whether do they agree about environmental growth or economic growth, Generation Z, they tend to care more about the environmental when compared to the other generation, while the other generation, they think that for the globalization world, the better the economy is, for the better that country will become. So this is another one key aspect when compared to the other. Finally, you can see that Gen Z seem to be outcasted. I mean, in the way of thinking. I don't mean that they are bad or something, but I mean that the way that they are thinking quite.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you please conclude your presentation?
Oh yeah, this is the last slide. Yeah. So so it means that the way that they are thinking are quite different from the other generation. And however, regarding Gen X and Gen Y, they tend to agree on some of the same topic. So for this future research, I recommend that it's quite important to explore more about what are in common between Gen X and Gen Y. So I think that's it for my presentation.
Yes, I have one question for you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You have selected a very good topic to work on. I would like to know what is the scope for further research study if other researchers wants to work on your topic.
Pardon?
What is the scope for further research as far as your topic is concerned?
For the after this course that can be concerned about this topic, there are so many claims that Gen Z they are born to be entrepreneur, but we cannot really 100% generalize this course. So I highly recommend that for the future researcher, it is kind of the original research to explore more in this aspect, to see that whether they are born to be entrepreneur or Gen Z, they need some basic education to be the future entrepreneur and etc.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yep, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Mr. Adronke, can you present now?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to come in. I'm having challenges there.
Okay, sir, please take your time. You can let me know and we can present later.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So the next presentation, I would like to welcome Duture Magprasad to present on School of Architecture and Fine Arts, University of Payo, Thailand. Please, ma'am.
Sawadee ka. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dulidi Magprasad. I'm a lecturer at School of Architecture and Fine Arts, University of Payao in Thailand. And my research topic is Seoul Contemporary Shop House Analysis in Urban Growth. This is my overall research. Seoul, the capital of South Korea, is a global city in Asia with valuable cultural heritages and fascinating architectures. The perfect combination between the traditional and modern cultures created the obvious identity of Korean contemporary culture. Many case studies of Seoul architecture and urban design were good examples of city developments, especially the livable shopping district, where were promoted to be the Seoul walkable city. And for the index term are Seoul contemporary architecture, shop house, shopping district, and sustainable city. And this picture is the location of Seoul in South Korea. This page is my research objectives. First, the Seoul contemporary shop house analysis for studying the urban growth pattern in the capital city. Second is the design guidelines of contemporary shop house in Thailand for the livable shopping districts. And the last one is the study of Seoul universal design in the shopping district for Thai urban development in the walkable city. And the picture is Hankang River with Seoul cityscape. And this page, I will talk about the history of modern architecture in Korea. Modernity influences Korean cultures since the early 20th century by the Japanese colonialism around 1910 until 1945. In post-war period, after World War II in 1945, and Korean War since 1950 until 1953, the Korean cities were destroyed dramatically. People had no residences. This was the advantages of modern architecture to the country rehabilitations. Because of fast construction, many quantitative productions, many vertical stories, simple design and industrial material uses. From that time until now, the modern architectures were still classic to build in Seoul skyline. Moreover, the new architectural technologies were added to the buildings for better livings and building energy efficiencies. And the picture is Gwanghawa Moon Gate at the Seoul historical area. And for the case studies, the case studies are the shop houses in Myeongdong district. Because the shop houses in Myeongdong district were modern and founded in the international shopping centers generally. Furthermore, these areas close to Namdaemun Market that was a traditional market with a history of over 600 years. It was the oldest and largest market in Korea. It made the markets in the neighborhood perfected to a one-stop shopping center as the livable walking streets of Seoul. And the picture is the aerial views of Myeongdong district. And these pictures are the shop houses in Myeongdong district at night and in daytime. It was so crowded, and the colorful architectural lightings. They are attracting people to come to this area. From my survey, I concluded the shop house for 3 types. Type A is 2-story shop house. The ground floor was the areas of shop, office, or working space. The second floor was the living area. Some shop houses has the rooftop areas for raised storages and fire exits. The functional area per floor was 48 square meters, 4 meters wide and 12 meters long to 64 square meters, 4 meters wide and 16 meters long for modern construction technology of shop house. Type B is multi-story shop house. The ground floor was the areas of shop, office, or working space. The upper floors were the living areas with the rooftop space. Some buildings only opened for the stores without the residential areas. And type C is multi-story terraced buildings with separate entrances. Its floor was the commercial areas for the shop or the restaurant with separate entrance from the other floors of the building. The circulation to the upper floors was beside the storefronts and straight to the rooftop. Some buildings included the residential units as well. These are media facades at Myeongdong Night Market. You can see the graphics, pictures, advertisements, and the colorful architectural lightings on the facades. They made these shopping districts more livable and walkable. And moreover, in digital age and globalization, everywhere in Seoul, you can access the internet connection. It made the urban lifestyle more easier and comfortable. It was good for the mobility in the cities. In conclusion, I summarize the design guidelines of contemporary shop house for the walkable city in Thailand. Okay, first is site historical preservation. Second is the consideration of the building regulations. Third is green architecture, such as green construction, building energy efficiencies, local material use, and material selections with fire-resistant, heat protection, recycling, and environmental conservation. Fourth is universal design with elevator, disabled toilet, lamp, or bellbox in the public spaces. And fifth is the sense of place. The sense of place makes the shopping district more unique in tourism. Six is the livable shopping district. For example, the cityscape should be beautiful, vital, safe, and resilient for pedestrians and everyone in the city. 7 is the walkable city. For pedestrian and elderly people and disability or everyone, such as good public facility, mixed use building and areas, and one-stop shopping centers. And the last one is the Sustainable Development Goals. For my research, the SDGs goal is the sustainable city and human settlement. By making the cities and human settlements inclusive, vital, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Before I will end my presentation, do you have any question?
No, thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much for listening to my presentation. All the best for the best in you. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I would like to welcome Hassam Mansoor to present on Sustainability in Construction Management Research, a bibliometric review. Moving on to the next presentation, I welcome Richmond Keith to present on a micro simulation of the impact of free tuition law on income inequality and poverty among Philippine households.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Mobina. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
I'll be sharing my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. So, good noon, everybody. I am Richmond Keith and Simeon. I'm a faculty member of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and I'll be presenting to you the study entitled A Microsimulation of the Impact of Free Tuition Law on Income Inequality and Poverty Among Philippine Households. We all know that poverty and income inequality is central to development policy issues around the world, says Todaro and Smith. And in this study, I focused on the effect of the free tuition law, a recently enacted law in the Philippines, to poverty and income inequality. So literature says that higher education is found to be a significant determinant of both income inequality and poverty in different themes. In the study of Reyes et al., it was said that since 1961 until 2009, income inequality steadily fluctuates with high Gini average of 0.45. Meanwhile, in Estudillo and Valenzuela, poverty stagnation characterizes Philippines from 1991 to 2009. So there is a problem in the Philippines for the past decades when income is concerned. And recently, as I've said earlier, the Republic Act number 10931, or also known as the Free Tuition Law, was enacted by the Philippine Congress to address the long-standing problem both in the public and the private institutions belonging to the higher education institution. So in the recent news, as of the second quarter of 2021, roughly 1.6 million Filipino students are no longer paying tuition and miscellaneous fees, according to the Commission on Higher Education. But this is a very bizarre move of the Philippine government because countries around the world are shifting from free tuition to partly subsidized tuition scheme. So basically, it looks like the government will subsidize half of the tuition fee of students, and the half would be shouldered by the families of the students. But in the Philippines, specifically in public higher education institutions, tuition fee is free. So no one is paying for tuition, including miscellaneous fees. So this study used a microsimulation approach to determine the ex ante impact of this law, the free tuition law, to poverty and income inequality, because a policy could not be or the effect of a policy could not be determined in less than 5 years. And since its implementation in 2018, it's barely 3 years from now. So there's no existing study yet about the effect of free tuition law. So this study would provide an ex ante analysis of such, which will guide the future researchers on what would be the perspectives of this law. So it will, or the study used a two-stage process. First was the determination of the specifications of the free tuition law, and then followed by the second stage, which is the microsimulation. Under the microsimulation, I estimated the wage and profit equations. And then from that, total household income after the implementation was estimated to determine both poverty and income inequality. So just to give you a visualization of how the process was done, it looks something like this. We have a repository of data, income and consumption data in the Philippines called the Family Income and Expenditure Survey. It is a survey conducted every 3 years. And in the 2018 FIES, we had 147,000 households who were part of the survey. And then from that large repository, I extracted the household characteristics data. I also extracted the household current income data and then the household education expenses data. So basically, I just extracted the data sets that I'll be needing in the micro simulation. So after which, it will become the household baseline data for the micro simulation, which will now be translated or put into the Heckman two-step selection model. This is a modeling technique which uses a probit logistic regression model to estimate the equation of a given function. And for this case, I estimated the wage and profit equations. And then finally, after determining the wage and profit equations, the data from the Heckman selection was put into the second stage for the identification of poverty and income inequality situations in the Philippines. So the study has found that investment in education is a family decision, because as we can see in this graph, the population was divided into 3 groups. First, a family with 0 to 3 number of members who are probable to be in higher education. So these are the members ages from 5 to 17 years old, because in the Philippines, the usual age of being into higher education is around 16, 17, 18, and 19. Those are the college days of or an average adult. And then we also have another group, 4 to 6 members, and then 7 above. And on the y-axis, we have the higher education spending, and it is very evident that the higher the number of members probable to be in higher education among the households, the higher their spending also in higher education. So we can say that in the Philippines, families are very much particular to sending their children to college, because we have this saying in the Philippines that the only wealth that could be given to the children of the poor is education. So moving on, these are the results of the estimation. First, as I've said earlier, I estimated wage and estimated profit. So the total income is the combination of wage and profit. So we can see here that the p-values are very significant. It has they have a probability of less than 0.01, both for the wage equation and then for the profit estimation. We can also see that the inverse meal here is significant, which signifies that the model was properly specified. Therefore, all of the analysis and interpretation of the foregoing are valid statistically. So here we can see the total income during the base period or before the implementation of the free tuition law and after. And as we can see, these are the regions in the Philippines. On the average, we have a 7% increase in income. So from a base period of, or from an income, total income in the country of 29 billion, after the implementation of free tuition law, income increased into to 31 billion pesos. So that's a 7% increase. And in terms of grouping, those non-recipient households have a more dramatic increase. They had 18% increase in total income, while the recipient families had only 3% increase. And what could we infer about that? According to Rawls, there is welfare improvement, because any policy that aims to cut inequality and poverty should always target the poor, the vulnerable. And this particular law, if well targeted, if we can target the poorest of the poor families, we can see that there is improvement in their income. Here, from the income, from the simulated income, we can now measure poverty and inequality. Basically, I just used the DASP, or the distributive analysis data package in Stata. So here we concluded that using the Foster-Greer-Torbeck measures of poverty, both before and after the free tuition law, there was a 43% decline in the number of poor. So that's a very large amount. There is also a 36% decrease in the income shortfall from the poverty line, and severity of poverty was down by 27. And these figures all would say in common that poverty in the Philippines, due to the implementation of free tuition law, holding other things constant, of course, ceteris paribus, is very beneficial. And then in terms of inequality, using still DAS.
Can you please conclude your presentation?
Yes, sir. So this is the last slide of my presentation. We can see that there is an anticipated redistributive effect of the free tuition. That's the end of the presentation. Here are my recommendations based on the conclusion. Thanks so much.
What are the major limitations of your research study?
The limitation was the identification of whether a student is enrolled in public or private. And so I put that in the recommendation to look for data sets that would specify how could we detect if a student is enrolled in public or private.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Moving on to the next presentation. Presentation by Hussam Mansoor on sustainability in construction management research, a bibliometric review.
One. Papa.
Hello.
Ma'am, voice is not audible.
எனக்கு அவ்வளோ வேலை இருக்கு கொஞ்சம் நீங்க 10 நிமிஷம் நீங்க சொல்லிட்டு போயிட்டே இருக்கீங்க நீங்க எல்லாருமே ஓதுறாங்க Federal government or some government or some unknown government.
The next presentation, we have Adrenoke, Justina.
Okay. I want to share.
Aishwarya ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm not able to
Yes,
listen to the participants.
Hey, good morning.
So can you hear now, sir?
No, I can hear you, but I cannot hear the
Good
participants.
morning, sir. I'm having problem with sharing my my slide. Yes, I can hear you. Hear me? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
sir, we can hear you, sir.
Hello? Please, I want to share my slide, but I'm having problem with sharing my slide.
So you can share it to us. We will be sharing it to you. So now let's move on to the next presentation. We'll contact you, sir. So moving on to the next presentation, I welcome Kartiga to present on two-level
Right.
authentication for the e-voting system using IoT technology.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to present a topic. Okay, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sri Preeti. I'm going to present on topic two-level authentication for voting system using IoT technology. Okay. Objective: the device of the use of OTP verification for electronic voting machine subject of a project. The voting fingerprint from the electoral commission data by technology can be quickly identify them. When the device recognizes a fingerprint, it searches the database for a match. The voter's fingerprint could be used to check their identity and prevent the counterfeit or second vote being cast. So, abstract. The voting is one of the most important decisions a person can make about his or her country's fate, and we must vote honestly without succumbing to any pressure. The existing voting method, EVM, is simple to manipulate. In this project, we will attempt to address this burden by implementing a two-step verification system that will help to avoid the middleman attack. So, this is a literature survey which has been recorded for past 3 years. So Arduino-based electronic voting machine. In the year 2017, it has been used, the system being recognized and checked with a given database. In 2017, similarly, the biometrically secure electronic voting machine the system in the system, the proposed system we used Arduino and fingerprint scanner to identify the each voter, count votes, and can prevent a fake votes. The eSmart voting machine with the secure data identification using cryptography. In the year 2018, the ESVS uses highly sophisticated Aadhaar-based biometrics to authenticate the user through OTP. So through content, we will get to know that the device will count for votes for each voter in same way that present electronic voting machines do. After polling, the administrator would be able to examine the result as a message. The main benefit of such a system would be its speed and accuracy in producing results. So our system is offline. The hacking the data would be extremely difficult for them to access. So both voter identification and vote counting would be done in real time with great precision. So these are the block diagram is given below. The power supply is connected to Arduino UNO and RFID tag is connected to RFID reader which is further connected to Arduino UNO. The fingerprint sensor is connected to Arduino UNO. From Arduino UNO, the keypad is connected and GM is also connected. So these are the hardware and software requirements for a project. The hardware requirements are Arduino and keypad, RFID reader, RFID tag, GSM, the fingerprint sensor. The software requirements are given below. Arduino UNO, IDE, embedded C. The detailed specifications of Arduino UNO are shown below, and the picture defines the structure of Arduino UNO. RFID reader EM80. The radio frequency identification has been used in a number of practical applications such as improving supply chain management and tracking household pets. The RFID technology can be used to track products in a manner similar to using barcodes for a product identification, but RFID also carries additional benefits. The readers can simultaneously communicate with multiple tags. This feature could allow customers to breeze through grocery store, checkout counters while readers identifies all the items in shopping cart at the same time instead of scanning each barcode individually. So these are the specifications of RFID readers EM18 shown below. The fingerprint sensor. The FP module can directly interface with 3v3 or 5v microcontroller. A level converter like MAX232 is required for the interfacing with PC serial port. Can be embedded into a variety of products such as access control, attendance, and safety deposit box, Cordo locks. These are the detailed specifications of FPS shown below. So GSM SIM 900. The GSM shield by Arduino is used to send and receive messages and make and receive calls as just mobile like 2. We can do this by plugging the GM shield into Arduino board and then plugging into SIM card. We can communicate easily with the shield using AT commands. The GSM library contains many methods of communication with the shield. So advantages of using this modem will be that its RS232 port can be used to communicate and develop embedded applications. So these are the detailed specifications of GSM SIM 900 and the structure defines keypad. So the high quality soft feeling button keypad with a 100 mm live stroke live fans and good resistance to environmental conditions. So convenient adhesive backing provides a simple way to mount the keypad in a variety of applications. So workflow diagram. So initialization is set to key security. Security key proceeds for the key matching. The result falls, the system aborts, and if it is true, it proceeds for getting the fingerprint. The fingerprint later sent to data verification, the OTP verifies, and pooling takes places. So the pooling status message arrives, then the system aborts. So on moving to final conclusion, the system enables us to secure the voting machine in a very fair and unbiased manner. It also enables real-time access and a hassle-free election experience for the voters. The system can also installed in any KYC centers where the people can access them easily. Thank you. The reference, these are the reference which we do for a project. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I would like to ask, how many papers did you review to prepare your paper? And what is the research gap in your study?
15 papers, sir.
And what is the research gap?
5 papers.
What is the research gap?
Sir?
What is the research gap in your study? How will you differentiate your paper from other papers that you have reviewed? That's what I am asking.
We have enabled one more additional property, sir. Sir, we have enabled one more additional property, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. For the next presentation, I would like to welcome S. Parasuraman to present the topic on vehicle accident prevention using eye blink sensor.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. I'm audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please stick to the time limit of 7 minutes and also please mind the background noise. Thank you. Mr. Parasuraman, can you start the presentation? We have many presentations left. Can you please be fast?
Yes. Yes. A pleasant morning to one and all present here. We are going to present a topic on vehicle accident prevention using IBLIC sensor. Is my PPT is visible, ma'am?
No, it is not visible.
Ma'am, now it is visible?
Yes, yes.
My topic is vehicle accident prevention using IBLIC sensor. Now we can see in the abstract. The main objective of this proposed system is to stop the drunken and the drowsy people. Here in the system use this alcohol sensor and IBLIC sensor. So whenever a driver starts the vehicle, the alcoholic
Parasuraman, excuse me, sorry for the disturbance. You're not sharing, you're not presenting the PPT. We can see your screen, but the PPT is not visible.
Just a minute, ma'am.
Hindi na, sir. Kumain ka? Hindi pa, sir. Doon, kumain lang. Kumain ka na, no? Saan, sir? Saan, sir? Doon. Hindi ako makauwi sa mga oras naman.
Okay, let's move on to the next presentation. You can present later. Next, the presentation is by Isagani M. Valerizzo to present on the topic assessing the level of research involvement and productivity among ISU faculty. So kindly unmute yourself and we cannot hear you, sir. So kindly unshare the video. We cannot hear the voice. I'll share it from my side. Or please enable the voice. இவர் ஸ்டாப் பண்ணலாமா? ஐயோ, அதை நான் ப்ளே பண்ணவே இல்லை. அட தனியாக பண்ணிடலாமா? ஓகே.
Research serves as a criterion for university status, research center of excellence, autonomous or regulated status, institutional quality, and graduate program admission. According to Clemenia and the Costa 2008, universities and colleges that are serious in transforming themselves into research institutions have to look into the elements of research culture that contributes to research productivity. However, despite mandates and issuances of the government educational agencies, research involvement and productivity among universities face challenges, and Isabela State University is not exempted. Likewise, challenges for the Philippine higher education system, such as finding a good balance between demand and quality, and achieving a strengthened research, as the research output is low compared to ASEAN peer countries. With these challenges, higher education institutions in the Philippines, including the Isabela State University, are going an extra mile to improve their research capabilities so as to achieve parity with other HEIs in the ASEAN region. At Isabela State University, research in accordance with Presidential Decree 1434 and founded for the reason by Republic Act 7722 is one of its quadruple functions. It is determining factor to be awarded with accreditation, titles of Center of Development and Center of Excellence, SUC leveling, ranking, and for normative funding. Thus, the university mandates their faculty to conduct quality researchers. As to the objectives, this study is intended primarily to assess the research involvement and productivity among the faculty in Isabela State University. Specifically, it seeks to answer the following objectives: determine the level of research involvement of respondents when grouped according to academic rank, supervision of thesis research projects, publication of articles, type of authorship, publication outlet, publication in ISI Scopus Index, journal and Clarivate Analytics, journal published, plan to publish research in the next 2 years, attendance in trainings related to research, determine the relationship of demographic profile, research involvement, and productivity, determine problem encountered that hinders research involvement and productivity. As to the methodology, the following statistical tools were used for the analysis of the study results: frequency counts and percentage, mean and standard deviation, structural equation modeling, And the level of research involvement was determined using the following indicators, ranging 7 to 8, very high research involvement, ranging 5 to 6, high research involvement, ranging 3 to 4, moderate research involvement, 1 to 2, low research involvement. As to the results and discussion, Table 1 level of research involvement of faculty respondents of ISU. Table 1 states that a very high involvement in research was given by professor respondents with a mean rating of 7.22 or very high involvement, while assistant professor 4.01 and instructors 2.76 have moderate participation in the conduct of research. In addition, associate professor respondents also have given a mean rating of 4.78. ISU faculty respondents in general had a mean rating of 3.47, which showed moderate involvement in research. Table 2 research involvement of faculty per academic rank as supervision of thesis research project. Table 2 shows that of the 304 faculty respondents in Table 2, 168 were not supervising undergraduate or graduate thesis nor handling research projects. Specifically, 121 were in the instructor level. On the other hand, the proportion of faculty respondents supervising undergraduate or graduate thesis and handling research projects increased from assistant professor 50.85%, associate professor 57.14%, and professor 81.25% levels. For Table 3, research involvement of faculty per academic rank as publication of an article. Table 3 reflects that most of the faculty respondents in the study have not published an article in a peer-reviewed journal in the past 5 years. 216, but of the 88 who have published an article or have their article accepted for publication, majority were instructors, 53, and only 6 were professors. For Table 4, research involvement of faculty per academic rank as type out authorship. As demonstrated in Table 4, 183 faculty respondents have not authored a research article, of which 125 were instructor. Almost the same number of research articles have sole authorship, 40, co-authorship, 40, and both sole and co-authorship, 41. To add, the highest number of research articles with sole, 26, co-authorship, 25, and both sole and co-authorships, 18, were those in the instructor level, and the least numbers were in the professor level. Table 5, research involvement of faculty per academic rank as publication outlet. Table 5 displays that a total of 122 faculty respondents published their research articles to journals, only 54. Conference proceedings, only 16. Both journals and conference proceedings, 51. And other publication outlets, 1. Most instructors use journals, that's 36. Both journals and conference proceedings were used mostly by assistant professors, 11. Associate professor, 9, and professors 43.75% as their publication outlet. For Table 6, research involvement for faculty per academic rank as the publication in ISI Scopus Index Journal of Economic Analytics. Table 6 reveals that only 41 faculty respondents published in ISI, Scopus Index Journals, and Clarivate Analytics. 27 instructors, 4 assistant professors, 7 associate professors, and 3 professors made use of the same publication channels. For Table 7, research involvement of faculty per academic rank as the journal. Table 7 shows that international journals rank first, 52 among the kind of journal published in the last 5 years, and were done mostly by instructors, that is 19.59%, assistant professors, 18.64%, and by professors, 18.75%. 20 faculty respondents published their research articles in university journals, 18 in campus journals, and 16 in national journals. It's also important to note that 196 out of the 304 respondents, or that is 64.57%, did not publish in a journal in the last 5 years. For Table 8, research involvement of faculty per academic rank as to plan to publish research in the next 2 years. Table 8 reflects that at least 86%.
Yes, can you hear me, please?
All the academic ranks favorably
Yes, sir.
agreed to publish research articles in the next 2 years.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Actually, all the respondents
Can you please conclude your presentation?
referred to this idea. In Table 9, research involvement of faculty per academic rank as to attendance in trainings related.
Can you hear me, sir?
Table 9 shows that in
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you please
So,
conclude
yeah,
your presentation?
So in general, sir, my presentation concludes that faculty member of ISU moderately participated in research. And one thing more is that there is a considerable correlation between age, amount of education, and research participation. And moreover, respondents in the 4 academic ranks noted the following problems in the conduct of educational research. Faculty that were forced to conduct research, insecurity on research data analysis, and nervousness brought about by research activities. And the common research difficulties of the respondents in the 4 academic ranks were trouble with arithmetic and non-preference to use teaching preparation time for doing research. That's all, sir.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What are the major findings of your research?
The major findings that respondents, all the 4 respondents noted that there are problems in the conduct of educational research.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir, welcome.
Thank you, sir. For the next presentation, I'd like to welcome S. Parasuraman to present on vehicle accident prevention using eye blinker sensor.
Can you see now the presentation?
Yes, sir, you can continue. So kindly enable the sound and then you can present. We cannot hear the sound. Before you share the screen, there will be an option called share sound. Also enable that option and then you can present.
Itu mute.
No, sir, we cannot hear the audio. You kindly stop sharing. I'll share it from my side. Yeah, thank you. I'll share it from my side.
To our fellow researchers, good afternoon. I am Ronaldo M. Brutas of Isabela State University, San Mateo, Isabela, Philippines. I am pleased to present to you my paper entitled Assessing the Level of Implementation and Efficiency of Administrative and Finance Services of Local Government Units in the 3rd District of Isabela. Rationale of my paper: public administration is becoming increasingly complex as we find ourselves at the present time. The challenge is not only particularly paramount among politicians, economic players, and students of science and technology, but also more importantly to practitioners in public administration. As stated in Section 17 of the Local Government Code of 1991, local government units shall endeavor to be self-reliant and shall continue exercising the powers and discharging the duties and functions currently vested upon them. They shall discharge the function and responsibilities of national agencies and offices devolved to them pursuant to this code. Trust and transparency are always linked together. Without transparency, people do not believe what their leaders say. Effective leadership is central to effective and sustainable implementation. Thus, it plays a vital role in the success or failure of the government. It is helpful to have a standard set of terms to describe common local government financial processes, fund accounts, and budgets. The lack of financial resources to support the provision of basic services and to fund local development plans is critical concern at the local level if improvements in key human development outcomes are to be attained. Consequently, there is a need to help local government units to develop strategies and systems that will enable them to increase their financial resources and allocate the resources in a manner that is consistent with their goals and objectives as articulated in their medium-term development plan. Here are the objectives of the study. Number 1 is to determine the level of implementation in terms of administrative policies, fiscal policies, government budgeting and expenditures, and accountability policies. Number 2, to determine the significant difference between the perception of the implementers and beneficiaries on the level of implementation in terms of administrative policies, fiscal policies, government budgeting and expenditures, and accountability policies. Number 3, determine the efficiency of fiscal operation and management policies in terms of segregation of accounting functions to cashier's office and receipt / collection, safekeeping, and disposition of funds. Government budgeting, expenditures and disbursement, and government accounting and accountability. Number 4, objective, to determine the significant difference between the perception of the implementers and beneficiaries on the efficiency of fiscal operation and management policies in terms of government accounting and accountability. And the last objective is to determine the factors to be considered in maintaining the level of implementation and efficiency of administrative and finance services. As the methodology used, part 1 is the collected data on the personal profile of the respondents. Part 2, the level of implementation and internal control of administrative and finance services. And the part 3, gather data on fiscal operation and management policies. I use the form Likert type of numerical scale, and the respondents are the local government units and officials and other stakeholders. A statistical treatment of data, sample mean was used to determine the respondents' perception on the extent and efficiency of implementation of administrative and finance services. Frequencies and percentages were used to analyze the perception of the respondents in the implementation of administrative and finance services. The Likert type of numerical scale with corresponding range and descriptions was used in evaluating the mean values of respondents as shown in the table. The test was used to test the significant differences in the perception of the respondents on the administrative and finance services. As to the result in discussion, Table 1 shows the level of implementation of administrative policies. It shows that these figures generally imply strong governance, as these items were positively regarded by both implementers and beneficiaries. And as to the level of implementation of fiscal policies, both the implementers and beneficiaries have the same perception. All of the fiscal policies are highly implemented. And as to the level of implementation of government budgeting and expenditures and accountability policies, both the implementers and the beneficiaries observe that the policy administrative sanction to accountable officials is highly implemented. And as the difference between the perception of the implementers and beneficiaries on the level of implementation of administrative policies. The perceptions of implementers and beneficiaries on the level of administrative policy implementation are not significantly different in other cases. And as to the difference between the perception of the implementers and beneficiaries on the level of implementation of fiscal administrative policies, the implementers and the beneficiaries gave a comparable performance on the following fiscal administrative policies. And as to the difference between the perception of the implementers and beneficiaries on the level of implementation of government budgeting and expenditures and accountability policies. Person in custody of government accountability of local government unit officials based on established guidelines, funds are held accountable, and administrative sanctions to accountable officials were rated the same by the two groups of respondents as their adequacy level. And as to the efficiency of fiscal operation and management policies in terms of segregation of accounting functions to cashier office and receipts, collection, safekeeping, and disposition of funds. Internal control system of cash disbursement, check and balance between cash and record is achieved. Accounting of fraction is facilitated in compliance with accounting and auditing rules and regulation. And as to the efficiency of fiscal operation and management policies in terms of government budgeting and expenditures and disbursement. Other fiscal operations and management policies are clearly indicate that they were efficiently implemented. And as to the efficiency of fiscal operation and management policies in terms of government accounting and accountability. Most of the fiscal operations and management policies in terms of government accounting and accountability were observed efficiently implemented. And as to the difference between the perception of the implementers and beneficiaries on the efficiency of fiscal operation and management policies in terms of government accounting and accountability. They gave a comparable perception that the following government policies were efficiently implemented. Here are the conclusions. There was a high and efficient level of implementation of the policies of administrative and finance services of local government units. The observation of the implementers themselves and the beneficiaries mostly had comparable results about the implementation of the different policies. There were some policies which were observed significantly different, where the beneficiaries gave significantly higher ratings on the level of implementation of the following administrative policies. The beneficiaries also gave a significantly higher rating on the level of adequacy of quality assurance and development of resource generation, imposing administrative liability and accountable officials. Implementation of these policies. Number 4 recommendation. Staff members who are directly involved in the department can be conducted to maintain its high level of implementation of these policies. Number 4 recommendation. Staff members who are directly involved in the implementation of the policies should be sent to seminars, workshops, trainings to keep abreast of the present trends and modalities in the execution of their respective function. Number 5 recommendation. Similar studies can be conducted by relating other factors to the implementation of the policies on administrative and finance services. Next, proper monitoring and evaluation of work performance of personnel should be undertaken periodically in the interest of public service. Number 7 recommendation, poor performers must be reprimanded and counseled for the betterment of the operating system. Number 8, there should be a disclosure of the annual report of the local government units. Number 9, this annual reports includes a summary of the strategic plans, objectives, and future plans of the local government unit. Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes,
What is the significance and novelty of your research?
Sir, the significance of my research is all the policies are properly and efficiently implemented for the beneficiary of the stakeholders or the society. No.
Okay, thank you.
So for the next presentation, we have Ryan J. Agron to present on factors affecting synchronous e-learning amid COVID-19.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
I'd like to share my screen, but somebody's presenting.
Just a minute, sir. Kindly stop the screen sharing.
I cannot start the screen sharing because...
Just a minute, sir. Just a minute.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you can continue.
Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good day, everyone. I am Ryan J. Agron from Isabela State University, San Mateo campus, and I am here to present our study entitled Factors Affecting Synchronous E-Learning Amid COVID-19. As educational institutions continue to embrace new pedagogical approaches in the new normal of education, many have been introduced to the promising offers of modern technologies. The digitalization of teaching and learning has become an innovative solution to counter the negative effects of the present academic adversity, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. With these technologies in the market, the implementation of synchronous e-learning or SEL has become possible. SEL is defined as the application of electronic tools in education that allows learners and educators to interact with one another. In this learning scenario, educators can give direct feedback to their students, which cannot be done in asynchronous learning. Furthermore, compared to the traditional face-to-face instruction, instructional materials in an ESL arrangement can be accessed by the learners whenever, wherever, and however they want. The world is now in the 21st century where modern technologies can help reform or revolutionize education. This is especially relevant to the Philippines, a third world country, where the educational system still needs major improvements in order to endure the demands and changes in the academic. With this and the absence of a national policy on the implementation of SEL, it can be argued that conducting an evidence-based study on the factors that affect SEL implementation is of high significance. This study would contribute to the understanding on how location and proximity can affect attending face-to-face classes. It would also provide a basis on the importance of having educational technologies, computer literacy, and proficiency in students' engagement. Moreover, it will give light on how students should take responsibility on assigned tasks, as well as on how they can achieve leadership, organization, and evaluation of activities, all of which are critical elements in maintaining and improving students' high academic performance. Merging this study is a significant literature on how SEL best works to render the ultimate purpose of education. Generally, this study aimed at identifying the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on Isabela State University, Particularly, the researchers look forward to achieving the following objectives. 1. To determine the status of SEL implementation at Isabel State University, and 2. To determine the factors affecting the SEL implementation at Isabel State University. For the methodology, this study used a cross-sectional descriptive research design. The researchers used a survey questionnaire intended for the 277 respondents exposed to synchronous e-learning. The researchers used total enumeration as sampling technique to obtain the number of sample size. The questionnaire was threefold. The first part collected the personal information of the respondents. The second part investigated their opinions about the factors affecting the effectiveness of SEL. And the third part explored their evaluation on the level of influence of each factor indicated in the questionnaire. The respondents evaluated the factors using a 5-point Likert scale ranging from strongly agree to strongly disagree. For the results and discussion, Table 1 presents the data gathered on students' accommodation during the COVID-19 pandemic. It shows that the students gave the greatest consideration to a fully furnished housing with a mean of 4.58. This means that complete amenities generally pose a positive environmental stimulus, and the absence of such could create a learning atmosphere that may not support them in their studies. Moreover, the students agreed that the bearable distance between home and school is not a factor of a student's accommodation with a mean of 2.45. It can be argued from this that proximity does not immediately guarantee a living condition convenient for the students, but a fully equipped housing does. This is supported by Muala 2010, who concluded that home environment has the greatest influence on students' learning, and by Bandana and Sharma 2012, who found that students experiencing a non-supportive home condition face difficulties in their educational lives. Table 2, University Facilities. Table 2 presents the data on the university facilities during the COVID-19 pandemic. The strongest factor affecting SEL when it comes to this dimension is a stable and high-speed internet connectivity with a mean of 4.53. The students, however, were uncertain as to whether or not the physical aspect of study rooms would influence its implementation, as it only recorded a mean of 3.31. It can be inferred from this that there is quality access to internet that will help the students to survive in this kind of learning arrangement. In fact, Pervin 26 considered weak bandwidth internet as a challenge because it is the only source that would enable students to attend their synchronous classes. A recent study by Jones 2019, as cited in Joaquin et al. 2020, showed that 74% of public schools in the Philippines do not have access to internet connectivity. Table 3. Table 3 shows the students' response on the effect of learning facilities on SEL. The data revealed that what best supports students in their synchronous classes is a computer with the specifications and features applicable for this type of educational setup. 4.57 is the mean. Moreover, the first indicator in the table got the lowest mean, which is 3.58. However, the students still agreed that they need to have a personal computer with high and modern configuration. It can be gleaned from this that SEL immediately requires students to have a functioning computer in order for them to be virtually present during classes. This implies that even if students would be able to gain access to strong connectivity, attending classes would still be a challenge for them. The lack of electronic gadget has been identified by many studies, like that of Ferry et al. 2020, as a pressing issue in SEL. This is particularly true to economically challenged countries, as was indicated in the survey of the International Association of Universities 2020. Such problem led to a digital divide among learners, according to Joaquin et al. 2020. Table 4 reveals the data on the university's academic programs during the COVID-19 pandemic. With a mean of 3.89, the students agreed that examinations will be taken either online or offline, which suggests that they should have the options on how to take their examinations. This is especially true to those who do not have sufficient technological and financial support. The issue on digital and financial equalities become more complex because of the fact that the students had no to little experience using SEL prior to the pandemic. It therefore implicates adjustments must be made in order to cope with the demands of the present academic adversity. Aside from these instructional nuances, the curriculum itself is also confronted. With a mean of 3.68, the students agreed that only selected subjects should be taught through SEL, and this clearly poses threat to curriculum implementation and quality education. Lastly, the students thought that SEL is just a temporary solution to the challenges in the academe at present. All of these point to the readiness of the institution to implement SEL, which is relatively new at Isabela State University. Table 5. The data on the students' attitude towards SEL reveal that learning through this modality somewhat arouses the students' interest to learn. In other words, the students can still draw motivation from this learning platform despite its newness. The Hungarian Rectors Conference is in support of this as it reported the positive feedback of 42 Hungarian HEIs on the use of e-learning and online classes participation. Moreover, the students said that learning is easy to understand and its time is flexible. This highlights the strength of SEL when it comes to giving learners the convenience they need, which is a common feature of SEL. Table 6, it gives emphasis on the students' level of computer proficiency. The students strongly agreed. Yes?
Discover and add app to enhance your Zoom.
I guess somebody's microphone is open.
The share screen yeah.
Sir, அது கொடுத்த உடனே share the window வருது சார்.
Okay, let me continue. However, they were uncertain as to whether or not they need to learn the basic skills in operating one. This signifies that along with the integration of technology in education, the students themselves saw the need to possess technical skills for higher and more complex computer operations. Given the mean of 2.42, the students disagreed that their teachers will instruct them how to use a computer in the learning process. The United Nations 2020 and Barada et al. 2020 made it clear that there was a significant gap not only in the availability of digital equipment, but also in the computer skills of technology users in developed and developing countries. Table 7 focuses on the lecturer's level of computer proficiency. The mean of 4.36 revealed that teachers possess computer and communication literacies, which have a profound effect on SEL implementation. It implies that even if the shift to SEL was abrupt, the teachers were able to meet the demands of this new learning platform. This, to some extent, points to the readiness of the teachers to implement pedagogical changes during a global health crisis like the COVID-19 pandemic. Istokalo and Simokova 2020 derive at the same result. Although 86% of the respondents lacked the experience to teach online prior to the pandemic, the researchers reported that 80% of the respondents were still prepared for each, which resulted in a satisfactory rating given by 70% of their students. Table 8, the results of assessing the influence of the factors on a student's learning with SEL. The table reveals that the mean ratings from 3.53 to 4.15 or argue imply that the students observe accommodation facilities, attitude, lecturers' level of computer proficiency, and university's academic performance affect their learning using SEL. On the other hand, the students believe that their computer proficiency had the least factor, which affects their learning with SEL. Hence, the students were more likely observed that facilities of schools had the biggest influence on the learning through SEL. It implies that stakeholders should improve the learning facilities to improve students' performance using SEL. Hence, the researchers derived the following conclusions. 1, The physical aspect of students' accommodation is a factor of their learning experience under SEL, while proximity between their school and home is not. Number two, a stable, high speed, and easy to access internet connection is a big factor to survive in this kind of learning arrangement. Number three, a computer with the specifications and features applicable for SEL is seen to provide students sufficient support in their studies. Next, the students are concerned about the execution of the university's program using SEL, which they believe will affect SEL outcomes. Five, the students have a positive attitude towards the new platform, hence they are still motivated to learn. Six, computer proficiency is much needed skill in learning under SEL. And seven, lecturers' level of computer proficiency influences the successful implementation of SEL. That ends my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
I have one query. You have mentioned one thing, student engagement programs. So I would like to ask you, in order to overcome the challenge of COVID-19 and in order to improve the functioning of e-learning system, which specific student engagement strategies can be used?
Come again, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, sir.
One of the keywords that you have used in your presentation is student engagement. Okay.
Yes.
So I would like to ask you, which are the specific student engagement strategies which can be used in order to improve the functioning of e-learning system?
Okay, in order to improve the implementation of SEL learning at Isabela State University, instructors and professors alike should implement strategies that will engage students in an interactive discussion. Like, for example, the use of PowerPoint presentations and the use of other educational technologies available online.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. For the next presentation is by Orpha S. Sagiwu to present on assessing students' preference and perception for online versus face-to-face interaction.
Good afternoon. This is Mrs. Orpha Sagibo from Isabela State University. I am here to present to you our study on assessing students' preference and perceptions for online versus face-to-face interaction. With me are Dr. Rosalie Silial and Mr. Ryan J. O. Agron. Within the past year, there has been increased interest in defining and studying the phenomenon of blended learning. As higher education faculty members find themselves under ever-increasing pressures to offer courses online, it seems prudent to consider the student's preference in a course offered in the traditional face-to-face format and one offered fully or almost fully online. Online learning has never been more important and more widely used. Nonetheless, many students appear to be opting for online education as a means of obtaining a degree. Academic institutions are being forced to reconsider how they would like to provide course content as a result of this shift in pedagogical medium. This interest is overdue and indicates an interest on the part of faculty and researchers to identify what blended learning is and how to describe it. But more importantly, to determine how faculty can plan the face-to-face and online instructional components so that each works best for student learning. In addition, a variety of training approaches have been developed to improve creativity, such as brainstorming and thought tools. At the beginning of the modern era, scholars concluded that the convergence of digital age education information technology has had positive influence on innovation. But to be able to plan wisely for what works best in which part of the blended class, we need a better understanding of the differences, advantages, as well as disadvantages of face-to-face and online components of a program or course. Specifically, this research focuses on investigating students' view towards blended teaching mode and to determine the difference between FTF and CMC in the cultivation of creativity. This study survey 40 students are pursuing the degree Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Social Sciences. They were divided into two groups, FTF and CMC. The respondents were given a survey questionnaire which was modeled after Alzarani's questionnaire. The Cronbach's alpha coefficient analysis 0.9432 are excellent. Both groups receive identical lectures, reference materials, and instructional strategies. A t-test was performed on independent samples to determine whether one group obtained a statistically significant rating from the other group. Table 1 shows the reliability statistics. The reliability of this scale was examined using Cronbach's alpha coefficient. The statistics indicate acceptable levels of internal consistency. While Table 2 shows the general views towards the blended teaching mode. It presents the general perception of the CMC and FTF respondents toward BTM. The mean ratings of the CMC group range from 4.9 to 4.93 or strongly agree. This means that the respondents perceive BTM positively when it comes to viewing instructional materials, accessing several educational resources, participating in learning activities, educational experiences, strengthening skills in problem solving, and preference over the conventional method. Moreover, the mean ratings of the same group from 4.0 to 4.12 or agree imply that BTM assisted the respondents in bridging theoretical and practical knowledge, facilitated collaboration with them and their teachers, and encouraged learners' autonomy. For Table 3, the role of the blended teaching mode in the cultivation of creativity. It presents the respondents' perception of the role of BTM in the development of creativity. The CMC group gave mean ratings of 4.9 to 5 or strongly agree, which implies that BTM helped them to think differently and think creatively about the causes and effects of problems, generate more novel, flexible, and practical ideas, and allow them to discuss and evaluate new ideas. The mean ratings from 4.02 to 4.10 or agree show that students agreed that BTM helped them to generate more novel ideas, improve their ability to analyze information and to generate ideas, identifying problems, components, and address them independently. Also, they agreed that using BTM helped them think creatively about how to solve problems. Hence, the respondents more likely believe that BTM fostered creative thinking, generation, discussion, and evaluation of new ideas. For the FTF group, the respondents gave a mean rating of 4.93, which means that BTM helped them improve their ability to analyze information and generate new ideas. Moreover, they agreed that BTM helped them to think differently and generate more novel, flexible, and practical ideas. Also, based on the mean rating from 4.05 to 4.10 or agree, the students agreed that BTM allowed them to discuss and evaluate new ideas. And lastly, the students fairly agreed that using BTM helped them to think creatively about the causes and effects of problem, analyze the problem component independently. Before difficulties faced in the blended teaching mode. The table shows that there is no significant difference between the two groups. It can be gleaned from the table that compared to the traditional classroom learning, participants would spend more time on learning in the blended course. The responses were found in both groups similarly. Additionally, we received feedback that students did not perform well in the integration on online resources in interaction afterwards. For the conclusion, based on the findings of the study, BTM or computer-mediated communication group gave higher preference rate to BTM. BTM helped in the cultivation of the group's creativity. And for the recommendations, professors or college administration staff should provide appropriate training prior to learning, the arrangements of classroom activities both online and face-to-face, the choice of recommendation or communication strategy, the learning load, and the instructor's feedback should all be taken into account when designing a blended course. Thank you and God bless us all.
For the next presentation, I would like to welcome Julie Espinosa to present on civic education among college students, a case study.
Good afternoon to everyone. Okay, so good afternoon. So allow me to present my research entitled Civic Education Among College Students, a Case Study. So also with me is Dr. Rosty Silial. So we are both instructors at Isabela State University San Mateo campus that can be found in the Republic of the Philippines. So with the background of this study, so the acquisition of civic knowledge, skills, and dispositions for effective democratic participation is referred to as civic education. So civic education is a valuable tool for developing literacy skills in areas such as governance, the rule of law, good citizenship, and long-term development. Political independence and involvement are required for the promotion of growth and social welfare, and one of the key elements of political engagement is civic engagement. So, and in terms of political independence, we have what we call the citizens' ability to vote in elections that was considered as a critical component of civic engagement. Elections serve as a link between the electorate and elected officials, lending credibility to the government. So with this, the purpose of this research is to investigate the level of civic engagement among college students and to identify some of the factors that influence it. So it also examines some of the civic activities in which students are interested or participative, as well as some of the variables associated with student civic engagement. So the objectives of this study. So the first one is to determine the extent of civic engagement among college students and to determine some of the factors that are associated with civic engagement among those students. Second, to determine some of the civic activities students find important or in which students are engaged. And the last objectives is to examine some of the factors that are correlated with civic engagement among students. The methodology of the research. So this study utilized a research design, a case study method with a combination of qualitative and quantitative using a questionnaire and of course an interview method. So the respondents of this study, so a total of 184 randomly selected students were considered in the study. So these 184 students are those who are enrolled in social studies subjects in the college level. Then data gathering instrument, we utilize a survey questionnaire, then it was followed by an interview. And in the subjects of the questionnaire, we have the first topic, the engagement of students in civic activities. So voting as the single most important right. Then the second one, the causes for young people's voting decisions, why the students vote. The causes for young people's non-voting decisions, why the students do not want to vote. Then schools' involvement in encouraging voting, or schools inform students about voting. Then the last topic that was included in the questionnaire is voting significance and influencing variables. So these are the important civic activity that everyone should be engaged in. Then results and discussion. So the first one is the engagement of students in civic activities, wherein voting is considered as the single most important right. So as Glenn on chart number 1, the respondents were asked if they thought that the right to vote was the most significant one that a Filipino may possess. Among the 184 respondents, 154 or 84% of the respondents said that they strongly agree that the right to vote is very significant. With this result, it only shows that Filipinos value and practice the importance of the right to suffrage or the right to vote as specified in the 1987 Philippine Constitution. Then chart number 2, the causes for students' voting decisions, or why did the students wanted to vote. So as shown on the table, or as shown on the chart, the students are asked to name the single factor that most significantly affected their choice to vote. 116 or 63% among the 184 respondents said that voting is a right, while 21 or 11% said that it was their duty as a Filipino citizen. So since majority of the respondents vote because they consider it as their right, it supports the findings of Riker and Ordeshow, wherein they specified that the people vote to fulfill their civic rights and their duty. Then the next one, we have the causes for students why they do not like, or why they do not like to vote. So it reveals that 88% or 88 or 48% indicated that it made no difference, followed by 44% or 24% who said that they do not believe that the candidates differ. So these findings runs counter to that of Ahuja and Cheever, who concluded that voting is significant because it is a fundamental exercise of people's rights and because people expect the government to provide the benefits. Then chart number 4, the involvement of a school in encouraging voting, or a school should inform their students about voting or the right to suffrage. So as presented, the respondents were asked if the school informed them about voting. Then among them, 171 or 93% of the students strongly agree that the schools informed them about voting, while only 8 or 4% said that they did not agree. The result only shows that the role of schools in inculcating knowledge on students regarding civic participation, like casting of votes, is very important to postulate a relationship between democratic governance and democratic outcome. Then chart number 5, the voting significance and influencing variables, or the different important civic activity wherein the students are engaged. So it only indicates that majority of the respondents claim that they join as volunteer shelter, or they join community groups. Since majority of the respondents are engaged in volunteerism, it manifests the study of Wilson 2000 that volunteerism is an activity given freely to another person as a part of civic participation. So in the results of discussion, then with regards to the correlation of the different factors associated with voting, it indicates in table 1 that voting has a significant relationship with the different variables except the variable on government. So summary and conclusion, based on the findings, majority of the respondents said that they strongly agree that the right to vote is very significant, which shows that Filipinos value and practice the importance of the right to suffrage as specified in the Philippine Constitution. Majority of the respondents' reasons behind why they decided to vote is because they believe that voting is the right. Then the main reason why they did not vote is because there is no difference if they will not vote or not. With regards to the involvement of the school in encouraging voters to vote, 93 of the respondents strongly agree that schools inform them about voting. Then on questions about the type of civic activities wherein they were involved, majority of them claim that they join as volunteer shelter or in community groups. Then finally, with regards to correlation coefficients between voting and the factors associated with voting, all variables has a significant relationship to voting except the variable of government, which indicates a no significant relationship. Then based on the conclusion or based on the result of the study, the following can be recommended. So encourage students to participate during election by practicing their right to vote or the right to suffrage. Then include in the academic curricula the value of engaging in community service as one of the components of the program to encourage the students in civic engagement. And the last recommendation is to create an extension program intended for registered voters to enlighten them the value of engaging in different civic activities done by the government. So with that, that's the end of my presentation. So thank you for listening.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I have one query.
Yes, sir.
How many papers you have reviewed to prepare this paper? And what is the novelty of your research?
180%.
Okay,
so
and
I
what is
utilize randomly, do you call that?
And what is the research gap in your study and the papers that you have reviewed?
Yes, sir.
What is the research gap?
Okay, so the research gap, that can be the reason behind why it was conducted, because we wanted to know or to assess the level of civic involvement of our students with regards to the voting mechanism done by our government.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Next is the video presentation by Mar Haisen Aonos to present on graphical information system and analytical hierarchy process, technique for mung bean cultivation to geographical information system, and analytical hierarchy process, technique for mung bean cultivation.
Hello and welcome. I am Hussam Mansour. Today, I will present to you a paper entitled Sustainability in Construction Management Research, a Bibliometric Review. I will start with a short biography about myself. I am currently a part-time lecturer at Yarmouk University. I received my PhD from School of Civil Engineering, University Technology Malaysia. I received my Master of Engineering Project Management from the University of Jordan in Jordan. My research focus is in the construction management, digitalization in construction, and construction 4.0. I am the corresponding author for this research, and you can contact me by the following email. The growing field of sustainability is expanding rapidly in the construction management research, and a little retrospective work on this evolution has been made so far. A number of published studies have been focusing on sustainability, energy performance, life cycle assessment, environmental assessment methodology, and pollutant gas emissions, where there are direct relationships with the theme of construction materials and waste. The extensive bibliometric and network analysis presented in this paper, which was carried out on the Web of Science database, offers novel and new insights into the development of construction management research field and its expanding coverage of sustainability-related subjects. The research field is identified using bibliometrics in the first step, which identifies 328 published studies. Network analysis is used in the second step to find significant publications, authors, and established research groups. Key research areas: the degree to which sustainability is taken into consideration, interrelations and patterns of collaboration in the fields are identified via a more extensive content analysis. Data mapping techniques use visual representations to show how publications have changed over time and to pinpoint areas of future research interests, namely in sustainability. Strengthening quality of life, enabling people to live in a healthy environment, and enhancing social, economic, and environmental conditions for both the present and future generations are all descriptions of the term sustainability. In recent years, due to the rapid global expansion of sustainable construction, this industry has encountered numerous administrative, strategic, and operational difficulties. However, the construction industry is responsible for between 45 to 65% of waste dumped in landfills and 35% of the world's CO2 emissions. By preserving energy, water, and natural resources through reuse, recycling, innovative design, and maximizing waste and pollutions, sustainability in construction sector may assist satisfy the demands of both the present and future generations. A few scholars has conducted a literature review related to sustainability in construction management literature. Bibliometric tools provide an alternative viewpoint about sustainability by utilizing the most recent scientific, informatic, and bibliometric methodologies and procedures. By providing a thorough analysis of construction management's rapidly expanding topics, this work adds to the body of literature on the subject. The findings provide new information about the areas of current research, as well as the position of the study of sustainability within the field of construction management. The debate also offers some directions for additional study. In the main collection of the Web of Science, we looked for primary research using a variety of key terms that the authors come up with during a brainstorming session. It is important to remember that these research terms were connected using the Boolean AND logic while considering publication on this subject between January 2018 and September 2022. 8,560 items were returned by this research. Only content from both fields was considered. To focus the results, exclusion criteria were created and used. 322 articles were acquired for analysis after applying the filters stated by the exclusion criteria. The number of papers published between 2018 and 2022 about sustainability in construction management is shown in the following figure. These primary findings indicate that the area will continue to draw a lot more attention for research because it has not yet reached a mature stage. If we consider journals and conference proceedings, it seems that 6 journals have published 116 studies, 35% of all the articles under consideration. The geographical locations of the organization contributing to the research sample were revealed by an initial examination, despite the fact that Malaysia, which continues to be a significant market for publication, was the source for the first article in 2018. 17% of the relevant research is conducted in China. The 328 papers were used to create a pool of 1,603 keywords. The minimum number of instances for a keyword was set by default in VisiViewer at 5, and the 83 keywords that were found met that requirement. Top keywords are shown in Table 4. The networks of co-citation relationships for writers as generated by VisiViewer are shown graphically in Figure 2.8. A publication is more likely to cite authors of the same color in tandem. The density of co-citation for authors is shown in Figure 2.3. The larger the label size, the more frequently the author is mentioned. 4 significant clusters were established as the result of the investigation. In Cluster 1, there were 9 publications, while in Cluster 4, there were 2 publications. The findings imply that older papers have greater sway. Co-citation analysis, however, introduces some bias into the circumstances. Key research topics in the field of sustainability in construction management literature are fourfold and follow each other in relative sequence order. The first cluster, the red cluster, contains 9 scopes related to the sustainability performance. The second cluster, the blue cluster, contains 7 works related to barriers and drivers for sustainable building. The third cluster, the blue cluster, contains 5 works related to social sustainability in construction. Finally, the fourth cluster, the yellow cluster, is related to sustainable construction frameworks. This concludes my presentation. Thanking you all. All the best for the best in you.
Thank you so much. The next presentation, I would like to welcome Ronaldo G. Manipon to present on the impact of the Livelihood Extension Program to the members of the Rural Achievers Group Isabella.
Good day, everyone. I am Ronaldo G. Manipon, and I am presenting to you my research entitled The Impact of the Livelihood Extension Program to the members of the Rural Achievers Group, Isabela. For the introduction of my research, a tripartite collaboration of the Isabela State University San Mateo Campus, Isabela Grain Ladies Organization, and the San Mateo Local Government Unit resulted in the successful implementation of a livelihood extension program on rug production with the end goal of empowering the members of Rural Achievers Group to become more productive members of the community. Extension project as means for a people by the people and of the people should by itself be a means of increasing productivity, improving the access of the poor to economic opportunities. To successfully implement the training program efficiently with as many beneficiaries it can have, ISU San Mateo campus use the training of trainers thought model. Based on the thought model, ISU faculty trainers with the assistance of the mayors held one-day training in each municipality with 20 representatives who learn sewing and weaving different rugs. The participating municipalities include Cabatuan, Kawayan, Jones, Malig, Quezon, San Guillermo, and San Pablo. To evaluate the impact of livelihood extension program on the participants while engaging in applying the acquired during the training. And the findings of the study will be used as a basis for the sustainment improvement of the livelihood project in other future action to be made. And besides, the result of the study will serve as a reference for the development and enhancement of other extension programs of ISU. With this, the main goal of this study was to assess the impact of the livelihood extension program provided to the Rural Achievers Group of Isabela. Specifically, I sought to attain the following specific objectives. First is to determine the demographic profile of the respondents in terms of age, civil status, ethnic group, educational attainment, locality, and average monthly income before training. Second, to verify the market system efficiency in terms of frequent market outlet, type of customers, prepared packaging, and average sales volume and profit. To assess the impact of livelihood training in terms of the average monthly income from rug production, and to determine the major challenges in the production and selling of rugs. And for the materials and methods, the study utilized the descriptive type of research to achieve the objectives. And the study was conducted in the province of Isabela. And the random sampling technique was used to identify the 394 or 75% of 525 participants who completed the training. However, only 358 of the survey were retrieved for a success rate of 91%. The respondents were from different municipalities of the province of Isabela and Cabatuan 53, Kawayan 64, Jones 52, Malik 47, Quezon 43, San Guillermo 45, and San Pablo 54. We used the survey questionnaire for the 4 parts. The first part was used to gather information on the demographic of the respondents. The second part was used to verify the market system efficiency in terms of frequent market outlet, type of customers, prepared packaging, and average sales volume and profit. The third one was used to assess the impact of the livelihood training on rug production in terms of the average monthly income after engaging in rug production. And lastly, used to determine the major challenges in the production and selling of rugs. Data were treated using descriptive statistics such as frequency and percentage. As used for the results and discussions on the profile of respondents in the table 1, as presented, the majority of respondents are within the age of 41 to 50 with the frequency of 118 or 33%. And in case it seemed that majority of the respondents are not so young and not so old and in the age bracket of 21 to 50. At this age range, most of the respondents are expected to be married and have young children to support. The second one is the civil status. As presented in the table 2, most of the participants are married with a frequency of 264 and 73.7% out of the 358 sample size. And for the ethnic group, it can be seen in the figure P that the participants belong to the different ethnic group, including those from nearby provinces. As expected, Ilocano is the dominant ethnic group with a frequency of 217 or 60.6%. Out of the 358 total respondents. The Tagalog followed with a frequency of 68 or 18.9%. The Igorot group is next with a frequency of 42 or 11.7%, while the Yogad is the least with a frequency of 31 or 8.6%. The diverse composition of the participants can be attributed to the migration of people from nearby provinces. For the educational attainment, as presented in the table 4, the majority of the participants are high school graduates with a frequency of 253 or 69%, or 68 or 18% finished elementary education. And for the vocational course is 34 or 9%, and the college students is 13 or 4%. This result is aligned with the observation of Tremblay, Lalancet, and Receiver 2012 that all women in vulnerable sectors are ill-educated and have not entered college. For the table 5 locality, as presented, there was almost equal representation of participating municipalities. However, the majority of the respondents are from Kawayan with 64 or 17.9% participants, followed by the San Pablo, Cabatuan, Jones, Malig, San Guillermo, and Quezon. And for the table 6, the monthly income of the respondents, as presented, the majority of the participants have monthly income range of 1,000 to 3,000 pesos before attending the training in engaging in rug production with a frequency of 141 or 39%. Another group composed of 112 or 31% claim to have a monthly income of less than 1,000. Also, a frequency of 74 or 21% admitted to having zero income, while a small group composed of 31 or 9% claim to be earning 3,001 to 5,000 a month before engaging in rug production. For the Table 7, most frequent market outlets, as presented, most of the participants primarily sold their rug products in the near market with a frequency of 168 or 47%. Some with a frequency of 97 primarily sold the product to middlemen with a frequency of 97 or 27%, and few with a frequency of 51 or 10% claim to have primarily sold their product to neighbors. On the other hand, 42 of them or 12% have sold the product to customers other than what was enumerated. And for table 8 types of customers, as presented, the majority of responses with a frequency of 180 or 50.3% claim that their main buyer of the rug products are household members. And the result suggests that most of the rug products are used domestically within the locality. And for the table 9 prepaid packaging, as presented, most of the respondents argued that their customers prepared plastic packaging for the rug products with a frequency of 186 or 52%. 92 or 26 of the respondents said their customers prepared carton with a frequency of 92 or 26%. The plastic packaging preference of most buyers can be linked to the fact that plastic can protect the product from dirt and being wet during rainy days, aside from being lightweight. For the average monthly sales volume and profit, as presented, the respondents' average monthly sales volume for the doormat rug range from 76 to 103 pieces. Sales volume for the potholder rug range from 112 to 163. Sales volume for the general purpose rug was 220 to 389 pieces. And for the average monthly income from rug production, as presented, majority of the respondents have an average monthly income of 3,000 to 5,000 during rug production compared to only 31 before the rug production. 120 respondents have an average monthly income of 5,001 to 7,000 and none of the respondents have this income range before rug production. The result shows that the monthly average income of the respondents has considerably improved when they engage in rug production after training. The majority challenges in the production and selling rugs in the table 10, presented access to bigger market was listed as the number one concern that the respondents have perceived. And the second major challenge was marketing. Marketing refers to activities a business organization undertakes to promote the buying of the product. With this study, the respondents have problems in distributing and selling their rug products at a large scale and may need more time and marketing strategies to handle this problem. The third one is the challenges was the competition. Business competition is the process of companies and individuals competing in the same industry or field. The respondents particularly pointed to sales and location as their problem in terms of competition. The conclusion of the study, Based on the statistical findings, it was concluded that the livelihood training program made an impact on the participants in terms of the increased monthly income. However, the challenges encountered during the production and selling of the rug must be continuously addressed accordingly to grow as a business. And the recommendations, based on the results and conclusions, the researchers recommend the following, given that the livelihood extension project made an impact on the participation in terms of their monthly income. Regular evaluation is recommended to monitor the progress of the business as a whole. The use of technology and social media may be implemented as the marketing strategy and to access bigger markets and stay competitive in the technology-driven market. Besides, a gradual transition from small-scale maker and seller to box suppliers, advice and training on entrepreneurship is likewise suggested. Thank you so much for your listening, and God bless.
So moving on to the next presentation, we have Raymond G. Velasco to present on evaluation of the developed AC and DC motor control trainer with uninterruptible power supply.
Yes, ma'am. So I will share now my screen. Can you see now my screen?
Yes, sir.
Feedback, please. Okay. So how about the audio? It is clear.
Yes, sir. You can continue, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to each and everyone. Allow me to present my research study entitled Evaluation of a Developed AC-DC Motor Control Trainer with Uninterruptible Power Supply. So we are the researchers, yours truly, Raymond G. Velasco and Mr. Frederick P. de la Cruz, and electrical and electronics technology instructors at Isabela State University, San Mateo campus. For the rationale, the success of training and instruction in all schools depends on the access to teaching materials where students' technical skills and performance can be developed. Many teachers have been motivated to fabricate gadgets, devices, machines, and equipment that serve various purposes. Furthermore, to prevent high cost of supplies and materials needed for construction, local but available materials should be utilized. Apparently, it has been proven that electrical technology curriculum is confronted with the problem of inadequate technology equipment and supplies, thus hampering the delivery of effective instruction and also frequent power interruption due to transmission maintenance and other circumstances that will burden the teaching learning process, especially during electric circuit activity performance, because we cannot check and energize the output electric circuit of student to go on with the learning process. That's why it's along this line that the researcher is motivated to evaluate the developed AC-DC motor control trainer with an interruptible power supply as an instructional device which we utilize to reinforce laboratory shop setting, especially in motor controls. The motor control trainer is uninterruptible because it has a backup power source utilizing solar energy and improvised automatic transfer switch that can automatically switch the power source from grid to solar energy when there is power interruption. So it is automatically switched on whether it's the power interruption is concerned. So it will be automatically switched on. So there's no problem on the power interruption already. So we can now do the testing of the electric circuit. Okay, let's proceed on the objectives. Generally, the study aims to promote and strengthen the quality of technical education and skills development program of the university to attain regional, national, and international competitiveness. Specifically, this study aims to attain the following: Number one, to determine the acceptability of the developed AC/DC motor control trainer in terms of the design and durability, construction, functionality, and safety. To determine if there is significant difference between the evaluations of the two sets of respondents, which is the electrical and electronics technology teachers and the students of electrical and electronics technology. For the methodology, so I use the IPO for the framework. A descriptive evaluative research design were applied to test its performance. There were 74 respondents composing of 14 electricity and electronics instructors and 60 electricity students. The 5-point Likert scale and weighted average mean or WAM will be applied to interpret the equivalent meanings of the data gathered. And if there is significant difference between the evaluations of the two groups of respondents on the AC/DC motor control trainer with uninterruptible power supply in terms of its components using 25-item questionnaire with five items for each component. The collected data were treated using mean z-test for independent samples and analysis of variance. So this is the actual feature of my device, the AC/DC motor control trainer with uninterruptible power supply. So we have the significant findings on the developed AC/DC motor control trainer. So the developed AC/DC motor control trainer with uninterruptible power supply was designed and constructed using iron steel, heavy-duty marine, plywood or plyboard, locally and commercially available materials. The respondents strongly agreed that the design and durability of the developed AC/DC motor control trainer with uninterruptible power supply is appropriate for motor control circuits and circuit configurations. Likewise, the respondents have strongly agreed to the functionality, durability, safety of the developed AC/DC motor control trainer with uninterruptible power supply. So there is no significant difference in the evaluation of the electrical and electronics technology instructors and students for the developed AC/DC motor control trainer with uninterruptible power supply on the above mentioned criteria. So we have the recommendations. To further establish the acceptability of the device, an experimental study can be conducted to determine its effectiveness in enhancing the psychomotor performance of students in electrical and electronics technology. Patenting or to the utility model, so we will apply so it is recommended that utility model will be applied with our device to develop AC/DC motor control trainer with uninterruptible power supply is highly encouraged. Further studies could be conducted to come up with more effective device with improved design and durability, construction functionality, and safety features. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Sir, do you have any questions, or we can move with the next presentation, sir?
Yes, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
What are the implications of your research study? Can you tell me few?
So the implications of my research study, our students now in electrical technology have an access to the technology equipment, like for example, our device, so that it will develop their skills in that said subject, particularly in motor control trainer, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And God bless po sa lahat. God bless to all.
Thank you so much. So next, I would like to welcome Janalyn C. Andres to present on development of Bagani sewing cabinet.
Thank you for presenting your paper, Shamita.
Okay, do we have Teresita and Flores? Can we move on to the next presentation with by Teresita and Flores?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Yes, I am ready to present my study.
You can continue. Thank you.
The absent. Did you hear me, ma'am? Hello. Hello, ma'am. Did you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you for an advance arrangements regarding on my presentation of my study. I am Teresita Navarro Flores from Batangas State University, a national engineering university here in the Philippines. My study is all about the strategic stress management plan in 3 campuses of Batangas State University. In this study, we have all learnings institutions that we have our wait lang po, that we have a quality education to the students and produce competitive individuals. As educators are suffering, experience and encountering stress performing in our duties. 61 of the teachers were stressed out and 58 mental health is not good from American Federations of Teachers 2018. Stress is a state of mental tension, worry, and pressure caused by the problems of the work, family, finances, time management. Next slide. The stress management practices different activities that help person to cope with stress. It can be intrapersonal, interpersonal, and physical activities involved. Proper stress management in the workplace will definitely lead to a better teaching and learning outcomes. Healthier employees operating under manageable stress will help maintain a healthy workplace culture that reinforces productivity. Thus, educators should learn to cope with their loads by reducing stress, if not eliminating them completely in the workplace. Based on my interview of yours truly, I have 5 faculty result for their problem regarding all the stress. They said they are exhausted and stressed due to the blended learning they do in our university. Next, with this scenario, the researchers come up with the study that focuses in determining the views of the faculty with regards to the different techniques in managing stress and the impact of those management practices to the performance of the teachers. The statement of the problem of my study is the purpose is to determine the views of professional teachers regarding the stress management practices of the faculty of 3 campuses of Batangas State University. Specifically, this study sought answer to the following questions. What is the proper variables of the respondents in terms of the following: age, gender, civil status, highest educational attainment, number of years in teaching profession, and position? Second, questions: what are the stress management practices applied by respondents in terms of interpersonal practices, interpersonal practices, and physical practices? Another problem that we arise is what are the factors that cause stress to the respondent in terms of cognitive, behavioral, emotional, and physical factors. Another fourth problem is how significant is the difference on the stress management practices when profile is considered. How significant is difference on the factors that cause stress when profile is considered? Next is review of my review of related literature. According to also 2019, the physical practices of a teacher hold a vital position within the educational system of any country. The ability of the teachers is to deliver knowledge and skill to the students. It's affected by the learning environments. An article supported that interpersonal practices are commonly used to forward off an unpleasant internal state, often triggered by external sources of stressors. The description of the interpersonal practices is peak when a person is with early occurrence of stress, based on the body response to threat or danger, known as fight-to-fight response through the process of alarm and excitations to escape or fend off an attack. This is from the research of different researchers. There are also emotional factors that are cause work-related stress and can be also negative impacts on the mental health. Work-related stress accounts by an average of 29.9 days of work loss for every person affected. Cognitive factors are internal to each person and serve to modulate behavioral responses to external stimuli stress. I. Fernandez, another author, added that the most common sources of the teacher stress are the physical factors, like includes the large sizes of the classes, poor physical space, inadequate resources, and highly responsibility for the others. But according to other study, expanded that there is a significant for some of smell like a nice perfume or menthol, as exudes comforting and relaxing scents. Scents are also bring back good memories. Also, watching movies and something different may help too. Research method and procedures. I have here a descriptive method of research to access the management practices of the 3 campuses of Batangas State University. No sampling was used because they are only 60 respondents answered. The questionnaire consists of 4 parts. They are demographic profile for the respondents, the factors that cause stress to the teachers, respondents in terms of cognitive, behavioral, emotional, and physical aspects. How frequent the teachers apply to the different stress management practices, the degree of improvement of teachers' performance after they have undergone stress management. The statistical treatment used are frequently percentage, weighted mean, standard deviation, and ranking t-tests with F-test and person R. Research and methods and procedures. We have also the constructions and validations of our study and test of the reliability of the instruments. The researchers took extensive reading of the studies and substance to the questionnaire, submitted first drop of the questionnaires to the thesis advisor for checking comments and suggestion. The validity of the questionnaires are presented for the 3 experts who have background in the psychology regarding on the causes of the stress and stress management. The survey was conducted after adjustments and corrections on the questionnaires. And another statistic was utilized to get the reliability of using crossback alpha. Findings. In my study, the most of the respondents belong to 20 to 30 age range, male and female, degree with a degree holder, and they have 5 years and below years of teaching experience and instructor 3 in position in our university. The stress management practices of the respondents has composite mean of 2.09 on intrapersonal, 3.2 interpersonal, 3.29 on the physical practices. I'm not putting into any table, so I put into the kinds of findings. The respondents' factors, number 3, that cause stress to them has composite means of 2.47 on the cognitive factors, 3.20 on the behavioral, 2.94 on the emotional, and 3.16 on the physical factors. Number 4, there is no significant differences on the on the interpersonal and physical stress management practices. There are no significant differences on the cognitive, behavioral, emotional, and physical factors. 6, there is a significant relationship between stress management practices and factors that cause stress to the respondents, significant relationship because of the p-value of 0.009. My conclusion now, therefore, in my study, majority of the respondents belong to 20 to 30 age range, male, female, master's degree holder, have 5 years and below years of teaching experience, and instructor trained position. Respondents agreed in the stress management practices in terms of interpersonal practices and physical practices. However, they disagreed in interpersonal practices. The respondents agreed behavioral factors, emotional factors, and physical factors causes stress to them, while they are disagreed that cognitive factors cause stress to them. There are no significant differences on the stress management practices when profile is considered. There was no significant difference on the factors that cause stress when profile is considered. There was significant also relationship between stress management practices and factors that cause stress to the respondents. That's the conclusion. Next is my recommendation. For my study, as me as a teacher is also affected, teachers should be able to manage, our time very satisfactorily, and should be encouraged to exert more effort to sustain their management of time to whether they are young or old. Male or female, single or married, have long and short teaching experience and with any positions. Number 2 recommendation, the deans and executive director of each campus should extend assistant and work hand in hand with the teachers to attain level of the task performance and the practices, the stress management to improve their teaching work. The dean and executive director should be considerate and patient enough to listen, if not totally eradicate and stress among the teachers. It's very important to us as a teachers. The deans and executive director must conduct lecture. That's the important part. We need seminar, trainings, and workshops and about stress management practices for teachers so that they will be able to cope with the challenges associated with their professions. A follow-up, number 5, studies should be conducted regarding stress management practices with the inclusion of personal characteristic of leadership style of the deans and executive director. And the last recommendations, the dean, the executive director of the campus, and the teacher should provide more seminars and workshops regarding on the stress management practices and must be geared toward the physical development of a teacher. Thank you very much and happy listening. May God bless us all. That is all my study. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Hello. Did you still hear me? Hello.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much then. God bless.
Yeah. So the next presentation, I call upon Ederonke Justina to present on web-based student assessment and evaluation system for measuring education quality. So he's not present. I would like to welcome Hussam Mansoor to present on sustainability in construction management, a bibliometric review.
Today, I will present to you a paper entitled Sustainability in Construction Management Research, a bibliometric review. I will start with a short biography about myself. I am currently a part-time lecturer at Yarmouk University. I received my PhD from the School of Civil Engineering, University Technology Malaysia. I received my Master of Engineering Project Management from the University of Jordan in Jordan. My research focus is in the construction management, digitalization in construction, and construction 4.0. I am the corresponding author for this research, and you can contact me by the following email. The growing field of sustainability is expanding rapidly in the construction management research, and a little retrospective work on this evolution has been made so far. A number of published studies have been focusing on sustainability, energy performance, life cycle assessment, environmental assessment methodology, and pollutant gas emissions, where there are direct relationships with the theme of construction materials and waste. The extensive bibliometric and network analysis presented in this paper, which was carried out on the Web of Science database, offers novel and new insights into the development of construction management research field and its expanding coverage of sustainability-related subjects. The research field is identified using bibliometrics in the first step, which identifies 328 published studies. Network analysis is used in the second step to find significant publications, authors, and established research groups. Key research areas: the degree to which sustainability is taken into consideration, interrelations and patterns of cooperation in the fields are identified via a more extensive content analysis. Data mapping techniques use visual representations to show how publications have changed over time and to pinpoint areas of future research interests, namely in sustainability. Strengthening quality of life, enabling people to live in a healthy environment, and enhancing social, economic, and environmental conditions for both the present and future generations are all descriptions of the term sustainability. In recent years, due to the rapid global expansion of sustainable construction, this industry has encountered numerous administrative, strategic, and operational difficulties. However, the construction industry is responsible for between 45 to 65% of waste dumped in landfills and 35% of the world's CO2 emissions. By preserving energy, water, and natural resources through reuse, recycling, innovative design, and maximizing waste and pollutions, sustainability in construction sector may satisfy the demands of both the present and future generations. A few scholars has conducted a literature review related to sustainability in construction management literature. Bibliometric tools provide an alternative viewpoint about sustainability by utilizing the most recent scientometric, informatic, and bibliometric methodologies and procedures. By providing a thorough analysis of construction management's rapidly expanding topics, this work adds to the body of literature on the subject. The findings provide new information about the areas of current research as well as the position of the study of sustainability within the field of construction management. The debate also offers some directions for additional study. In the main collection of the Web of Science, we looked for primary research using a variety of key terms that the authors came up with during a brainstorming session. It is important to remember that these research terms were connected using the Boolean and logic while considering publication on this subject between January 2018 and September 2022. 8,560 items were returned by this research. Only content from linked fields was considered. To focus the results, exclusion criteria were created and used. 322 articles were acquired for analysis after applying the filters stated by the exclusion criteria. The number of papers published between 2018 and 2022 about sustainability in construction management is shown in the following figure. These primary findings indicate that the area will continue to draw a lot more attention for research because it has not yet reached a mature stage. If we consider journals and conference proceedings, it seems that 6 journals have published 116 studies, 35% of all the articles under consideration. The geographical locations of the organization contributing to the research sample were revealed by an initial examination, despite the fact that Malaysia, which continues to be a significant market for publication, was the source for the first article in 2018. 17% of the relevant research is conducted in China. The 328 papers were used to create a pool of 1,603 keywords. The minimum number of instances for a keyword was set by default in VisiViewer at 5, and the 83 keywords that were found met that requirement. The top keywords are shown in Table 4. The networks of co-citation relationships for writers as generated by VisiViewer are shown graphically in Figure 2.a. A publication is more likely to cite authors of the same color in tandem. The density of co-citation for authors is shown in Figure 2.b. The larger the label size, the more frequently the author is mentioned. 4 significant clusters were established as a result of the investigation. In Cluster 1, there were 9 publications, while in Cluster 4, there were 2 publications. The findings imply that older papers have greater sway. A co-citation analysis, however, introduces some bias into the circumstances. Key research topics in the field of sustainability in construction management literature are fourfold and follow each other in a relative sequence order. The first cluster, the red cluster, contains 9 work related to the sustainability performance. The second cluster, the green cluster, contains 7 works related to barriers and drivers for sustainable building. The third cluster, the blue cluster, contains 5 works related to social sustainability in construction. Finally, the fourth cluster, the yellow cluster, is related to sustainable construction frameworks. This concludes my presentation. Thanking you all. All the best for the best in you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, carry on, please. Yes, ma'am. Can we move to the next presentation?
Yes, sir. So we have just one presentation left, and I think he's not present. Let me just cross check, sir. Give me 2 minutes. Sir, that's all the presentation for this session. It is over. You have any few words, sir? I hope everyone has presented. So let us all have, sir, do you have any words, few words, sir? No, sir, you're not audible, sir. Thank you all. We'll be meeting again in 10 to 15 minutes. You can have a break and come back in 10 minutes. Thank you. And we'll start the technical session 4 a.m.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you, sir.
Yeah. I would like to speak few lines.
Sure, sir. Sure.
First of all, I am very much thankful to the organizing team of WMSRI World Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Innovation who gave me this wonderful opportunity to chair the session in this wonderful hybrid event. And all of you are aware that after post-pandemic effects, it is not possible to organize all the events in offline mode. So it is a better strategy that different organizations and colleges should organize these seminars and conferences in hybrid mode, so that each and every researcher from different country may get an opportunity to present their views through online mode. And as far as the presentation given by different researchers in today's session is concerned, all of them have done a wonderful job. Some of them have used primary studies, whereas some of them have used secondary data. But ultimately, they have utilized statistical tools as and when needed. But all of us need to understand one thing, that research is an ongoing process. We need to update ourselves as per the latest developments in the domain of research. So I wish all of you a very, very best of luck for your future endeavors. And once again, I congratulate the organizing team for organizing such a wonderful event. And I wish and I hope that you will keep organizing such kind of conferences in times to come. Thank you so much, ma'am, for inviting me and having me. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Ma'am, one small request.
Yes,
Can
sir.
we have a group picture of the session?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. We'll have, sir. So
I request all the participants to on
switch
their
on your
video.
camera.
Yeah.
All the participants present, please switch on your camera. நானும் பண்ணுமா? Please wait a few minutes. Yes. Thank you so much, everyone. You can now go for the break. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. It was.
Okay.
It is very. It is a great pleasure to have you with us.
Same from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back all. Next, I invite all the participants to technical session 4A. Let us now move on to this keynote speech. I would like to invite the session speaker, Dr. Jyoti AP. She completed her PhD in 2020, master degree in 2009, and bachelor degree in 2002 from Visvesvaraya Technological University, India. She is currently working as a faculty in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Ramaya University of Applied Science, Ramaya Technology Campus, Bengaluru. She has nearly 16 years of experience in teaching and has published many research papers in journals indexed in SIE, SEI, SCIE, Web of Science, Scopus, etc., and presented papers in several national and international conferences. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mubina, for that wonderful introduction. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you, ma'am.
Can I start the session?
Yes, ma'am.
I thank the WCMRI conference organizers and IFERP for giving me this opportunity to present a session on recent trends that are there in the clustering algorithms for wireless sensor networks. So already Mubina has given the brief biodata of mine. So for people who have not heard that, this is for you. So coming to the introduction of wireless sensor networks, first we need to understand that what is a wireless sensor node as such. So node will be having a communication unit for doing the transmission and the reception. And also the microcontroller unit will be there within the sensor node for the processing of the particular things. So here sensor circuits are the one which will actually calculate the physical parameters that will be sensed, and that would be given for the microcontroller unit for doing the processing. And obviously a battery unit is required for the power requirements. So this is the overall wireless sensor node architecture that we can have. And usually this is how the wireless sensor networks will look like. The sensor nodes, what I just now told you, would be actually spread over a sensing field. And these data, whatever collected from the sensors, would be taken and given to a gateway or a base station. And the users can access those data through the internet. So this is how the basic wireless sensor networks will look like. But here we can see that the sensors what are shown is having a multi-hop instead of a single hop. We are having a multi-hop. So this is called as a flat network topology, because this will have few problems as such, because the amount of energy that is dissipated for the data to be transmitted from each sensor to the base station will be more in this case. So that's why one of the current recent trends that we have to improve our clustering algorithm. So that is the clustering algorithm means basically it's a hierarchical network methodology, basically to reduce the energy consumption that is there, because all your WSNs will have a energy conservation as an important parameter, because it is all battery powered. So that is the reason here we take the clustering algorithm into account. So in clustering, what we do is we'll have a member node and we'll have a cluster node and we'll have the base station. So how do we do the clustering is we will just virtually organize all the different member nodes into a single cluster, and one will be elected as a leader, and that is called as the cluster head or CH. And the data would be transferred from the CH to the base station. So this is the overall organization and how the communication will happen, including the clustering algorithm in WSN. So the first thing here is the clustering process. So in the clustering process, you will have two stages as such. So one is called as the steady state phase and one more is called as a setup phase. So as we all know, setup phase is the first phase wherein the cluster selection, cluster head election, everything has to be done, including the cluster formation, along with the TDMA schedule that has to be given for each node to send the data within the time span scheduled according to the TDMA algorithm. So here, that's how the clustering process will happen in the setup phase. When it comes to steady state phase, it is actual data transmission wherein the data would be sent from the cluster head to the either to the next cluster head or directly to the base station. So this is about the clustering process. And in order to do the CH selection, we can take either a particular sensor node which is having a more energy at the particular round. So that can be selected as a CH. So this is one of the basic method what we use, but lots of trending technologies have come which has improvised the CH selection method. I'll be discussing it more with one of the case studies of my research. And next one is scalability in cluster-based wireless sensor networks. So when we talk about scalability, obviously we require more area to be covered, more sensed area to be covered. So that is what is told in the scalability. So since we are having a multi-hop from cluster to cluster, you can see that the amount of data that is transferred from this to this would be taking less energy compared to moving all the member nodes data to the base station directly. So that is how we actually reduce the amount of energy dissipation that will happen per node. And that is how we can actually improve the network lifetime of the overall network, and also the more amount of area can be covered. So that is what is about the scalability in cluster-based wireless sensor networks. So a new trend has come in now, which is called as a mobile wireless sensor networks. So if we take an example of a soldier who is going to a war, and if his particular health care has to be taken into consideration, so we can use the mobile wireless sensor networks. So that's how we can have a communication with the mobile agent, so that we can have the overall scenario under control. So that is with respect to mobile wireless sensor networks, we can have a mobile base station which moves around in a particular topology to collect the data from the different sensors or the cluster heads. So I will be discussing more on this again in the use case study I have taken as a research work in the presentation. And next is the cluster formation. So once the CH is selected, so the non-CH, that is whoever are not the selected as cluster head, would be joining the clusters to form the particular cluster. So that will be done through the use of threshold as a leech algorithm. So lots of work has been done apart from leech. So leech is considered as the benchmark work in the hierarchical network algorithms, but a lot of other works have also been done in order to improvise the leech algorithm. And that is how the cluster formation will happen, taking the threshold into account in the leech algorithm. And next is sensing and transmission management. So as I already told you, lot of data and would be sent from each node. So you can see that if two sensor nodes are very near to each other, there are chances that both the sensors will send the same data to the cluster head. So it is obviously very much important for us to reduce the redundant data before sending it to the base station. So as of now, you can see that the cluster head should be responsible for reducing the redundant data. So that's how the sensing and transmission management can be done, so that we can reduce the amount of the energy depletion that happens at each stage. So for this, I have taken a basic one of my research work on WSN. So here I have considered the leech along with one more algorithm called as FLAME. FLAME is a fuzzy local approximation membership algorithm. So in which what they consider is they consider the distance into account. So leech considers only the remnant energy, that is whatever the residual energy that is there in the particular sensor only will be considered in leech. So apart from this, if we consider the distance into account, we would be able to reduce the amount of energy dissipation. So that's why a new algorithm called flame leech can be incorporated. So in this, actually, we can consider the distance, Euclidean distance between the CH to CH, CH to base station, or from member node to CH. So all these distances can be considered. But this will be taken as a single level clustering approximation. So in order to improvise it to a multi-scale optimization clustering, I take into account MSOC. wherein the multi-level clustering approximation can be taken into account. So in this one more algorithm, what we do is along with the CH selection will be done with considering the candidate node. Candidate node means what? The node which will be ready to become the cluster head in the next round. And present cluster head is the current cluster head, and active RF transceivers and passive RF transceivers are taken into account in order to have a change in the role of the CH, because each time only one sensor is sending the data means what will happen, the amount of energy depletion for that particular sensor would be drastically in a faster manner. So in order to reduce this, we can have a turnaround from active RF to passive RF and so on. So along with this, we can have a data pick point and data pick time also, because you see in a larger area, wherever the event is happening, we are interested only in that particular data and not the overall thing. So that's why we can include the data pick time and also the data pick points into account. So considering all this, a cost function can be formulated for the communication model to be developed. So this is a proposed algorithm for MSOC. So communication model, as I have shown here, will have a number of sensors being deployed in a random fashion over a particular area. So you can see here the clusters. These are the cluster heads. So it would be collecting the data from the member nodes within the particular cluster, and this would be sending the data to the cluster head. So all the cluster head data would be either going directly to the sink or through some other cluster heads. So as shown in this particular diagram. So this is a communication model, but we also incorporated one more thing called as the data pick point and the data pick time. As I told you, one example I will take here is some forest fire is there. So the forest is a very large area that we will have. So we are not interested in all the data that is there within the forest, and we are interested only in the event, that is the forest fire. So only this green colored areas are showing the event happening there, that is forest fire happening there. So we can pick up the data only from this area and use a particular time, that is the data pick time, in order to take the data from these particular sensors wherever the event is happening. So that's how we can improvise on the reduction in the energy consumption. So as I told, we can actually change the role of the CH. So candidate CH, present CH, passive RF transceiver and active RF transceivers are considered for this particular scenario. So here what is happening is the present CH would be sending the data to the active RF transceivers, and active RF transceivers would be giving or sending the data to the base station. So in one round, this will be the scenario. In the next round, what will happen? So if you consider this as our initial RF transceiver state, and next process in the next round, we can transfer it to the new RF transceiver. That is, your active transceivers would become passive now, and passive RF transceivers would become active now. So this is how we can change the role of the particular CH, and dead CH are in, represented with the red color in this particular diagram. So as such, what we can do in this scenario is we are trying to improvise the amount of energy that is there in each sensor. So that is how we can actually reduce the amount of energy dissipated per node. So one more scenario is we can actually have the topology control also taken into account along with the clustering. So here we have taken the position of the sensors, percentage of CH, initial energy for applying the clustering algorithm, and selection of the CH. So this is what we had done in the initial stages, but this was a static WSN scenario, but we can improvise it to mobile wireless sensor networks. That means we can have a mobile base station instead of having a static base station that would be moving in the particular region in a particular topology that we want. So here I have taken up two topologies. One is converging orbital interstellar topology, and one more is symmetrical non-overlapping interstellar topology. So these two topologies I have considered. I'll show you the particular scenario in which how the actual base station will move around in the region of interest. And these two topologies would help us in even selection of the CH, because here we can use a fuzzy inference system, FIS, You can use MATLAB for that, or NS2 simulator, anything that you can use as a software. So here MATLAB I have used here, fuzzy inference system, for calculating the rule set and also applying it and finding a best or superior cluster head. So previously we had only one cluster head. So now we are moving on to a superior cluster head, so which is taking the data from the cluster heads and sending it to the base station. So in order to select the superior cluster head, we can take the residual energy of the CH into account, and movement of CH to base station can also be considered, and also optimal position of the CH has to be considered. So this is how the, instead of the stationary sensors will be there as it is, only the mobile base station will be moving across the region of interest and collecting the data. So that's how you can improvise the clustering algorithm with respect to incorporating the topologies. So as I had told you, converging orbital interstellar topology is a circular motion of the base station as shown here. So this is a scenario wherein you have a say lots of hills or some hilly region wherein you cannot have the human to be going there and placing the sensors. So obviously it would be randomly deployed in these regions of terrains. So in that case, we can make some base station, a mobile base station, such as drones or something, to move around in a particular topology as shown here, either the converging orbital or symmetrical non-overlapping interstellar topology, so that the data from the particular sensors can be collected from the CH, and those CH can be given to the superior cluster head later for the transmission to the base station. So this is the path of the mobile base station shown in red color for the COIT, and this is for the SNIT. And these are the stationary sensors which would be sending the data to the mobile base station, which is shown as in red color here. So the thing is, like, instead of having just the cluster head, I told you we'll be moving on to a superior cluster head. So this is the superior cluster head shown in yellow color here on the right hand side of your slide. So you can see that all the member nodes shown in green color, small green color, would be giving the data to the cluster head shown in the green, dark green color. And then those data would be collected from the cluster heads to the superior cluster head as shown here. So this yellow colored superior cluster head would be collecting the data from all your cluster heads in this way, and the mobile base station, which is moving in a particular topology, would be collecting the data from the superior cluster heads. So as I told you, for the selection of the superior cluster head, again we need to use a fuzzy inference system, which will be considering the residual energy, movement of the CH to base station, that means how nearby it is and how the movement of the things are happening. So all those things have to be taken into consideration here. So here, this is the overall communication model for the new thing what we have made. Previously, we had only member nodes and cluster heads, which was giving the data to the base station shown in green color. But now what we are doing is we're having a mobile base station. It is not a stationary one. And this mobile base station would be moving around in the region of interest according to the topology selected. And it would be taking the data from the superior cluster head, which has collected the data from all your cluster heads from the different clusters. And this is how we can actually decrease the amount of energy dissipation that is happening. So the clustering methodology obviously improves the network lifetime by reducing the energy dissipation. So as I told you, the particular superior cluster heads have to be considering the battery power, mobility, centrality, etc. Using the Mamdani falsification FIS, I have calculated the chance of getting how much will be the chances for getting the particular sensor node to be elected as a superior cluster head. And these are the few FIS parameters being considered for doing the work, research work. So we can have battery power as less, medium or high. Mobility can be either low, moderate or frequent. And centrality, centrality means how much nearby the particular node is to the CH or to the superior cluster head or to the base station. So centrality means the distance will be considered here. So it can be either close, adequate or far. So these are the membership functions for the input variables. And similarly for the output variables, that is the chance of selecting a particular cluster head to be the superior cluster head, is taking into into account all these parameters. It can be very weak, low, medium, higher, medium, strong, or very strong. So these are the membership functions for the output variable that you can consider. So here I am showing you the output chances of selecting a particular superior cluster head, taking into account the battery power, mobility factor, and the centrality, and the chance for selecting the SCH, that is superior cluster head. And I have used the trapezoidal membership function in the FIS for doing the same. So these are the results we will be obtaining when we consider the battery power, mobility, and centrality, and giving different values like low, medium, high, moderate, adequate. So all that we have seen previously here in this scenario. So all these input variables can be applied. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is accounting to around 27 rule sets for us. So according to this 27 rule sets, we can calculate the chance of getting the or selecting the particular SCH into account. So this is how the logical rules can be applied for the decision system, that is our fuzzy inference system, to get the output. So simulation of clustering with topology control. So when we run the code on a MATLAB, so this is how the output will look like. So you can see this blue colored line. I'm showing it to you through my cursor here. So this is one cluster, and this is one more cluster. This blue lines are segregating the different clusters, you can see. And this is the cluster head, and all these are the member nodes. This black colored ones are the dead nodes. Okay, so all the member nodes would be sending the data to the cluster head, and this cluster head would be sending the data to the superior cluster head, and from the superior cluster head, it would be moving to the sink or the base station. So here, this is a mobile sink we are considering. So this would be moving in a particular topology. So if you take COIT, it will be in a circular fashion. It would be moving in a deterministic model we have considered. So that is the reason it is only circular if you take COIT. And if you take SNIT, it would be this particular scenario of the movement of the mobile base station. And you can see in SNIT also, the same scenario happening. All these are the clusters that are being formed, and all the sensor nodes are sending the data to the CH, and CH to SCH, and SCH to the mobile base station. So this is how the basic scenario of the clustering with the topology control can be obtained, as shown here. And with this simple research work of mine, I think now you have understood how exactly the clustering will help us in reducing the amount of energy dissipation and also improve the network lifetime of the particular wireless sensor network. And here a few other applications that we can have for the wireless sensor networks. It can be used in environmental monitoring, energy control and grid, terrain tracking, industrial applications, healthcare, security and surveillance, smart cities, transportation, agriculture precision, entertainment, and so many other applications are there. I have put in here only a few of them. And we have got a few funding projects based on this, like soldier monitoring, as I told, and even the smart city, one application we had made for that also, we have got the funding from KSCST. So this is how we can just plan our projects as such, with the different scenarios or the different domains or the different applications that we can take into consideration. So one more thing I want to tell is nowadays WSN is not only like we have to concise ourselves to whatever the clustering things I have told or 5G, 4G networks that we have shown. It can be enhanced to IoT, machine learning, and other domains as well. We can have a combination of all those so that we can form a particular project. So here is one example for that. I am showing you here WSN IoT using machine learning in smart cities. So here you can have the edge computing, fog computing, all that with respect to the IoT, which are giving the data which are near to your devices, and that would be given to the gateway using the WSN IoT, and from there you can upload the data to cloud. So here I'm incorporating WSN along with the cloud computing as well. So nowadays we know AWS is there, so many cloud computing platforms are there, so you can upload the data to that, and you can have an access point from the cloud so that you can get back the data and use it for the user through a mobile phone or a laptop or a personal desktop, anything of your choice. So a few of the applications shown here are smart cities, smart traffic management, smart grids and smart buildings, remote healthcare, smart agriculture, industrial applications, and so on. So remote patient monitoring is one of the major applications nowadays we can see, because many people are going outside for working. If you have a small kid or a old age people at home, always we want to monitor their health sitting in our workplace. So that's why this remote healthcare is tremendously growing like anything nowadays for many different applications using the WSN along with any of the other things you can take. And future research trends, though so many research work has been done, still future research trends are to be considered with respect to improvising more on the efficient clustering and also efficient energy management, enhancement of the network lifetime, enhanced quality of service. So quality of service mainly like throughput has to be improved, and even the delay has to be reduced. So many quality of service parameters can be considered for enhancement, and algorithm efficiency also can be considered as one of the prime factor for our future research trends. And higher supportability for the message passing has to be taken into account, and applicability in real time. So here real time scenarios are very different from the other kinds of, like soft real time are really different from the hard real time applications. So if it is a hard real time application, we have to take into account the time, which is a major factor in the real time applications. So that has to be considered, and supportability for large scale wireless sensor networks have to be done so that large area can be covered, and enhanced communication capabilities like 4G, 5G. Now it is research work is going on with 6G as well now. So all those things will form the future trends with respect to WSN. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity. I thank the organizers, Institute of Engineers, Research and Publication, IFERP, and also Karpaga Vinayaga College of Engineering and Technology, Tamil Nadu, for giving me this opportunity. And also I thank Ramaya University of Applied Sciences, Bengaluru, Karnataka, for giving me and supporting me take up this assignment or the invitation to accept this invitation. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is great having you with us today.
Thank you.
Now, moving on to the technical presentation session, I welcome our session chair, Dr. R. Surendran, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Savita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences, Chennai, India.
Hello, ma'am.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can we move on to the presentation, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I would like to welcome Rishabh Agarwal to present on use of machine learning for digital manufacturing, demonstration on an industrial use case.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So let me just share my presentation. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Rishabh. So I'll be presenting our study on use of machine learning for digital manufacturing with the help of an industrial use case. So this was done by myself, Shrikant, Rupesh, and Supriya. A small introduction about myself. I work as a senior data scientist, now manager with ABB India. I have a master's degree in industrial and systems engineering from IIT Kharagpur. I have more than 3 years of experience in this field of advanced analytics and artificial intelligence. And I've worked on various domains involving supply chain analytics, marketing, customers and sales. So I have a variety of experience, and I'm always looking forward to more challenging problems to solve real life situations. So let's talk about this paper. So I'll just talk about our abstract a bit first. So we are a engineered to order business was our case study. So in this we have various challenges, like one of the main challenges, completion of projects on time. This complexity is amplified because these have to be custom made orders. The drawings have to be made. There are delay in customer approvals, and there is also change management because of the involvement of so many stakeholders. So it requires a high level of introduces a high level of uncertainty during execution, and impacts our total throughput time of the orders, and impacts our on-time delivery, which ultimately also impacts our lower inventory turnover ratio. Now, what are the major factors contributing to these are products used, components used, the type of orders, and these factors have different impacts across the different phases in a manufacturing process. Now, in this study, what we are trying to do is apply machine learning to use apply machine learning and considering more than 40 variables, numerical and text variables, to understand the manufacturing process. What are the root causes of the delays? The first step we do is we do a key driver analysis to determine the likelihood of the delay for certain sales channels, components, and which is followed by a supervised machine learning algorithm to identify the clusters of orders that are associated to more delays. The accuracy of these models were varied from 73 to 77%. So to give you a background once again, in an engineer to order business, this is the typical workflow. Right from the sales, it goes to the handing over team, the engineering drawing, engineering designing, approval of drawing, release of bill of materials, procurement, then production, then testing, and then finally shipping or dispatch. So for a successful completion of orders, all of these functions, all of the people associated with these functions are involved. The challenges are because so many people are involved. It's more than 100 people working on orders, or working on 150 sub orders at a time, and tracking thousands of critical components. There's a huge information flow across the value chain, and several projects are being worked on parallelly. So that is also very difficult for people to keep track. And there is also another challenge of dynamic delivery date. Customers coming up with new requirements, having new delivery dates, and it disturbs the entire value chain. So therefore, you can see how complex this process is, and it becomes beyond human capability to visualize all the data, understand what the root causes of delay are, and deriving insight. It's a challenge, and planning and operations become very inefficient and highly dependent on the experts. So therefore, we came up with a solution to apply machine learning to this problem. So we have data on all of these orders, and we know what type of orders they are, what products we have to manufacture. We have details on the size of the order, value of the order. So as I said, more than 40 variables, both numeric and text variables. So sales channel, complexity of job, number of panels, product variant, contractual value. These are some of the factors, characteristics of an order. And these we consider as our independent variable. Along with these orders, we keep a track of all of these activities. So we have an actual date and a planned date associated with our orders. So we track when the order was engineering drawing was completed, when it was dispatched, when it was tested, and we compare the actual date with the planned date, and we calculate whether the order was delayed or was it completed in on time. And this is our dependent variable. So our dependent variable is a binary variable. Using this, we have formulated our business problem to a machine learning problem, and we apply a supervised learning algorithm. Here we apply decision tree to do two things: to do the key driver analysis, find out which factors are the ones which are having the maximum impact, and whether the orders are delayed or on time. And also using decision trees, we can identify the clusters, the clusters of suborders which are showing similar behavior, similar characteristics, and that can be then worked on, taken action on to improve our processes. So decision tree, why decision tree was used? Because we had a lot of categorical variables, and decision tree is also very easy to interpret, and interpretability of our models was critical for our solution. So here are just some results of our study. So we could see that on this graph, you can see the average delays in days. So we saw that for certain delivery terms, when they were applicable, we had very less delays, whereas for other delivery terms, the number of delays was quite high. We also could see complexity of job was a critical factor in determining whether the order will be delayed or not. And we saw that high complexity orders were typically less delayed than the other type of orders, low and medium complexity orders. Now, this was a very counterintuitive finding that highly complex orders are actually having less delays, but it was important and to identify this, because there might be underlying causes why maybe high complexity orders were given priority by the manufacturing team. So this really helped us to get closer to our process and identify the root causes. Next, we also did, as I said, applied decision trees to build trees in this fashion and find out the cluster of suborders with similar characteristics. So here I am sharing a couple of results in our study that two clusters we have found. One of the clusters we found was when an orders was being sold through a particular sales channel X, and the type of equipment Y was being sold through this channel, we found that 89% of the times the handing over is delayed. Now, it would have been very time consuming and very difficult for a human to go through so much of data, so much of complexity of data, and to narrow down and find these clusters of orders. And we found this 89% delayed cluster of orders, and this was shared to the team to improve their processes. Similarly, we also found another cluster. Here, type of equipment, number of equipments are more than a certain threshold. And when they are sold through a sales channel A, then 75% of the orders handing over was on time. So we found extremes in both the cases, and understanding this really helps us to understand what was working well, why we are having on-time deliveries in one cluster and why not in another cluster. So this is how, using data that we have gathered, formulating it into a machine learning problem, we can apply machine learning in digital manufacturing processes and improve these processes. So yeah, thank you. That brings me an end to my presentation. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Dr. Surinder, sir, do you have any questions, sir? Or we can move with the next presentation.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
How the metrics we can find about your project? What are the merits and demerits of the project?
So, as I had touched in my presentation, the merits of the project were, since we had such a huge data set, more than 40 variables, more than hundreds of people involved, it helped us to analyze the data quickly, find out the root causes quickly in our project delivery process.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
So next presentation is by Kirtika N. Kirtika N, are you present here? Okay, do we have Annalata M? Okay, so I would like to welcome Sabaruddin Hatta to present on validity deflection in multi-layer test with SAP 2000.
I'm here now. This is Adirunke Kumola. Hello.
Hello.
This is Adirunke Kumola. Okay. Okay, this is not my slide.
Sir, Adrenala, you will be presenting next, sir. Sabaruddin, you can proceed.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sabaruddin, are you presenting?
Yes.
Yeah, kindly continue and also maintain the time limit of 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for the time given. And just my name is Sabaruddin from University Khairun Ternate, Province Maluku Utara, Indonesian state. Let me present an article entitled Validity Deflection in Multilayer Test with SAP 2000. Okay, let me explain the abstract. Multi-layer testing is categorized as a form on non-standard testing methods that is likely to be developed in the future. the validity on the multi-layer test result is needed. For the validity of the research result used as a test tool is SEP 2000. Focus on the calculate the deflection that occurs under the correct layers. The result of the research on the closed condition test object. The specific dimension showed the difference in the value of the multi-layer test deflection with the SEP 2000 deflection value of 15.029%. Whereas multi-layer testing is categorized as a form on a non-standard test method that is likely to be developed in the future. The validity of multi-layer test result is required. As if 2000 focusing on the calculation of the deflection that occurs under the concrete layers is used for the validity of the research result which are used as a test tool. The result of the research on closed condition specimens with specific dimensions showed a difference in the value of the multi-layer test deflection with the SEP 2000 deflection value of 15.29%. Starting from the essence, some things can be explained properly. For interdisc, referring to SNI ISO IEC 17025 2008, it can be stated the multi-layer testing is categorized as a form on non-standard testing methods, which is likely to be developed into standard testing to a validation process. So the validity of multi-layer test result is very necessary. In this paper, the validity of the research result used as a test tool is SEP 2000, focusing on the calculation of deflection that occur under the concrete layer in a closed spectrum. The result of the research on closed condition specimen with certain dimensions showed there was a difference in the deflection value in the multi-layer test with the SEP 2000 deflection value of 15.29%. For methodology, result and conclusion. As for the method used to get the deflection value, please look at the existing picture A, B, and C. Figure is the mention. Figure A is the mention and illustration of the test object. Figure B is the material properties, and Figure C is the setting for testing and installation of tools and visualization of the result. An explanation of the dimension of the material and the calculation result can be seen in this table. I briefly explained that the test was carried out under closed condition and compress it with a maximum load of 128.78 kilonewton. Under this condition, a deflection of 0.817 was obtained. Then validation with SEP2000 obtained a deflection of 0.125. The conclusion of this article multi-layer testing as a non-standard test requires validation SU. SEP2000 is used as a validation instrument. The SEP2000 validation threshold is 0.125, 50.27% smaller than the multi-layer test 0.817. Thank you for opportunity give.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Surindan, do you have any questions?
I'm sorry, I don't open question as well, sir.
Hello.
Okay, sir. Let's
Can
move on to the next. Sorry, sir.
Can you say the extension of the work for the enhancement, future direction of the work?
The question is to Dr. Mr. Sabaruddin. So once again, sir. Mr. Sabaruddin, kindly share the extensions of your work. Okay, so thank you. Let's move on to the next presentation. For the next presentation, I would like to welcome Aderonok Justina to present on web-based student assessment and evaluation system for measuring education quality. Mr. Sabaruddin, kindly stop your screen sharing.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, sir. Kindly wait, sir. I'll be sharing your presentation.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you can continue.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Dr. Aderunke Justina Ikumola. My co-author is Dr. Ezekiel A. Oyekan. Here I'm presenting a paper titled Web-Based Student Assessment and Evaluation System for Measuring Education Quality. The university quality of education has always been evaluated by means of accreditation by government body and also getting or receiving feedback in a form of questionnaire from students, usually at the end of the semester. The latter is usually carried out in print or via email. This method, however, has many drawbacks, like possibility of the questionnaire email being classified as a spam, default in printing materials in the case of papers, extra effort to collate response gotten from the exercise that is, it requires a lot of time to arrange and extract the response of students. Responses kept in paper are prone to damages caused by fire or accident. The privacy of the student are not protected, which make the students to falsify their judgment out of fear of being victimized. It is also difficult to make reference to the questionnaire upon request at any point in time, and so on. In view of this, a web-based questionnaire is viable to serve as an assessment system for measuring educational quality. A web-based assessment is one important area of application of web technology. A web-based questionnaire system eradicates the problem of making several print copies of questionnaire, the laborious process of collating student responses and extracting information from the exercise. In this work, a web-based student assessment and evaluation system for measuring educational quality using the Department of Mathematical Science, Olusegun Agagun University of Science and Tech, as a case study was developed. This system is user-friendly, which enables students to assess the performance of their lecturers at the end of the semester via questionnaires incorporated on the web, which will give a picture of how the students perceive the performance of their lecturer. Incorporating the questionnaire on the web seems to be a faster, safer and faster and cost-effective method compared to other methods. We review some literature, but I'm going straight to the design methodology, research design. The research work is a descriptive survey research. The population of the study comprises of students of the Department of Mathematical Science, Olusegun Agagun University of Science and Tech. The researcher used a sample of 104 students from the department to serve as respondents for this study. And the instrument used for data collection was an online survey questionnaire. The questionnaire was made up of two sessions. Session A is based on the biodata of the students, biodata of the respondent, while session B is designed to obtain relevant information from the items on the questionnaire, which consists of 16 closed-ended Likert scales questions. The procedure for the data collection, the researcher administered the questionnaire online to the respondent in the department under the study via WhatsApp and other social media platforms. The items in the question were carefully prepared to reflect the variable in the research topic. The questionnaire was given to experts in this field for necessary correction before they were being administered to the respondent. Well, in order to obtain the reliability of the instrument, test-retest methods was adopted. After a period of 2 weeks, the same question was re-administered to the subject. The score obtained from the two tests were subject to tests for suitability and reliability to ensure that the instrument is reliable enough for use. And we make use of PSC product moment correlation coefficient formula to analyze our data. And I have the architecture of a web-based student assessment and evaluation system. And under this architecture, the system comprises of 3 modules, namely a graphical user interface and website, the questionnaire, which is displayed as form on the web page, and a database that stores the respondents' responses. And the system is being implemented using HTML, CSS, and Bootstrap for the front end, Node.js for the web application, and MongoDB database for the storage. And we have the interface on the slide. We have the screenshots of the web-based system being displayed. But the analysis of the responses, the aim of the exercise was to measure how satisfied students were with the mode of lecture presentation by the lecturer. Most of the responses gotten from the assessment exercise came from 300 level computer science students, where 93 responded out of 110 participated. That is a response rate of 85%. The second highest respondents were gotten from the 500 level student of computer science, where 21 students out of 60 responded. That is a response rate of 35%, while other level had few or no responded at all. Considering the turnout from the respondent, information gotten from mainly 300 and 500 level computer science systems were analyzed and used to make decisions. Question 3, 4, 7, and 10 practically asked about how prepared the lecturer was for each lecture. If the lecturer presented the subject matter in a clear language, if the lecturer was always punctual in class, and if the lecturer covered the entire course content respectively. We analyzed for analysis of the exercise, we observed that 47.5% of respondents strongly agreed that the lecturers were well prepared for the lecture. 35.6% agreed that lecture were prepared. 11.3% were neutral. 4.6% disagree, and 1% strongly disagree that lectures were well prepared.
Sir, sorry for the interruption. Can you tell me like which slide I'm in? Like, is it the same slide that I'm presenting?
Hello?
Sir, can you tell me the slide that I'm presenting is correct?
Currently?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me just, because
Yes, ma'am.
I'm under the design. Are you with me? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Which slide,
Okay,
sir?
are you with design methodology?
Design
I'm
methodology.
under implementation, analysis of responses.
This one, sir?
Analysis of responses. Are you getting me? Hello?
This one, right, sir?
I'm on the analysis. Yes. The next slide. Yes, I'm here. Now, question 11, 13, and 14. Okay. Question 6, 15, and 16 practically ask if the assignment were effective learning tools. If the frequency and the numbers of continuous assessment conducted were satisfactory, and if the assessment score were returned respectively. From the analysis of the exercise, we observed some data where the students strongly agree, where some agreed and some neutral and some disagreed and strongly disagree. The Pearson correlation coefficient test performed produced a result of 0.96, revealing a strong association between the assignments where effective learning tools and frequency and the numbers of continuous assessment conducted were satisfactory. This revealed that assignments are effective learning tools and should be given out more frequently as part of continuous assessment. Next slide. Question 8 and 9 asked about if the lecturer treated all students fairly and equitably, and if the lecturer is accessible and ready to help when needed. From the analysis of the exercise, it was observed that 49% of the respondents strongly agreed that the lecturer treated all students fairly and equitably. 4% agreed, 10% were neutral to this, 6% disagreed, and 1% strongly disagreed that the lecturer treated all students fairly and equitably. 45% of the respondents strongly agreed that the lecturers were accessible and ready to help when needed. 33% agreed, 17% were neutral, 3% disagree, and 2% strongly disagree to this. And from the Pearson correlation test performed, it produced a result of 0.97, revealing a strong association between the lecturer treating all students fairly and equitably, and the lecturer being accessible and ready to help when needed. This revealed that the lecturers treat every student fairly if they are accessible and ready to help when needed. Question 1 and 2 asked about if the course increased students' knowledge of the subject matter, and if the course clearly stated the course objective. From the analysis of the exercise, it was observed that for 59% of the respondents strongly agreed that the course increased their knowledge of the subject, 31% agreed, 8% were neutral to this, 1% disagreed, and 1% strongly disagreed that the course increased their knowledge of the subject. 50% of the respondents strongly agreed that the course clearly stated the course objective. That is 8% agreed, 6% were neutral to this, while 4% disagreed, and 2% strongly disagreed about this. Pearson correlation coefficient test performed produced a result of 0.86, revealing a strong association between the course increasing student knowledge of the subject and the course clearly stating the course objective. This revealed that clearly stating the course objective tend to increase the student knowledge of the subject. Conclusion: technology is evolving and people want faster and more efficient way of doing things. Paper-based questionnaire were once the fastest method of receiving feedback from students. A faster and more reliable method such as the web-based assessment and evaluation system was implemented. With this system, student responses can easily be collated, stored, and managed with improved reliability and efficiency. The most prominent feature of the web-based student assessment and evaluation system are: student privacy is well protected during the exercise. It can be accessed remotely from any location. It can also generate a hard copy version of the result, and as well save the department cost that would have been incurred for printing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, I'm through. Question.
So the time limit is 7 to 8 minutes. Can you complete it faster?
I've completed this. Okay, you still want me to go over
No,
it
sir.
again?
Oh. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
I've completed.
Thank you so much, sir.
Any question? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. For the next presentation, I call upon Kirtika N to present on Survey on Role of Artificial Intelligence in Predicting Mental Alertness for Physical Active Persons using EEG.
Yes, ma'am. Shall I share my screen, ma'am?
Yes, you can.
Yes, ma'am.
A kind request to all the participants, kindly to stick with the time limit of 7 to 8 minutes. Thank you.
Ma'am, my voice is audible, ma'am?
Yes, it is audible. Go on.
Good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Kirtika N. I am Research Associate in VIT Chennai, and my co-author is Dr. Satish, Assistant Professor, VIT Chennai, I am pursuing my PhD work related on predicting of mental alertness of our physically active persons using EEG. With regard to this, I am presenting a paper on survey on role of artificial intelligence in predicting mental alertness for physically active persons using EEG. In today's presentation, I will be presenting the following topics are introduction, abstract, and so on and so forth. Let me see the introduction of the study. Sports is an excellent physical activity to increase the concentration and energy of human beings. So the concentration is defined as a mental state in which person is preoccupied with a specific task. So the concentration is basically depends on our brain activities. So the human brain has a massive complicated networks of neurons which will support the enormous motor actions in our body. So it can be divided into various lobe regions such as frontal, parietal, temporal, occipital. So the EEG is the most essential tool for identifying the brain activities, which can be used for several applications such as predicting of alertness, drowsiness, attention seeking, motor imaginary movements, emotion, and diagnosis of effect drugs. And it can be classified into various types of waves such as alpha, beta, theta, delta, gamma. These are the respective frequency of ranges and the other waveform respectively. So in this paper, I am presenting the abstract. Artificial intelligence plays a vital role for the classification of EEG signals. The features such as relative power, absolute power, power spectral density, spectral power signal entropy are extracted from the EEG signals. The predominant features were selected for specific applications using filter, wrapper, lasso-based method with the p-values is 0.75 and 0.06 respectively. And classify the mental alertness used various algorithms like support vector mission, artificial neural network, K nearest neighbor, decision tree, and logistic regression. From above all the literature, I conclude that SPM and ANM gives a more accuracy of the mental alertness of the accuracy. Let me see the literatures. The extensive literature survey has been done through the sports individuals. The Anna Leza et al. Carried out a study to approach a classifying a depression state and attentiveness of a professional sports athlete persons. And the statistical tool ANOVA can be used for this analysis. From this study, they inferred that in the pandemic situation, if the sports person cannot involve in any sports activities periodically, there is a change in their mental stability. Again, they inferred that if they want to regain their mental alertness, they must involve themselves in their concerned sports activity at least one session per day. Similarly, the Anna Barboso et al. Performed a study to classify the attentiveness in the classroom for sports and non-sports students. And the data has been analyzed with the help of statistical tool, that is SPSS. The inferences was found in the study, the significant changes in their concentration level while doing sports or physical activities. So the Crystal Mallam et al. Performed a study to analyze the effectiveness of doing sports or physical activity for the adults. The data has been analyzed statistical tool ANOVA. From this study, they inferred that if they are doing physical activities or sports can help to reduce the diseases occurring in the body and it can be improve the cognitive actions. And they also recommended for the adults at least 150 minutes per week. From this survey, the inferences was found by sports activity helps to improve the concentration level, but EEG has not been deployed in this analysis. So in my next survey, I have reviewed the various papers regarding the concentration using the EEG for the adults. So the extensive literature has been done by using concentration using EEG. So Onfro et al. Classify the attentiveness of students in the classroom environment who are all doing the physical activities. The various features has been extracted and the few classifier has been implemented like SPM, ANN, GT, LR, and KNN. So from this survey, they inferred that SVM and ANM gives a better accuracy for this analysis. But the limitation has been drawn from this survey. There has been less features has been extracted. So the Hanshu Chai et al. Detected the normal and depressed state of adults. There are non-linear and linear features has been extracted. The various classifier has been implemented for this analysis. From this survey, they inferred that KNN is the best accuracy for their applications. But a limitation has been drawn from this survey. There is no feature selection algorithm has been implemented, and the accuracy was not satisfactory. So similarly, Rahman et al. Classify the alertness level and drowsiness for drivers while driving the vehicle, and only one feature has been extracted and only one ML algorithm has been implemented in the study. So from this study, they inferred that 83% has been accuracy of the classification. But the limitation has been drawn from this survey. The single ML algorithm has been used. The minimum feature has been extracted. From above these slides, I inferred from this survey, EEG will be helpful in providing information about the mental alertness level. Implementation of intelligent algorithm will give more precise classification in the mental alertness. So from above all this survey, I conclude my conclusion. This survey has been aimed to clarify the facts and figures of interested learners and researchers to learn about the role of AI, like a feature extraction, feature selection, and the classification of EEG signals for various stages of mental alertness. It also helped emphasizing the role of physical activities and support improving the mental alertness. The impact of classifiers such as KNN, SVM, LR, DT, and EEG signals obtained from the public domain and real-time data sets were discussed. With the data set, the maximum classification of accuracy was accomplished by using SVM and ANN for the mental alertness. This study also highlights the significant contributions, implementations, and limitations of classification of mental alertness of a person with the periodic participation in physical activity. These are my reference which I were referred for my paper. Then thank you, sir. Any other questions regarding this presentation?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Sir, do you have any questions?
No question.
Now let's move on to the next presentation. I would like to welcome Zulkifli bin Sir, please, I would like to welcome you to present on development of web-based examination question bank record keeping system.
Right, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
So, right, I'm trying to share the screen right now. So we are presenting by a video mode. This is a video, our presentation video.
Sir, kindly share the video with the sound on because we cannot hear the sound.
We already shared the video. Can you confirm that can you see the videos, or can we share the audio of it?
Sir,
I already clicked on the screen
your
sharing.
video is visible, but the voice is not audible. You will have to share with the sound. When you share the screen, you will
Not
have to share it
audible.
along with the sound.
Okay.
Or can I share it from my side,
Okay,
sir?
sure. My other group member will try to share it. I'm going to stop sharing right now. Let the other group member try to share it. Can you give me just a moment for it? Very sorry about it. The other group member will try to share it.
Sir, I'll share the video, sir. Do not worry.
Going to present a research paper entitled Development of Web-Based Examination Question Bank Record Keeping System. So first of all, I would like to introduce our group members, starting from Mr. Zulkifli Marasan, followed by Madam Norizan Zaluddin, and lastly, Mr. Azhar Abdul Hamid. Okay, all of us are coming from computer science and information technology background, and currently we are working at Department of Information Technology and Communication, Kuching Polytechnic, Sarawak, Malaysia. So here is an abstract of our research paper that briefly explains the overview of our research paper. Details explanation of our research paper will be explained in the next slide. So Electronic Exam Question Bank Record Keeping System, or e-Exam Question Bank, is a web-based system for teachers and lecturers from any school or educational institution to create assessment question with answer scheme and can be saved into a question bank database for current or future use. So the system also equipped with user authentication, course or subject creation, new assessment question with answer scheme creation based on course and subject, search and view, produce question, and managing questions including editing and deleting. The development of this system arose after studying the problem occurred. So before developing this system, the problems identified include data storage limitation on existing manual record keeping system, where there is not enough storage to keep manual or file record that contain huge amount of assessment papers. Okay, number 2 is limited accessibility on existing manual record keeping system, where the record cannot be accessible from other places. And number 3 is high consumption of paper and printed materials, where high volume of paper and printed materials usage. So based on the problem statement, so the idea to produce this innovation arose with the following objective. So the first one is to develop a web-based question bank system with the database support for digital record keeping. Okay, number 2 is to publish the online web-based question bank for greater accessibility and management via the internet. And number 3 is to minimize the paper usage and printing related to the question bank system. So literature review has been done by reviewing some papers related with this research topic. So among the papers reviewed are related with existing student assessment record keeping system using latest technologies such as internet and cloud. The problems occurred when using traditional method record keeping such as hard disk crashes, bugs in software, file losses that cause the question loss, long time needed to create assessment question, increasing numbers of students in institution, and others as stated in this slide. So from the literature, a web-based examination question bank record keeping system was developed to overcome the problems that occurred when using the traditional method or when creating assessment questions manually. So the methodology used in this research is quantitative method, okay, which is questionnaires used for doing survey to get feedback from respondents. Regarding the current method use of creating assessment question with answers for education purpose. So the questionnaires were distributed to 15 respondents, including lecturers from Malaysia Polytechnic and school teachers, by sharing a Google form link, and the results can be collected immediately after the respondents fill in the questionnaires through a Google form. So before view the results from survey, I would like to show the demographic of respondents. Okay, figure 1 shows respondents' gender percentage, where female dominated male in this survey with 66.7% compared to male 33.3%. It shows that many male involved in this survey compared to male. And figure 2 shows respondents' age, where 66.7% of the respondents aged between 30 to 40 years old, 26.7% of respondents aged between 40 to 50 years old, and 6.6% of respondents aged between 20 to 30 years old. And figure 3 shows respondents' percentage of job status, where 66.7% of respondents are polytechnic lecturers, 26.7% of respondents are teacher, and 6.6% of respondents is tuition teacher. So although their job status is different, they are coming from the same background, which is in education field. And figure 4 shows respondent duration of teaching experiences, where 53.3% of respondents teach for 11 to 15 years, 33.3% of respondents teach for 6 to 10 years, and 13.3% of respondents teach for 16 to 20 years. And figure 5 shows respondents' current job place, where 66.7% of respondents work at Polytechnic Malaysia, 26.7% of respondents work at primary school under Ministry of Education, and 6.6% from other sectors. And figure 6 shows the respondent name of institution, where the respondents come from polytechnic and school from all around Malaysia. And figure 7 shows percentage of respondent state, okay, where respondent came from Borneo and Peninsular Malaysia, including Sabah, Sarawak, Selangor, Melaka, and Negeri Sembilan. Okay, next I will show the results from the survey done on current method used before developing e-exam question bank record keeping system. So figure 8 and 9 shows that 60% of the respondents use e-learning system provided by the institution. 66.7% of the respondents create assessment manually using computer every time giving assessment to students. And 6.7% of the respondents use other method. So the other method used by the respondents in creating assessment questions are such as CDOS and Microsoft Teams. So for this question, respondent can choose answer more than one. So figure 10 shows that 60% of the respondent face problem, okay, such as computer lagging because too many files inside the computer when creating assessment questions manually. 26.7% of the respondent did not face any problem when creating assessment questions manually, and 20% of the respondent face other problems, okay, such as internet connection down, storage issue not secure and limitation of storage, and consume too much paper and printing for hard copies, and also computer storage issues for soft copies. Okay, for other question is shown in figure 12 until 21. Okay, more than 50% of the respondents agree that when using current method, which is when keeping record manually, okay, more space is needed to keep assessment questions record. Okay, previous sample assessment questions are easily lost and misplaced, not environmentally safe when using many papers. Okay, unsecured because unauthorized users can access the assessment questions. More time is needed to search assessment questions. More time and papers needed to aid, update, and delete assessment question and answers. More time to create new assessment questions. More time to retrieve the previous assessment question. Use system provided by the institution to create questions. And last question is, current system used now is efficient and user-friendly. So based on the feedback, the following requirements have been finalized for the e-exam question bank. So in addition, the e-exam question bank is a web-based system hosted over the internet and can be accessed online by the users. So that's all from me. Our next presenter is Mr. Azhar Abdul Hamid. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Azhar Mohammed. I will discuss about use case diagram, flowchart, and entity relationship diagram for this system. First, use case diagram. This is use case diagram for this project development. There are 5 activities involved for registered users, include login, view categories, search question, create new question, and feedback. For admin and moderator, they need to handle and maintain the requested activities done by user according to the case diagram admin. Next, the flowchart. The following flowchart outlines the process involved when using this project. The steps involved in this system include 1. User input the username and password for login. After a successful login, user will be redirected to the main page. Next, the web will be displayed a menu option. User need to choose. And last one, display message will be shown to a user choice. Next, we move to ERD. To represent the conceptual model composed by 3 elements, entities, attribute, and relationship, we using entity relationship diagram or ERD. I will discuss the ERD of this system. As you can see, there is different shape in this ERD model. The rectangle is used for entities, oval for attributes, and the relationship is represented by a line which illustrates the association between 2 entities. Each entity is described by a set of attributes. Based to the registered user entity, they have a user ID, name, password, and email. They has a diamond shape which serves a relationship with the other entity. For example, the registered user entity has a relationship with the feedback form entity and the question entity. This allows registered user to fill feedback form and add a new question. Next, I leave it to my friends to explain the next topic.
Hello everyone, my name is Zulkifli. I will continue with the presentations. As for the question bank system, it was developed as a web-based system. So we have chosen these software packages for development. For the client, for the server side, we have chosen PHP scripting to write the main script language. And then we also choose Apache Web Server to become the web server for these web-based systems. And for the database, we have chosen MySQL as our data storage facility or database. As for the client side, we have chosen Bootstrap, free to use as the main user interface. And we also have JavaScript as a way for us to control user inputs. Next. This is some of the sample of the user interface layout available on e-question bank systems. Next is for testing. We have chosen 3 types of testing to test our systems. We have chosen to do system testing, followed by security testing and performance testing. On the screen shown is the result of the first testing, which is the system testing. Some of the test case was to click on the URL to gain access to the main login systems. We also have the second test case, which is scanning a QR code, and it also leads to the main login systems. So all testing has achieved a pass level. Next is a security testing. In short, security testing is for us to check for the security of the system. So one of the example of the test cases was whether the system could hold or could block a brute force illegal URL access. And for all the test cases for security testing, the result was pass. For the third testing, the performance testings, where we evaluate the performance of the systems when it was accessed by multiple users at the same time. One of the test cases, we have chosen around 10 users to access the system simultaneously or at the same time. And some of the results was no complaint from the user about the system going down, slowing, and so on and so forth. So for all the test cases, the result was pass. And the final part, the discussions. The e-exam proved that an online version of a question bank can offer adequate functionality just like a traditional question bank system. Furthermore, the access was expanded, so you can access the system from anywhere at any time. Accessing the system also made easy with the URL typing or QR code scanning. It can be done through your smartphones. It can also be done through traditional devices like laptop and PC. The system in general also proved to have worked well, even in the conditions of heavy data traffic or standard internet speed with mobile data connectivity. That will be all from me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for having us. Our presentations, we are open for question and answer, if any.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Jerjung Liu to present on examining the role of perceived value in continued adoption of mobile payment platforms.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Lu. Now I would like to present our research. My co-author is the owner of an agency of a mobile payment platform. And I think for years, he is quite interested in how to sustain their customer, which are retailer in general. So this research is an empirical investigation on this topic. So I would like Knight to present this research. Knight, your turn.
Okay.
Please share your screen.
I need to share my slide.
In the bottom line. 分享画面。
哪一个？荧幕。
荧幕底下分享画面。
老师，我有按了。哎，怎么会没有？我已经按了。老师有看到吗？
Sorry, Taiwan is not allowed to use Zoom for some case. So we are not so familiar with this software.
Okay, I share my screen. Everyone can see it.
No, I cannot see your PowerPoint.
It is not yet shared, sir.
没看到投影片啊，没看到投影片啊。
但是我已经显示荧幕了，一起开始。
So do you need any help in sharing the screen? So it's okay. Let's move on to the next presentation so that you can take your time and make it ready.
Let me share my screen, okay?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So could you see the screen?
Yes, sir, we can see the screen.
Okay, do the presentation, nice.
So my request, please kindly keep with the time limit of 7 to 8 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, here we go.
我没有看到老师荧幕呢。
你开始报告吧。
哦，好，我开始报告。来 Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Chun Hong Xie, and my professor is Zhizhong Liu, and I come from Cheng Kung University in Taiwan. My topic is examining the role of perceived value in continued adoption of mobile payment platforms. Okay, next, background and motivation. We are one of the biggest mobile payment platforms engines in Taiwan. Our targeted customers are retailers in general. To explore the key factors that affect retailers' intention of continuing using mobile payment service. Research objective. This study develops a research framework using TOE model, technology, organization, and environment as external factors and perceived value as a moderating effect to explore the key factor that affect retailers' intention of continuing using mobile payment service. This figure is my proposed research model. And the first hypothesis 1, relative advantage has a positive impact on the perceived value of retailer mobile payments. Hypothesis 2, compatibility has a positive impact on the perceived value of retailer mobile payments. Hypothesis 3, adoption cost effectiveness has a negative impact on the perceived value of retailer action payments. Hypothesis 4. Organizational technology capabilities have a positive impact on the perceived value of mobile payments for retailers. Hypothesis 5. Senior management support has a positive effect on the perceived value of retailer mobile payments. Hypothesis 6. The competitive pressure has a positive impact on the perceived value of retailer mobile payments. Hypothesis 7. The critical mass has a positive effect on the perceived value of retailer mobile payments. Hypothesis 8. Perceived value has a positive impact on the continued adoption of mobile payments by retailers. Research method. The questionnaire is designed to include key components in this study as reviewed in the article. 30 retailers were collected to examine the validity of the questionnaire, and they has passed the test. A total of 180 questionnaires were sent in person to the representative retailers who had adopted mobile payments platforms. There are 153 of questionnaires validity. The initial results, the SRMR value of this study was 0.075. The chi-square value was 886.623. The fitness of the proposed model is acceptable. And this figure is my past analysis results. And the table, we can see the table. The hypothesis 1, 2, 3 is rejected, and the hypothesis 4, 2, 8 is accepted. Hypothesis 1, 2, hypothesis 3 have no significant impact, while hypothesis 4, 2, 8 have significant impact. Finding 1. Technology has not shown significant impacts on the perceived value of the retailers. Finding 2. If many customers use mobile payments or neighbor retailers use it, then retailers would continue use mobile payments. Finding 3. The mobile payments system are becoming so common that their implementation could not have relative advantage. Finding 4. Compatibility does not have a significant impact either, since there are quite a few mobile payments platforms on the market. Conclusion. The perceived value of retailers have very significantly impact on the continued use of mobile payments service. The technology first does not have significant effect on perceived value. Organization and the environmental factors to have significant effect on perceived value. The competitive pressure and the critical mass are two key factors that have strong impact on the perceived value. And the managerial implications to promote mobile payments and mobile payments target top managers of retailers and apply cluster approach to earn more retailers to continue to involve. The retailers need to improve their organization capability to better use of mobile payments. Thanks for your attention.
Okay. So this is the our report. If there's any question. Okay, so if there's no further question, thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Moving on to the next presentation, I call upon Annalata M. to present a survey on artificial intelligence algorithms associated to sensory signal classification.
Good afternoon, everyone. Voice is audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it is audible. And ma'am, please kindly stick to the time limit of 7 to 8 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Myself, Annalada. I am guided by Dr. Satya sir. We are from Veller Institute of Technology, Chennai. My topic is a survey on artificial intelligence algorithms associated to sensory signal classification. In this work, we are mainly concentrated for the BC applications. Brain-computer interfaces are the fetching field to rehabilitate the immobilized people. For the paralysis patients, they are very much suffering from do their works independently for locomotion, to lift and carry the objects based on their neuronal activity. For this work, we are promoting the work for BCA technology with robotic control. Here, the survey of machine learning and deep learning techniques are surveyed here. Here, there are two types of data sets are collected. Two public domain data sets and also real-time data sets. For this, first step is feature extractions. For this feature extraction, discrete wavelet transform, LPCD, ICCD, WCCD, and all other terms also discussed here. Then also the classifications category. In this category, multiplex wavelet weighted visibility graph, G-gram, FM, and also some CNN networks, the SVM, ANN networks also. The introduction part, a brain-computer interface is one of the computerized approaches that obtain the brain electrical signals, investigates them, and transcribes them into broadcast control to and the output device to achieve the convenient action. For the combination of BC and signal processing, it uses mainly 5 stages. First one is data acquisition, next pre-processing, feature extraction, and the signal classifications. Finally, these classification results are given to the control the device, that is robotic control. Next, the classification algorithm combined with some optimization techniques for better results. This is a survey of data collections. For real-time data collections, we can do with our EEG systems. Here, I am just to tell some online data acquisition, data collections details. Here, mainly the EEG, motor movement, and imaginary data sets. This is collected from the PhysioNet. Here, in this PhysioNet, there are 109 patients' details are available. They used BCA 2000 system. The sampling rate of this is 160. Next, motion artifacts contaminatory FNRX system. This is also collected from PhysioNet. Here, 22 feature subjects are there. That is, they used International 1020 electrode system. Sampling rate is 25. Next, auditory evok potential EEG biometric data set. This is also coming from PhysioNet. 20 patients they are selected. 1010 international EEG system is used. The sampling rate of this 200. Then rapid serial visual presentation data set. This is also PhysioNet, and also SSVP, that also PhysioNet. Another one part is BBCA, that also provides the data sets for the paralyzed patients. Next, feature extraction technique. There are extraction techniques are available. For this feature applications, mainly they focused on these types of feature extraction techniques, that is Hilbert-Hongman spectrum and the discrete wavelet transform, LP, SVD, ICCD, WCCD, and their Fisher ratio, then principal common analysis, belief networks, and CSV and AAR techniques. The applications based on this is mainly for the Hilbert transform is used for the emotion recognition, then MA classification, cognitive task classifications, BC and DBN is mainly focused on the MA based classification. CSV used for the BCA. These are the techniques for the feature extraction of features. Then the sensory classification techniques. In this classification techniques, there are lots of classification techniques are used. First, MWG. All are mostly taken the data sets from BCI data sets or else PhysioBank data sets. For this, they are concentrated. Some subjects varied from 5, 9, 105, 109. Some of them concentrated only with 1 patient, then 9 patients, 12 patients, 54 patients, like that they concentrated. The accuracy for this also vary depending upon the algorithm they used. Mostly the applications are based on the MA and the motor imaginary and motor execution talks. Some of the used for the forearm movement classifications. The overall result for this classification varies from BC technology. They plays a major role to assist paralyzed patients. The classification will be used to know the exact action what the BC technology wants to do. This survey summarizes huge set of machine learning and deep learning algorithms are used for the classification of sensory signal. The accuracy ranges varied from 64.20% to 99.92%. It can be plotted here. Here, multiplex weighted visibility graph is one of the methods were used to provide 99.92% of accuracy. Compared to machine learning algorithms, deep learning algorithms are used to provide the better performance accuracy. The classification results gain its significance as decision support systems for robots in medical rehabilitation applications. These are my references. Thank you. Have any questions? Any queries?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
So the next presentation, I would like to welcome Johannes M. Kamasura to present on the implementation of the Cebu Technological University Wide Interconnectivity Project.
Hello, good day, everyone. Can I share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Is my screen viewable already?
Yes, sir. It's visible. Yes.
I am Johannes M. Kamasura from Cebu Technological University. I'm going to present with my research implementation of the Cebu Technological University Wide Interconnectivity Project. My co-author is Dr. Engelbert C. Binolira. So, universities today are in critical need of integrated university information system. So the goal of this study is to see how far the university-wide interconnected project has progressed. Cebu Technical University have 8 satellite campuses and main campus were surveyed using the descriptive method. So according to the findings, the ISP installed a guaranteed 50 Mbps upstream and downstream fiber optic lease line connection with 10 Mbps and 40 Mbps allocated to the 8 campuses, which the ADP office in the main campus received a 1-port managed switch, which external campus received an 8-port gigabit switch. And a wireless canopy has been installed for the satellite campuses. The connectivity of the institution was found to be efficient to cater the need of the system. However, the university information system encountered some issues such as campus internal network stability, power fluctuation issues, lack of qualified personnel and workstation security updates, and maintenance issues. Information technologies continue to drive the progress of communications and connectivity in the Internet of Things. In this connection, CTO Internet connectivity system must always be enhanced so that it can cater the increasing need of the institution. So, as an introduction, Chandiyu et al. In 2012 said that the increasing number of individuals working in different domains and in many integrated institutions are growing and developing, causing system efficiency to deteriorate and making interoperability and automated integrations impossible. So despite the fact that many institutions have multiple systems running on different platforms, their existing communication system does not yet have a set of connections. Nowadays, universities are highly in the need of integrated university information systems in order to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of the business process, which are eventually getting complicated due to the increased number of enrollment. So as Kabukuski 2020, the institution function to be harmonized. All departments must be integrated in terms of communication. The effect of integrating the system is the ability for different departments in the educational system to share and exchange data. So we live in an era where information technology has become a major determinant of the project's efficacy and efficiency. So the information of any firm must become a valuable resource. It's a big job to figure out how, when, where, and why, and by whom it may be harnessed and exploited. As a result, an information system strategy could be a useful tool for ensuring the organization's objectives. According to research by Banerjee and Chabori in 2013, a regular access point has a coverage of 20 meters and indoor and 100 meters outdoor. So with the report of the Economic Forum by 2015, the exchange of information on various areas is becoming more powerful, accessible, and widespread. It is playing an increasingly important role in enhancing competitiveness, enabling development, and bringing progress to all levels of the society. So dissemination of information and ideas will go beyond national borders as the world becomes increasingly linked. So this project is created as a primary undertakings indicated in the Information System Strategic Plan of Cebu Technological University to better strengthen the discharge of responsibilities. In accordance with the Philippines e-Government Master Plan, upgrading the information technology infrastructure will be critical to achieving its objectives and improving services to clients. So the AGMP's ultimate goal is to establish transformational e-government by enabling and attaining good government goals such as operational efficiency, transparency, and accountability for greater citizens' involvement and effective delivery of public services. Transformative e-government is critical to attaining the nation's development objectives. This study will offer sufficient connectivity to all CTU campuses for high-speed internet access, intranet phone over IP, PBX, school and student data collaboration, voice and video conferencing, and other important service applications that may custom develop within the wireless distributed network system. So with the campuses within the Metro Cebu have a very limited access to broadband connection up until now. Although some locations have access to internet, they are still insufficient and unreliable to meeting the expanding demands of the school and students. So interconnection of communication is now a requirement, and each company institution is required to develop its own data communication network in order to achieve proper information and exchange. There is also a requirement for colleges located in non-continuous geographic locations. For these reasons, the researchers want to start a study on the status of the university's interconnectivity execution. So on the figure 1, the study conducted a satellite campus of the main, where every campus have to operate university management information system. Actual monitoring of the institution internet connectivity using relevant software tools, as well as physical inspection of the hardware, were utilized to determine the interconnectivity stability. So all the respondents of the 9 campuses, wherein 98 in all, have taken the interview and the focus group discussions for the central hub as used in the study. So we interpreted data and responses using descriptive survey method and a statistical analysis that conducted the different current status of interconnectivity implementation of the CTO MIS system. Actual monitoring was conducted on a monthly basis for the next 3 months in each campus, utilizing the chairman's report presented at the MSR quarterly meeting at the main campus. The data gathered from actual inspection and the responses from the interview and survey questions will determine the status of the interconnectivity project implementation. So on the results and discussion, average internet connection bandwidth stability requirement According to the findings of the investigation, 50 Mbps upstream and downstream fiber optic leased line connection from the internet supervisor to the ADP office at the main campus has been established. The main campus has 10 Mbps bandwidth allocation, while the 5 allocation totaling to 40 for the 8 external campuses. A wireless repeater rebroadcasts an existing signal from the wireless router or the wireless access point to form a second network. CTO main campus had 24 wireless repeaters to connect its satellite campuses of all those strategic locations as presented on the next video. So we have the technology spread spectrum used in a wireless communication, wherein in which transmitted signal is intentionally altered. It gives the signal a farther wider bandwidth that would help the frequencies was not altered. So the frequency hopping is a digital method by most speed spectrum for transmission. So the National Telecommunication Convention give the city a permission to use the spread spectrum to reduce interference while managing online classes, setting up wireless network and access point. So according to Song and Isaac in 2014, a basic requirement for effective online communication, particularly in education, this way it can share network resources while using the wireless medium and coordinating with the topology of the current wired network. And according to Parrott et al., a developing wireless communication technology delivers high-speed internet connectivity using on this figure. So these are the interconnectivity wireless diagram of all the campuses with 5 repeaters. With that figure number 1, this is the geographical location across the whole province of Cebu with those repeaters and the endpoints of the campuses. So an average inter-campus link stability requirement that should have on the study of a 30 Mbps in the investigation, demonstrating the reliability of the wireless connection of the antenna in its external campuses to the main campus. With the construction of these new towers, all satellite campuses will be able to receive a crisper signal as a high-speed internet connectivity. So with the tables 1 to 10, a wireless repeater is used to bridge the gap between the campuses because the distance between them is too great for a direct link to be formed. So a 30 dBi desk antenna and a 40 to 80 feet monopole tower fully equipped with grounding, standard grounding facility was installed. So through wireless radio frequency, the electronic spectrum related with radio wave propagation was used by City Wireless Network. An antenna receives an RF current. It generates an electromagnetic field that can travel over space and is blown on as a point in the foundation of the wireless network in blue as presented. So at the access point, principal function is to provide wireless signal that computers can identify and tune into because wireless networks are frequently linked to the network. So these are the detailed locations of each of the campuses and number of hubs and what type of frequency we are using. So this is for the Argao campus that we connected 70 kilometers. Camotes campus that is beyond on the island, 76 kilometers. With the same with specific frequency that is going to provide stable connectivity. Carmen, Danao, 40 kilometers. Malboal, 96. Barili, 64. Danbantayan is the longest and the number of hubs, which is 116 kilometers. Tuburan. So of those distance links, this is the summary of the table of an average distance of 68.64 kilometers with a number of hubs to the main campus to 3.25. So all the campuses have provided the expected 30 Mbps, which are now the stability for uplink and downlink with a recommended 30 Mbps throughput shows the stability of the wireless connection of the antenna in every external campus to the main campus. So with the download requirement of 30, the average speed is 69.41 Mbps, and the uplink requirement of 30, it has established 65.07 Mbps of connection. So on the application service that interconnectivity can handle, with the interconnectivity, according to the findings, it can handle internet bandwidth sharing, the LMS, the website, social media, and other online application. Our client-server database sharing has been connected, our student information system, our government accounting, e-budget, document control, human resource, procurement, inventory management, payroll, and other VoIP application. So according to Song and Isaac 2014, since the transmission of information in central partition slots, not only in a single data flow reduced, but the transmission distance can increase with increased antenna range. As a result, MIMO technology can increase the existing network spectrum, data connection speed. Gumaida et al. 2012 reiterated that the higher the base frequency, The higher the signal-to-noise ratio, that leads to high throughput, low packet end-to-end delay. The result implies that interconnectivity system of CTU are expected to deliver broadband access services to faculty and students customers effectively, efficiently, and in economical manner. So problems met in the implementation of internet connectivity project. Based on the results, among of the few encountered issues during the implementation, where campus internal network stability, network design and configuration, community and upgrades of network devices, power fluctuation issues inside the server room, and a lack of qualified personnel and manpower issues, the workstation security updates and maintenance issues. The result of the study complement the study of Song and Isaac that by the small transmission distance limitation, each Wi-Fi access point becomes a network island. Therefore, it is expected that all campuses will experience an internal network stability. In addition, Song and Isaac 2014 reiterated that CTO internet connectivity has a difficulty to high-speed moving vehicles such as metro, railway, and bus transit system. In this connection, there is a need for CTO internet connectivity to be enhanced so that it can cater the need of the institution. According to Elcoder and et al. 2016, mobile and wireless technology in their assortment of low, ultra-low power, short, and long-range technologies continue to drive the progress of communication in the connectivity in the Internet of Things. Conclusion, based on the result of the study, as an average inter-campus link, stability of uplink, and downlink entertainment that shows the stability of the wireless connection of the antenna in every external campus to the main. A wireless repeater takes an existing signal from a wireless router and an access point and rebroadcasts it to create a second network to the different satellite campus. So NTC gives CTU permission to use the wide spectrum to reduce interference while managing online classes. Mobile and wireless technologies in their assortment of low, ultra-power, short, and long-range technologies continue to drive the communication. In this connection, CTU internet connectivity system must always be enhanced so that it can cater the increasing need of the institution. We have recommendation. CTO management should consider the need of the university to hire additional qualified personnel to perform the necessary highly technical relevant MIS ICT function to all the campuses of the department. The external campuses will have to continuously invest for the improvement of the MIS and ICT infrastructure, particularly on upgrading the internal network in order to be compatible with the devices running in the interconnectivity. The MIS development of the campus should be updated with latest trends and software hardware for the use in the operation of MIS and ICT infrastructure of the campus. And CTO campuses should provide generator set installed inside the campuses as well as UPS for the servers for the use in the preparation of MIS department in case of power loss for continuous operation and protection of the database servers. So these are all the references of our study. And thank you everyone for your listening. Any questions?
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation.
Welcome.
So next we have a video presentation by Kelvin Chris on automation of library resource utilization.
Good afternoon, my fellow researchers. I am Kelvin Chris Gonzalez from Isabela State University, San Mateo campus here in the Philippines. I am here to present to you my research entitled Automation of Library Resources Utilization. Library is one of the frontline services in the university. It is then the aim of the librarian to give excellent service to its client. Thus, one of the ways to give quality service to a student is to design a system that will eventually make every student responsible in their transactions, as well as deloading some duties and responsibilities of the librarian. Thus, the researcher developed an automated library resources utilization to automate the services in the library of ISU San Mateo. Library utilization in ISU San Mateo is not automated. Students have to sign in the logbook. With this, librarian encountered problems on the manual operation, such as librarian needs to log every book that borrowed in the library. It is a burden for the librarian to count the number of books borrowed every month just to do monthly report. Additional work for the librarian to monitor the students utilizing the library resources, and it consumed too much time in searching of books if it is out or in the shelves of the library. Therefore, handling a large number of students and faculty in the library is a problem, especially to monitor the attendance every time they utilize the library. The manual process means that whenever a student or faculty comes to utilize the library resources, they need to sign in the logbook. Hence, the researcher automates the services in the library to address the problem encountered in the manual operation. And these are the objectives of this study. First, determine the problems encountered in the manual operation of the library. Second, determine the significant difference between the manual operation and the automation on the extent of compliance to ISO 25010. Third, determine the challenges on the automation of library utilization. On the methodology, the evaluation and assessment on the automation and manual operation of the library were answered by 60 students. 30 random students used the manual operation, and another 30 random students utilized the library through automation. Descriptive statistics was utilized and employed, particularly mean and standard deviation, in order to analyze the data with regards to the extent of compliance of the automation to ISO 25010. The t-test for correlated samples was utilized to determine the significant difference between the extent of compliance of the manual operation and the automation to ISO 25010 standards. In the first result, this shows that the problems encountered by the faculty and students in the manual operation on the utilization of library with a grand mean of 4.50, with a descriptive rating of strongly agree. This means that handling a large number of students and faculty be a problem and might affect the performance and management of the library. And according to Richard Brett Mayer, 2015, that a manual system will put pressure on people to correct all details of work at all times. With these results, the computed t-values indicates that there is a significant difference between the extent of compliance of the manual operation and the automation to ISO 25010 at 0.05 level of significance of two-tailed test. This means that the extent of compliance to ISO 25010 is higher through automation. This further means that the automation of library utilization is more effective than the manual operation. However, there are also challenges on the automation. This shows that the faculty and students have encountered challenges in the automation of library utilization with a grand mean of 3.90. This agrees to the study of Chisenga 2004, that the challenges facing of the library automation projects include lack of budgets, inadequate ICT facilities, low skills level of clienteles, lack of commitment by institutional management, and reluctance among clienteles to use ICT. And according to the study of Sylvia et al. 2018, that successful institutions must have an ongoing focus on improvement. Improvement is the process of a system changing or upgrading the state to be better from the first state. So based on the result, I therefore conclude that first, automation of library utilization of ISU San Mateo is evident through the problems encountered in the existing process in the library. Second, automation in the library decreases the burden of the librarian in handling the large number of students and faculty in the campus. Third, automation of library utilization is more effective than the manual operation in accordance to ISO 25010. And lastly, Automation in the library encountered challenges such as lack of budgets, inadequate ICT facilities, low skills levels of clienteles, lack of commitment by institutional management, and reluctance among clienteles to use ICT facilities. With this, my recommendation is continuously monitoring and improving the performance of the automation in the library to maintain of being a positive aspect when it comes to ISO 9001-2015 by considering the principles of ISO 21001-2018. So this is the sample demonstration on the automation of library resources utilization. These are the samples of auto-generated reports on the automation of library resources utilization by generating certificates for the best library users and top borrowers every month. It is also rated with positive aspect by the TUBSUD auditor last February 2019 for having an automation of library resources utilization in ISO 9001-2015. It is also quoted by Attorney Ikin Ched Region 2 Evaluator here in the Philippines last September 25, 2019 of having an automation of library resources utilization is one of the best libraries in the region. So that's all, and thank you. Thank you, everyone. So that will be my presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. So the next presentation will be by Abhishek Parik to present EEG sensor-based frequency domain analysis for epileptic seizure detection.
Hello, good day, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Kindly stick on to the time limit of 7 minutes. Thank you.
Sure, I would. Yeah, thank you. I'm just sharing my screen. So, is it visible? Hello.
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir. Continue.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yes, so yeah, my topic is like EEG sensor-based frequency domain analysis. I'm just going through the brief. The motivation is, as per the national survey, in India, there are 40% of youth has been affected from the mental disorders like schizophrenia, Parkinson disease, or Alzheimer. More than 5% Indians have suicidal tendencies, and 18% are consuming tobacco products because of the mental illness or the stress that they are facing. So because of like increasing number of this mental illness and the brain disorders on the daily basis, it is mandatory to take some strong actions like to effectively diagnose and treat people. So introduction to the problem. So to treat the to detect this particular thing, so we have to ascertain the functional connectivity between the brain areas to determine the mental health. Like there are connectivity issues of the electrical signals which cause these things. Like in the depression, epilepsy, schizophrenia, or Alzheimer, there are unrelated or frequent state changes or very high changes in some time. So we have to detect them just to understand the like health condition of the brain. Existing techniques, there are existing techniques we are using, like the brain MRIs, which are widely used, but there are several limitations because of the traditional technologies, like that cannot be used with the metal implants or foreign implants in the body, and it is very troublesome to do that particular part. So the proposed solution is to get it through the EEG signals. So major segment of the overall solution is, first is to the raw data insertion, then the time frequency domain feature extraction, feature selection, and the classification. The data set that we have used is from two data set. One is the Bonn University data set. Sampling rate was 173 hertz. The spectral bandwidth is 0.5 to 85 hertz. We after that the 40 hertz low pass filter has been applied, and there are two sets of patients. One is the open and closed eyes, and there are normal subjects with the open and closed eyes. So 23.6 seconds total recording interval it was, and 1020 electrodes placement was done. In the second data set that we have taken, the sampling frequency was 512 hertz, and 20 seconds recording interval we have taken like 10,240 data points to get this thing. Then in data filtering, we have started with the removing the noise. So the power lines, which are 50 hertz or 60 hertz, according to the data set, and their harmonic noises, which is on 100, 150 or 200 hertz, have been removed. There are other different noises which is coming, like eye blink or eye movement, that related artifacts are also removed, and high frequency EMG noise are also removed. So these are the power frequency and their particular noises, and we have removed that, and these are the final signals. Eye blinks and eye removes, those approaches removal. So these are the eye blinks which is detecting in all of the channels as per this wave. So we have removed those particular part by doing mean. So this particular eye blink capture and removal also been done. Then feature extraction. So there are some time domain, frequency domain features as well as the relationships. So in time domain, there are mean, standard deviation, then the quartile ranges and entropy, whereas in the frequency domain, there are power spectral density, wavelet, and relationship, coherence, correlation, and the mutual information. So in the time domain analysis, we have compared different waves, like the alpha wave. The first and second sets are the normal patient. 3, 4, and 5th sets are the patient who has the epileptic seizures. So the standard deviation feature we have selected, and the output of the comparison is being shown in these particular box plots. So we have compared all the waves like alpha, beta, gamma, theta, and delta, and we have observed that the delta frequencies is giving the best results at while we are sampling it at 0.5 hertz to 4 hertz. So feature selection, standard deviation we have selected as the best feature, and each set has divided into 20 sub time domain subsets. And healthy individuals, we have set the standard deviation of, if it is like less than 60. For the partial seizure patients, we have moved it to 60 to 220, and epileptic seizure, if the standard deviation is greater than 220, then we have predicted the by normal classification, and the prediction for the Bond data set was 96.25% accurate, whereas the Bern Barcelona data set was 95.5% accurate. These are the references. If there is any question, I would be happy to answer.
Thank you for
Hello?
your presentation, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Surendran, sir, is there any questions? Okay, we'll move to next session. I would like to welcome Hema Bindu Mala to present Disorder Eating Attitudes in Learn and Non-Learn India Elite Adolescent Athletes.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. My name is Himabindu Malla, and I'm from Lady Irving College, Delhi University. And my supervisor is Dr. Preeti Rishilal. Today, I'm going to present my topic on disordered eating attitudes in lean and non-lean Indian elite adolescent athletes. So the basically introduction to this topic is like quest for excellence in sports actually predisposes an athlete to excessive training loads, and this to improve their performance they are also undergoes through a lot of stress, and that causes some threats in their health. And one such area is disordered eating. So disordered eating includes like unhealthy eating patterns such as fasting, dieting, vomiting, weight cycling practices, overeating, and reducing their weight before the competitions, binge eating, using of some laxatives or diet pills to reduce the weight in a very short duration before the competition period. So this restrictive eating is also most common dietary practices used by athletes for weight management, skipping of meals, fasting, and reported disordered eating noticed was 13% in females and 3% in male athletes. So common risk factors for disordered eating are basically the sport, also gender, level of training and eating habits. So training for competitive sports entails high level of physical activity. Along with this physical activity, overtraining related health problems are also noticed. Along with it, deviations in eating behavior can be noticed in adolescent age group worldwide, nationally and internationally. So basically these are noticed in sports with low weight or small body size, where the weight category, where they participate in weight categories where leanness is the main plays a major role. So they are at higher risk for disordered eating. So the main objective of my study was to see, like understand disordered eating patterns are there seen in lean and non-lean sports in India, in Indian adolescent athletes. So the adolescent athletes are the elite athletes in my study are people who are participating, who participated in state level competitions and national level competitions. So I have used E26 questionnaire, which is a standardized questionnaire. And also I have taken their BMI, weighing, calculated their weight, taken weight and height by using weighing scale, and microtoys is the height measuring tool. Which have been standardized, and E26 questionnaire is a self entered questionnaire, self filled questionnaire, and based on these values I have calculated the risk, people who are at risk and people who are not at risk. So basically the sample, the location of the sample selection was from Sports Authority of India centers, from northern and central centers have been included for data collection. General background information, and E26 questionnaire, that is the eating attitude test 26 questionnaire have been used to calculate the disordered eating risk factor. So if I see my total sample is around 122 athletes from different sports. So I have track and field, 20 subjects are from track and field sports, water sports are from 11, wrestling 5, taekwondo 7, boxing 16, football 54, and basketball 9. And the age group comes to around mean age group of different sports are given here: 16 for football, 15 for basketball, 16 for track and field, 16 for boxing, taekwondo 15, wrestling 17, and water sports are 16. The average range of age group is between 15 to 17 years. Then I have categorized the sports into two categories. One is lean and one is non-lean. In non-lean, I have taken basketball and football, where there is weight. They are not. They don't have any weight categories. Whereas in lean sports, where the weight has been a major concern, categorization has been done on weight, have been taken into lean sports. So boxing, taekwondo, wrestling, water sports, and track and field have been taken in lean sports, and 27% of people are from boxing, 12% from taekwondo, 8% from wrestling, 19% from water sports, and track and 34% from track and field. Overall, from 59 athletes are from lean sports, and 63 athletes are from non-lean sports. We have 14% from basketball and 86% from football. And years of training, we have like from 4 to 6 years of training they were having in their particular sports. So 40 people are practicing since 4 years, 55 from 5 years, and 27 people are participating from 6 years. So the athletes trained for 5 days in a week, and they had 2 sessions, one morning, 2 sessions in a day, morning and evening, and the session duration is around 2.5 hours each session. Anthropometric anthropometry of athletes of lean and non-lean. I have taken only BMI to show you the range of BMI which these athletes have. So average, all of them come under normal category by WHO growth chart classification for 10 to 19 years. So the mean BMI of all the athletes are shown here. The least was for basketball 20.4, and maximum was seen for water sports 23.9. Then the main objective of our study was to find out the risk factor for eating disordered eating in lean and non-lean sports. So overall, out of 122 athletes participated, 19% of total sample displayed disordered eating attitudes compared to the total people. So we had 19% people having disordered eating are at high risk, and the rest 81% are at low risk. If we classify them into categories between among the sports, if we see, then this is the table which displays the values. So lean sports have more amount of people. A score greater than 20 is considered as having at risk, and the score less than 20 is at low risk for disordered eating. So lean sports had more amount of disordered eating attitudes compared to non-lean sports, that is 6. So if I show you in that way, lean sports have more, and non-lean sports have very less amount of scoring. That is around 14% of them are lean sports who are at risk for disordered eating, and 5% of them are at risk for disordered eating in non-lean sports. Then if I see the mean E26 score, the lean sports have more score, like 16 is the score, 16.10 is the mean score of E26 compared to non-lean sports, that is 10.95. And the p-value, when I have conducted a statistical test between lean and non-lean sports, because this whole data is not in normal distribution, we have done Mann-Whitney U-test to see the difference, whether is there any difference. Then the value, it came significant at 0.01, and the lean sports have 16.10 mean score, whereas non-lean sports have 10.95. If we see the overall E26 score, boxing has highest mean EAT score, and the least was noticed in taekwondo, 9.71. Conclusion of my study is like our data suggests that athletes, regardless of lean or non-lean sports, may be affected by signs of disordered eating, but the total percentage was coming to very less, around 19%, as reported in the previous studies. These are my references, and thank you.
Thank you for presentation, ma'am.
Any questions?
I think no questions. Shall we move to next presentation? I'd like to welcome Dr. Amal Riyad Kriti Shah to present the self and the other, Orientalism and Islamophobia or deconstructive reading. I would like to call upon Dr. Amal Riyad Kitisat. Are you there, sir? Am I audible? Am I audible to everyone? Can you please respond? Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, we'll move to next presentation. I would like to welcome Dibaba La Swine to present a review on reversible watermaking techniques for image counterfeit revel and its recovery. Kindly unmute your, yeah.
Thank you, madam. I am Mona Lisa Swine. I will present here.
Yeah, sure. Please proceed.
A very good afternoon, all the esteemed members and organizers and all the participants present over here. I am going to present a review work on reversible watermarking technique for image counterfeit refill and its recovery. I am Mona Lisa Swine, a PhD scholar at Ramadevi Women's University, Odisha. These are all about the abstracts. We review some of the existing paper work on the digital watermarking techniques and compare their achievement and what to be modified for further improvement. Then coming to the introduction, the internet and digital media technologies have surged in popularity in recent years. The majority of communications takes place via digital image data transformation. In order to secure the images, it is very important to secure the images from the attacks during the transmission, also at the recipient end. Then the common challenges in any method of communication are the security, reliability, and robustness. There are still many techniques are available like cryptography, steganography, watermarking, digital signature, etc. But digital watermarking is a widely used technique for securing digital images nowadays. Watermarking means we are adding some of the information in the host image. That image we are transferring. That information are called as the watermark. The watermarking phase contains three phases: watermark generation, embedding, and extraction. Watermarking, if you are going to process for the watermarking, that can be some classified area based on the domain and the visibility and resistance to attack. A domain means we can use the frequency domain of the image to watermark that image against spatial domain. And visible and invisible means if we are adding some visible watermarks, that will be visible to everyone that something is added here in the images. But in case of invisible watermark, the watermark will not be visible. That are mainly used for content protection and some for hiding some secret information. Again, resistance to attack, there are four categories: robust watermark, fragile, semi-fragile, and dual watermark. And some of the characteristics we have to consider during the development of the watermarking algorithm or procedures. that are robustness of the algorithm or techniques, security, imperceptibility, computational cost, false positive rate, and tamper resistance. Now, here we have reviewed some of the literature, some of the proposed algorithm. In this work, Quinn proposed a digital image watermarking technique based. They have here the digital watermarking technique contains two phases. One is embedding of the watermark, and another one is the tamper detection. Here, the embedding of the watermark contains the authentication bit and the recovery bit. Authentication bit is used for the image authentication, whether it is tampered or not, after the receiver received the image, and recovery. Whenever the image is tampered, the recovery bit is used for the recovery. Here the reference interleaving and reference is used for authentication bit, and all the information are embedded in the LSP of the images. In this work, Durga Singh proposed in 2017. Here the image block-based algorithm. The image is first divided into blocks, and on this block, they have applied the block truncation coding procedure to generate the 10-bit watermark. Again, that 10-bit watermark are worked as a recovery watermark. Again, 2-bit for authentication watermark. The recovery watermark and authentication watermark all are embedded in the mapping block, means they are not embedding the same information or watermark information in the same block for whose the watermark is created. They are embedding in the mapping block to better recovery. In 2017, Quinn proposed an algorithm in pixel-wise recovery. Pixel-wise recovery means they are not recovered the entire block at a time. They are recovering the tampered pixel. Here they also use the reference bit and authentication bit. Reference bit is for the recovery of the watermark, and authentication bits is for the authenticate whether the image is tampered or not. Again, in 2018, Vinayaga proposed an algorithm that is superior to all of the previous algorithm. That algorithm is also on the block-based procedure. They have used some for the available variable capacity recovery watermark. Means for they have differentiated the smooth and hard block depending upon the block texture. They are adding 6 to 10 bits of information for recovery of that block. In 2018, the Saheb also proposed an algorithm for the sensitive medical images. They have also used the standard value decomposition of the block and created the authentication bit and recovery bit by scrambled image. Means they are first converted the image into by some scrambling algorithm. They are converting and then generating the recovery bits, and the same procedure for the extraction and identification of the tamper and recovery. In 2019, C. Prasad proposed an algorithm that is for protecting the integrity of digital images. Means here he has not provided the recovery part, only the identification. Whether the integrity of the image is hampered or not, means the image, whether the image sent by the sender received at the receiver is the original image that has been sent, or it is modified during the communication or added some content. In 2020, Vinayaga proposed one algorithm that is based on the block truncation coding and quantum chess. Block truncation coding applied for the generation of the authentication data. So that is generated for the recovery data. Again, here one technique is applied. The recovery data and authentication data are embedded not only the same size block. Recovery data is embedded on 2+2 block, whereas the authentication data is embedded here on 4×4 block. Now, coming to my conclusion, majority of the existing approaches employ multiple encryption keys to scramble the watermark. As a result, the computational cost becomes too high. So, a simple and efficient algorithm is required to achieve a good trade-off between the robustness and computation type. Robustness means how our algorithm is resistance to attack, how our watermark is available after that, whether our watermark is still there after some attacks or not. That is the robustness. Computation time means the total time we are recording to execute the algorithm. That means we have to manage the robustness and computation time. Again, although some of the watermarking techniques are robust, but impossibility is quite questionable. Means they are robust, but the similarities, impossibility means the similarity between the original image and the watermark image. When they are adding some more information, more bits to the images, the impossibility is quite low. That is also to be considered during the development of algorithm. Many of the robust watermarking techniques are resistant to attack up to certain limit. Means most of the techniques are up to 50% of recovery or 70% of recovery. None of the algorithm recover the image up to 100% or more than 70% of the tampered image. Then after reviewing all the papers, we are planning to propose a new algorithm that should be robust, highly imperceptible, and less complex. These are all references. I'm thanking you all. Any questions?
I think no one's here. Thank you for your presentation, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Amal Krithisha to present the self and the other, Orientalism and Islamophobia. This constructive reading.
Hello, everybody. This is Dr. Amal Krithisha from Jordan. My presentation is going to be about the self and the other, Orientalism and Islamophobia, a deconstructive reading. I shared the screen with you. Can you see it?
Yes, ma'am, you can proceed.
Okay, so I will start, okay. First of all, I will start with a brief idea and abstract about my article. You know that we, in this world, we are living a kind of global environment. So everything in any country will influence other countries. In this sense, I'm gonna focus on the concept of Islamophobia, which is the fear of Islam. The study aims at investigating the increasing fear of Islam, or the so-called phenomenon of Islamophobia. And here, the study aims at arguing against the Orientalist perspectives of Islam as a source of fear and a threat to others. This view challenges the main doctrine of Islam as expressed in the Holy Quran as a mercy for humanity. In other words, the study aims at refuting the accusations which regard Islam as a religion, advocating terrorism, and proving that Islam includes different nations, races, and colors, all having the same rights without any discrimination between them, and the idea that it's a threat of others and it is exclusive on one race and refuse the other is not correct. The methodology adopted in this study is a deconstructive reading of the self and the other. You know, we have in criticism the school of deconstruction, which was established by Jacques Derrida, in which we have a binary opposites between the self and the other, either you or the other. And here the study tried to refute the idea that Islam puts itself in such a contradiction with other. It's open to other cultures, and you can see by tracing the followers of this religion, in which you can find many races under one under one nation. Now, in studying Islamophobia, first of all, to explain Islamophobia, I will briefly define what's the meaning of Islam. Islam is one of the divine religions, which has many followers all over the world in different countries, from different races, and this religion means to make people believe in just one God, the God that there's one God who never got a son or a daughter, never married or have any human qualities. The concept of God in Islam is related to the so-called monotheism. So this is the idea of Islam. Now, in brief, of course, the idea of Islamophobia is defined as the irrational explanation or irrational fear of something that hasn't any source of reasonable fear. And when you ask someone, why are you afraid of this thing? Let us say, for example, some people afraid from heights, some people have a phobia from blood, and some people have a certain phobia from of different things. Okay, but here when we say Islamophobia, certain people are afraid of Islam without reasonable reasons, and here there's an urgent need to pose important questions. So the study poses the questions and attempt to answer these questions. First of all, what's the meaning of Islamophobia? Discussing it from an Islamic perspective. Number two, how did interrelated bias stereotypes and literary disciplines such as Orientalism or the media's negative treatment of Islam create the phenomenon of Islamophobia? And here in this regard, most people who had this phobia of Islam can have their opinions or partial opinions partly from the media, which mostly contribute to the misconception or the stereotype of Islam. The last question, how did the bias negative stereotype help to spread the imperialist the word toward Islam? Now, I'll focus that this idea of fear of Islam increased, especially when the idea of imperialism started, and you know that the colonizer aims to distort the image of the colonized. In a brief, I'm gonna tell you about the foundations of Islamic individuality. To be a Muslim, you have to go back in all your matters of your life and even the other life and everything in your life to two major sources. They are the Holy Quran, the Holy Book, which was delivered to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And the second one is Prophet's sayings and teachings, which is known among Muslims as Sunnah. First of all, the Holy Quran, and so this is the Holy Book of Muslims that it's written, it's there in 30 chapters, and in every chapter we have the word of God presented to us, and here any Muslim in his life, this is the law from which he can refer to have any source of judgment. The Holy Quran is the divine revelation sent from Allah to Prophet Muhammad and as a message to all creatures. And again, here I emphasize the word all creatures. And here it includes human beings and other creatures if we are not sure about them. So it's a divine message. It's the last divine message for all creatures. In Islam, we believe that God, the only one God, Allah sent prophets, starting with Adam, the first prophet, and end the message with the Prophet Muhammad. So this is the last divine holy book sent for humanity. No doubt then it's a canon for life for Muslims. What's the role of Holy Quran in Muslims' lives? It organizes Muslims' life by underlining the moral system. It prohibits bad morals and enhances good moral codes, such as honesty, justice, and decent behavior. So the idea that people mistakenly think of Muslims, they don't know that Muslim is against bad morals, and it's a religion that advocates cultivates and enhances good morals. In addition to this moral system, our Quran presents financial perspectives, which organizes the trade dealings among Muslims. Every part in business, he prevents or prohibits usury, and usury was prohibited in all forms. The Islamic religion is not restricted to Arabs. Rather, its religion include all people. Now, this is one of the accusations that was mentioned by the Orientalists, that it's a regional religion. By regional religion, it's mean that it's exclusive to Arabs, because Prophet Muhammad is an Arab. But here in this presentation, I go back to the Holy Quran to prove that this religion was not sent to Arabs. No, it includes all humanity. So this is one of the things that must be corrected and understood by all people. Now, I move to the second source, which is the Prophet's saying and his teachings. The Quran, as I told you, it's the only legislative doctrine that all Muslims refer in every issue of their life. But the role of the Prophet is to clarify and explain a practical guide for Muslims of the teachings mentioned in the Holy Quran. So his sayings and teachings came to clarify what is mentioned in the Holy Quran. For example, the idea of making pilgrimage. He practically did it in front of them step by step, the idea of prayers. So Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was a practical example of the Holy Quran itself. In the Sunnah, it's the knowledge, it summarized the knowledge mentioned in the Quran. And here, this knowledge, all people know that no one can change or alter anything mentioned in the Holy Quran, even by Prophet Muhammad. So in the Holy Quran, according to the Quran, Allah states that Quran is a reminder for humanity. And he said, I will quote just one verse, and the quote, I will start reading. There will be believers and disbelievers of it, which means the Quran of it, the Quran, and undeniably it will be sorrow for the disbelievers and mercy for believers. Absolutely, Quran is an utter truth with inevitability. So glorify the name of your Lord, the greatest. In this verse, it's clear that no one can change any word in the Holy Quran, even the Prophet himself. Here in this slide, I will just give certain examples of accusation and the answer. One of the accusations attributed to Islam, that Islam is uncivilized religion. Its followers are bloodthirsty and violent. Unfortunately, this is widely spread among non-Muslims or in the media. The answer is Islam insists that all people are equal. This notion of equality and justice was established on the first day of the Islamic community. There is no difference between a noble or a man, between a noble or a mean person, a strong or a weak person. And Prophet Muhammad is a major famous saying when he said that even my daughter Fatima, if she stole anything, I will punish her. This is known. That means that no one is better than anyone, and that the law must be established among all people, rich and poor, noble or mean. Accordingly, Islam offered a chance for developing and reliability. Not only this, not only did it canonize definite restrictions of the Arabs' conventions, because Sayyidina Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad, was an Arab. The Holy Quran came not to approve all Arabs' morals. What's good, he kept them, but the bad values and systems in their conventions was not accepted. Islam, canonized these conventions, but also it expanded and deepened the spiritual zones as civil and political activities. Another attempt of Oriental scholars to distort Islam by refuting the major source of Islam depends, which is Quran. Now, when they treat Quran, they try. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am, you are beyond the time limit. Can you please conclude in 2 minutes?
Okay, this is the last slide.
Okay.
The conclusion, to sum up, the Islamic nation had made itself distinct from other nations by having its language, its religion, its source of legislations, which is the Quran. Having these three elements, we can conclude that this nation is independent and distinctive at the same time. However, it's open to the other cultures. In the process of cultural transmission and assimilation, still it preserves its own identity. There is no need to have an irrational fear of Islam. I end my presentation with a verse of the Holy Quran. I don't worship what you worship, nor are you worshippers of what I worship, nor will I be a worshipper of what you worship, nor will you be a worshippers of what I worship. For you is your religion, and for me is my religion. Thank you for listening. And these are the sources, the references, and thank you for the listening. Any question? Is there any question? Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you for your presentations.
You are welcome.
Yeah, now we are in the end of the conference. Time to vote of thanks. On behalf of IFERP, I heartily thank all delegates and students who have contributed to the conference success. The conference, which posted on Discover to different and exceeding the version in multidisciplinary research studies, and it was a great success where eminent keynote speakers from various universities addressed the gathering. We take this opportunity to thank all the speakers, delegates, and participants for your vital support and time for the WCMRI. Thanks to generous response and active engagement of the organizing committee member and editorial board. And finally, the award and the certificates will be shared via mail. I appreciate all the participants for their hard work. Once again, thanks to all committee members and participants. Stay tuned with us for further conference updates from IFERP. Thank you all.
You are welcome.
Okay, thank you.
We will be sharing the certificate link will Monday or before Wednesday. You will be download the certificates from the link. Thank you for all your presentations.